Time now 7:33. Hate to interrupt your programming, but we do have some information we want to pass along to you. I'm meteorologist Trevor Burchett alongside meteorologist Kit Thomas. We're watching a storm right now in Poinsett County, Arkansas, where storm spotters are reporting a tornado that might have touched down just a few moments ago. We're going to keep an eye on this here. We did just want to give you an update either way because we do have some thunderstorms rolling in, but a brief report of either a funnel cloud or some rotation near the Fisher community in Poinsett County. That's that storm right here. And we're going to keep an eye on that here. Again, right now there's no tornado warning. We have a lot of storm spotters on this, though, that are reporting some rotation, maybe a brief touchdown there. So even though we don't have a warning yet, we did just want to hop on for a moment and talk about this and some of the other storms that are going on around town. If this turns out to weaken again, we'll let you go back if they end up not putting a tornado warning out. But I just want to give you that update. This is going to be just north of Fisher. There's US 49 Waldenburg going up toward Wiener in western Poinsett County. On the backside of that storm, there's definitely a little rotation in there. I'm not surprised at all that storm spotters are reporting maybe a brief funnel cloud or tornado right over US 49 north of Fisher. So if you are in Poinsett County, course of least regret, I would go ahead and take shelter just to be on the safe side. Again, the National Weather Service still trying to confirm those reports to decide if they want to go with a tornado warning for sure for Poinsett County. But hey, what's 10 minutes going to do you wrong in the shelter just to be on the safe side? This is moving off to the east toward Harrisburg. Even if the tornado is still not on the ground or it wasn't a tornado, still some hail in there, some high wind gusts. And again, that's all coming into Harrisburg. It's moving to the east at about 45 miles an hour. And as we track that out for you, again, this is going to continue to move through Poinsett County, eventually into Mississippi County. Harrisburg, by about 7:43, you're already getting some of the light rain. Mark Tree at 8:05, and then eventually again into northern, or southern, I should say, Mississippi County, Arkansas. Again, if you're just joining us, the reason we're hopping on TV really quick, we don't have a tornado warning officially, but we did hear from some storm spotters that a tornado might have briefly touched down, or might have been a funnel cloud north of Fisher, Arkansas, near US 49 and US 14. So again, Poinsett County, at least keep a very close eye on this for the next couple of minutes. But I do want to zoom out quickly and just kind of show you what's happening north of here. And Kit Thomas, meteorologist Kit Thomas is here too, and maybe he can talk a little bit about that. But we have several other storms, tornado warning near Jonesboro, and a new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Mississippi County. Kit, what are you seeing with those?
So getting some of the details on the map right now of some of these warnings that we've been tracking. Most of them are just above the baseline severe. So a severe thunderstorm is issued for either 1-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, or the potential for a tornado possible within that storm. We've got a couple of those right now, those threats. Up into Mississippi County, it's 1¼ inch diameter hail, so that's about the size of a $50 coin, a little smaller than a ping pong ball, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. All of that is coming from some of these strong thunderstorms we see outside of the Jonesboro area. They just had some very intense hail and rain and strong winds coming through, and you notice sort of that bowing segment as the radar updates once again, pushing off towards the east very quickly. That is going to make its way into northern parts of Mississippi County here within the next half hour. So you want to be taking shelter or be ready to get to your storm shelter. Meanwhile, into parts of Poinsett County here, this thunderstorm also has the potential for 1½ inch hail. So that's right at the size of a ping pong ball, and also the 60-mile-per-hour winds with that as well. So I'll clear off some of those numbers there. Like Trevor was saying, that potential for the tornado is mostly on the southern storm, but we do have that present tornado warning on the northern storm here into parts of the Jonesboro area, Lake City to Lakeview. You can notice that it has sort of that curly Q shape to it. So you've got that inflow right there to Lakeview, and then it sort of S shapes out of that. That's where we're looking at a potential for some rotation. We've seen some rotation. Some of it has been hail contaminated. Some of it is from the rushing of the winds forward. So if you follow my cursor here, just that rush of the winds that is moving towards the east to southeast or so, that is sort of inducing a bit of a vortex there on the northern side of that storm. So that is where we could see a development of a tornado. Whenever we go from individual thunderstorms to a line of thunderstorms like this is, we switch back to radar, we can see that This is sort of a transition mode of individual thunderstorms to a line. And then when we see a line develop, that's what we look for the quick tornado spin-ups. So as this is moving into northern Mississippi County, we may have that tornado warning extended into that area. But at this point, I don't see any indication from the National Weather Service that that is on their mind. I want to send things back over to meteorologist Trevor Burchett, see if he has any updates.
Yeah, Kit, great analysis there as we look at kind of in depth at some of those storms. I want to stay with this for just a second longer for a couple of reasons. Again, we do have that tornado warning currently for Craighead County and some pretty serious rotation there. That is very high wind, even if there's not a tornado down with that thing. As it comes to the east into Mississippi County, Arkansas, between Blytheville and Osceola, even if they do not carry that tornado warning eastward, it's going to be a very intense storm with some high wind gusts and definitely some hail as well. We're still watching that storm down in Poinsett County, and I want to zoom back in on that just one more time here and just give this a couple of minutes to see what the Weather Service is going to do. We had that report a few moments ago of possible quick tornado or a funnel cloud near Fisher, north on Highway 49. That's the reason we decided to hop on, even though there's not an official tornado warning right now. I at least wanted to give you a quick update as what is going on and what we're watching. Harrisburg, I would still watch this storm very, very carefully. You're for sure going to get the high wind gusts, maybe a little hail, but again, maybe some rotation in there that could try to spin back up. More confirmation coming in now, Kit, of a possible tornado either moments ago or right now. So we're going to stay with this, as a matter of fact. Even though there's not a warning, I'm going to make that decision. Kit, I'm sure you would agree that we're just going to stick with this because we're getting several reports from storm chasers and spotters of a possible tornado here. This is going to be north and east of Fisher, kind of where that appendage comes down. And again, there's Highway 49 and Arkansas 14 north and east of Fisher. This is going to be in Harrisburg here in just the next little bit. So Harrisburg, I know there's not a tornado warning. You haven't gotten the alert yet. We're going to see what they decide to do here. But still, rotation, possible tornado near Fisher, Arkansas. That's going to be coming into Harrisburg here in the next little bit. So Harrisburg, again, just to be on the safe side, I would go ahead and be in my safe place. I'm getting some video here now, some pictures at least. I'm not sure if we can get these on TV, but a clear reports, Kit. And I know we can't show you that picture. I'm going to try to work on getting it. Kit, maybe if you want to try to pull it into the system. What I'm seeing looks to me like a tornado on the ground, and that is near Fisher. So essentially, you want to treat this as if it is a tornado warning for the city of Harrisburg and Poinsett County in Arkansas. We're going to see what the Weather Service does to see if they're actually going to issue this. They're saying reportedly still on the ground, possible debris with this quick spin-up tornado that could still be on the ground. So again, this is moving toward the east at about 45 miles an hour. I'm going to track this out for you now that we're continuing to get confirmation that this thing could still be on the ground. Harrisburg, you've got a little over 10 minutes, maybe 10 or 12 minutes before the tornadic part of the storm moves in. Now, you're going to get the hail and the high wind first, but Harrisburg, the possible tornado, what we know is possibly a reported tornado on the ground from the video we're seeing near Harrisburg at 7:53, marked Tree at 8:15, Lepanto at 8:23, Joyner at 8:36, and eventually, again, this is going to be coming into southern Mississippi County, and there it is, an official tornado warning. So let's get this bulletin here, and then, Kit, we can send things back to you for some more analysis. But we are going to stay with this now. Again, this is a tornado warning. We were just hearing that we had several reports of a tornado on the ground near Fisher, Arkansas. This is going to go until 8:30. It includes Poinsett County and Mississippi County in Arkansas. At 7:41, severe thunderstorm was producing a tornado near Weiner, 7 miles west of Harrisburg. It's moving east at 45 miles an hour. In addition to the tornado, it is producing ping pong ball sized hail. And that's what's going to come into Harrisburg first. You're going to get the hail, the high wind gusts, and the heavy rain first. And then that possible tornado right on the backside. We're still hearing this thing is on the ground, and it's going to be in Harrisburg in a matter of minutes. If you are in Harrisburg, Arkansas, or you know somebody that is, you've got to make sure they are in their safe place right now. Reportedly, this tornado is getting bigger. I want to review these tornado safety tips. This is for Poinsett County, Arkansas, and Harrisburg, Arkansas. I need you to do this now. Basement, our smallest center room, closet, bathroom, stay away from windows and cover yourself. If you have blankets, pillows, mattresses, anything like that, you want to go ahead and do that. Get into the middle portion of your home. Again, the closet or the bathroom is the best thing to do. But a reported tornado on the ground now coming into Harrisburg, Arkansas, and you can almost see it, Kit, that back edge of that storm. It's got that classic hook echo, and you can see just how close this is to Harrisburg. It's just south of Highway 14. It's about to cross Wildwood Lane, and Kit, Harrisburg, just a matter of minutes before this tornado, confirmed tornado, guaranteed on the ground by storm chasers, is going to be rolling on in, Kit.
Working on getting that information on screen for you right now. We have a confirmed tornado in Poinsett County right now, Poinsett County, Arkansas. That's that shade of pink that you see now there on your screen. Notice to the north around Jonesboro, the red, then the shade of pink. Pink tells us that that is now a confirmed tornado. So we've gotten a lot of information from the National Weather Service of multiple spotters having seen this tornado forming and quickly connecting from the cloud to the ground. There was initially a ground circulation, and that's all you need for it to count as a tornado. You don't need the cloud to go all the way down, but reports have come in that that is now a confirmed stovepipe tornado where it's just straight up and down, straight walls. Now, some of the photos that have been coming into the National Weather Service show that it is very dark. One, it's under a thunderstorm, so there's very heavy rain, very thick clouds. So what remaining light of twilight there is making it very difficult to see this. So if you are anywhere within the Harrisburg area, the Wiener area, you're pretty much on the backside of that storm. You're not really seeing the immediate effects of this. And as we get the latest scan from the radar, you can notice that we've got sort of this island of the radar off towards the southern part. That's usually a sign that we've got a very closed circulation on that southern part of the storm that is blowing into the updraft of the storm. So that is likely right where we have that tornado. So if you live anywhere around the Harrisburg area, Anderson, Tully, off towards Old Weona, Marked Tree, you are all downstream from this storm. So I want to get some information on this of how fast this storm is moving to the east so that we can get that. But there's the other side of this as well. It's not only the tornado threat, there's also a large hail threat, hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter. So that's about the size of a ping pong ball. That can do damage. So if you are out of the rain, if the rain hasn't hit you yet, if you're around I-555, go ahead and move your car under cover if you can. That'll be a good place to keep it from some of the hail damage. It looks like we've got a camera from I-555 here. If we pull that up, we can actually look at some of the lightning on that storm that's starting to come in. You can see just off there in the distance how dark it is. This is, of course, before the rain has gotten to this camera, and you see a lot of frequent lightning. Trevor?
Yeah, Kit, I just want to reemphasize for a second here. Apparently, we're still getting reports that that tornado is on the ground coming into the city of Harrisburg. So Harrisburg, again, this is time that you've got to be in your tornado safe place. That thing is back there south of 14 near Wildwood Lane. Again, we are getting several reports that this thing is still on the ground. It could still do damage. So again, Harrisburg, Arkansas, and Poinsett County, I need you in your safe place. Quickly, I'm going to zoom out and give a broad view to kind of show you nothing is happening in Memphis or Shelby County, nothing in North Mississippi. Most of West Tennessee is clear. These storms are all in Northeast Arkansas. They are eventually going to cross the river toward Dyersburg in the next little bit. But the reason we're with you and what we're going to stay on for is this possible tornado, several reports of a tornado 1 mile west of Harrisburg. Do not try to go see this thing. I know how we are around here. We all want to see the weather. This is not the time to do it. This tornado is about a mile away from the city center of Harrisburg. I know Harrisburg, you're getting the wind and the hail and the rain, but the tornado is going to be on the back side of it. That thing's going to be coming in right into Harrisburg in a matter of seconds. So I need you calling people, texting people, making sure they know Harrisburg, Arkansas, and anywhere near it, Whitaker, east on 14, east of Harrisburg, it's going to be up next into your area. This thing's moving at 45 miles an hour, and it's right on Harrisburg's doorstep. We do continue to have storm spotters and chasers out there that are going to be watching this thing, but I mean, right now this thing is probably less than 5 miles away from Harrisburg, and it is rolling into town right now. So Harrisburg, safe place. Again, several reports now of a tornado on the ground that is doing damage in Poinsett County, Arkansas, possibly coming into Harrisburg as well. So we're going to watch very carefully. I want to check out the rotation just one more time. And it's a little bit of a scattered view, but we've seen some of these views like this before when we've had tornadoes, and it's just a little too far away from the radar to get a precise view, but definitely some rotation there. And again, we don't even really need to look at this because we have storm chasers and people on the ground saying there's a tornado that is moving into Harrisburg. So, Kit, a pretty serious situation here. Poinsett County and Harrisburg, vital that you take your tornado precautions and seek shelter now.
Yeah, I want to time things out on this tornado warning of where this circulation will be moving here within the next half hour or so. Harrisburg, you're within the cone potential for that to arrive near your area. I think it's going to go just south of the Harrisburg center proper, but if you are close, you still want to remain in your safe place because these kind of storms can jump around quite a bit. You can sometimes see that tornado shift north very quickly if it starts to reabsorb in the storm, or it could take a dive south. You want to still be safe anywhere within this tornado warning. But Harrisburg, you're right around the 7:55 time frame, so you still have several minutes to get to your safe place. Make sure you're grabbing helmets for yourself, for the kids, if they play baseball or football, or if you have a bicycle helmet, grab any of that. Make sure that you're wearing shoes as well as you go to your tornado safe place. That's going to be the most interior room of your home or shelter. Looking at the latest radar update, I want to just shift that forward a little bit. Places downstream, Weona, it's looking just after 8 o'clock. In your head, just take a few minutes off of all of these numbers just to be safe in case it starts to get a little bit more pickup to it. McCormick looks around 8:05 in your area. Judd Hill around 8:10. Cassidy just after 8:10. And the Truman, Arkansas area around 8:15. That's where we'll stop some of the numbers. Of course, Mark Tree also around the 8:15 time frame there for you. Looking at the more broad scale of things, this is the only warning that we have that is in our immediate viewing area. But looking back towards the south and west, we're starting to see a cold front come in, and that's sparking off new warnings. So if you're in the Wynne, Arkansas area, Forest City, Arkansas, even Marianna, you want to be keeping in mind over the next half hour to an hour that you might have a thunderstorm on your doorstep as well at any moment. I also want to take note of this storm here into the Manila area, just into northwestern parts of Mississippi County here. This storm is already starting to enter into our viewing area there. You can really see on the velocities, the punch of those winds has sort of shifted a little bit more towards the south side of Lake City, towards the Truman, Arkansas area. If I grab my pointer here, you can see that bright blue area. That's on our color table, just the colors that we have. When it goes from that green to that teal color, that is severe winds. So we're already seeing those severe winds. They are elevated, but when you compare it to the radar, where we have that heavy, heavy rain, that wind is going to carry its momentum down to the surface. I want to take you to this view from our RDOT camera of northbound on, I believe this is I-55. If we can get some information of where that's at. This is in Truman, Arkansas. So yeah, let's take that view of this storm as it's coming in right now, because it looks pretty intense on that camera. You can see just an incredible amount of lightning right now. The winds are also blowing. It looks like those folks are moving with the wind presently. So, of course, I'm not sure which direction this is looking, but it's probably looking northbound. So around the Truman area, just zooming in on that storm, really anywhere you look within that storm, we've got heavy rain, abundant lightning. If we switch back over to our radar view now, I've zoomed in to about where we're looking. This is technically within the tornado warning, but it doesn't look like it's in the immediate threat of that rotation. The rotation is mainly on the southern side of the storm right now. But the structure on this storm is a very classic supercell. Go ahead and take off that lightning. You can see we've got, of course, that hook echo. If you look at the back of your left hand, everyone do that with me real quick. If you look at the back and sort of do the Spock fingers, you can sort of see we've got those two lobes and that hook of the storm. I'll draw it out here for you. Let's grab my draw tool. I can't find that, so I'll just use the pointer here. You can see we've got that one lobe on the north side, the one lobe on the east side, and then the hook echo on the bottom. This would be very likely where the tornado would be if it is still on the ground, which is the last Information from the Weather Service does say that it is still on the ground, so we're still treating that. So again, if you're south of the Harrisburg area here, I'll zoom really close in. We can get a view of some of these roads here. That's Old Military Lane. That's Arkansas Highway 1. You want to be in your shelter right now. If you're down towards Farm Hill Road, south of Harrisburg, this is Shaver Lane as well, Bay Lane as well. These are some of the areas that we're looking at where we could be seeing a tornado imminently within the next few minutes. So I'm going to send things over to meteorologist Trevor Burchett, see if he has any more updates for us.
Watching this area of rotation very carefully. Again, if you're just joining us, there are so many people upset about American Idol, and the lack of empathy is astounding. We have a tornado coming into a town. You can send me messages all you want. You can watch American Idol tomorrow. This is important, folks. A possible tornado could still be on the ground. We had several reports just a few moments ago that this stovepipe tornado was on the ground and doing damage, and that area of rotation is now coming into the city of Harrisburg in Arkansas. We don't have any other significant storms. I know a lot of folks are asking about Memphis. We don't have any storms in Memphis right now, but as we've been saying, there are more storms on the way overnight tonight. So again, this area of rotation very close to Harrisburg now. And if this thing is still on the ground, if there's still a tornado here, it's either in Harrisburg now or it's about to be in just a matter of minutes. So again, Harrisburg, Arkansas, stay in your safe place. We cannot give you the all clear yet, but this thing's going to continue to move to the east. I'll see if I can kind of isolate those areas of rotation as we switch that on. You see those couple of blobs showing up there. This is, again, pretty much on Harrisburg's doorstep, this possible tornado here. And again, earlier, the reports of the tornado were coming in that they could have done damage back near U.S. Highway 49 north of Fisher. Now this thing right on top of Harrisburg, and it's moving to the east. This thing's going to cross 555. Even if it doesn't have a tornado on it, it is still producing very large hail and very high wind gusts as well. So this is still a very nasty storm, even if that tornado has lifted. But the reason we're going to stay with you is because we had that report that a tornado had touched down, and it still could be on the ground near Harrisburg. Looks to me like it could be just on the south side of town. There's Old Military Lane. I'll zoom in just a little bit, but bear in mind this radar is about 2 minutes old. It takes a minute for the radar to update. So as I'm calling out these streets, this is where the thing was, that possible tornado was a few moments ago. There's 163. We've got Possum Hollow Road, Pine Tree Lane, Highway 14 at Highway 163, Bay Lane, and this possible tornado now coming up to Whitaker. So Whitaker, you're the next town in line. This thing is either still on the ground or could touch back down in a matter of minutes. It's pretty much going to ride just south of 14, and it's coming into Whitaker in Arkansas in Poinsett County right now. So Harrisburg and Whitaker, anybody in Poinsett County, basement or the smallest center room, closet, bathroom, hallway, anything like that, something on the inside of your house, stay away from windows and be sure to cover your head with something. If you've got a helmet or a pillow for the kids and yourself, do that as you go to that smallest center room. But we are going to stay with this here. We're continuing to get reports and information coming in. Damage now reported in Fisher, Arkansas. So this thing was clearly on the ground and clearly did some damage and is probably continuing to do so. There's Fisher, Arkansas there at Highway 49, and there's Harrisburg. That's where the storm is now. So reports of damage happening from this tornado in Fisher, Arkansas. It's now directly over Harrisburg and could be doing the same amount of damage. So Harrisburg, McCormick, Cassidy, look how close this thing's getting to I-555. So nobody should be driving on 555 from Turl up to Jonesboro, because that tornado, again, over Harrisburg, Arkansas, and it's going to continue to move toward the northeast. Let's put a storm track on this one more time. And again, what I'm going to track is the possible and honestly likely tornado. We had ground confirmation earlier and now damage being reported back in Fisher. So this tornado right over Harrisburg now, it's moving to the east, marked tree and early heads up for you, Lepanto at 8:22, Joyner at 8:35, and then it could be an issue for southern Mississippi County, Arkansas. That's where this thing is headed. This will be north of Memphis, but we have more storms coming later tonight. We are not done with this. This is going to be a long night of thunderstorms coming in. This is just kind of the first one we're watching. And of course, even if these storms aren't producing tornadoes, they're definitely producing hail and damaging wind gusts. The only reported tornado right now is over Harrisburg, Arkansas, moving east, but there are more storms producing damaging wind gusts and hail as well. We're going to continue to check for storm reports reports and some photos and videos as well. But Kit, certainly a nasty line of thunderstorms. Even outside of that tornado warning, we've got hail and wind coming into Mississippi County, Arkansas as well.
That's right. And of course, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning on the northern side of the present tornado warning. I want to zoom in on that now, and you can see this vortex that has formed from those straight line winds. You can see very clearly sort of that S shape curling back on itself. Notice here where we have the red, and then out towards Big Lake, out towards Etowah, and then down towards the Truman area. So that is where we're seeing the punch in of that strong wind. If I got the angle changed here on my little cursor there, you can see just where those winds have punched in, pushed forward, and are leading to sort of this broad area of rotation. So that's a sign that this is some very strong winds on that. I actually want to see if they've upgraded that severe thunderstorm warning on the winds. Currently, it's still for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but we might have to see that upgraded for some of the strong winds that storm is potentially producing. Looking at the velocity, I'll put some information on the screen here. Some of those winds that are aloft could get mixed down. That's 1 pixel of 75-mile-per-hour winds there. I'll clear off that last one there, and we're seeing some other of these bright blues in here, likely upwards of 60 miles per hour, so 68 miles per hour. Again, those are about 4,000, 5,000 feet aloft. That could get mixed down if we'd switch it back over to the radar. As the rain falls through that very fast wind, it could carry its momentum down to the surface. That's why we have that 60 mile per hour wind. Sometimes it doesn't translate all of that momentum down to the surface. So still some very strong winds moving into Etowah right now. You want to be seeking shelter. Of course, if you have any trees around your home, homestead, you want to be sheltered away from walls, away from roofs, as most to the middle room of your home as possible. That puts as many walls and floors between you and the outside that can sort of catch a tree and slow it down before it reaches you in your safe place. So that's why we always say that most interior, lowest floor. Of course, a basement is also a great place to be. Not everyone has a basement though, so that's why we say an interior closet, a bathroom, anywhere that has several walls in close proximity that's structurally sound and can keep you very safe. Of course, we still have that tornado warning. All of those requests, orders do apply for a tornado as well. Any debris that gets thrown by a tornado, you want to have as many walls and floors between you and outside if any of that flying debris does come in. I'm looking just north of the Anderson-Tully area now. This is near the old Weona area, along Highway 373 there in Arkansas. This is now outside of Harrisburg. Trevor, I would think that Harrisburg is pretty much in the clear now that they're on the backside of this storm. Probably still hearing some raindrops out there, but looking at the velocity of the, anywhere where we would see any of the rotation would be somewhere within this portion of the storm. So it looks like that is now outside of the Harrisburg area. We don't want to give you all clear per se, but it is looking like a better scenario now for the Harrisburg area. But that is starting to deteriorate the northern part of the Anderson-Tully and Old Weona there in Arkansas at this moment. I was looking at some of the reports from the National Weather Service. Some trees and power poles were reported out in parts of Poinsett County. So that's some of the damage that we're talking about that could either be from the winds, possibly from a tornado. So I want to investigate more of that, see if meteorologist Trevor Burchett has any more details.
Yeah, we're still watching that one very closely, Kit. Great job kind of talking about that. Again, the reason we're with you right now is we come up on the top of the hour. We're simulcasting on WATN-TV and WLMT here in Memphis. We do cover Poinsett County, Arkansas. That's the reason we are on the air right now. And they have had a confirmed tornado touch down and do some damage there. That happened near Fisher on US 49 in the western portion of the county. Fisher is now clear. It's past Highway 49. If that tornado was still on the ground, it just came through Harrisburg. Harrisburg, for the most part, it's past you now. You're going to notice things start to calm down. But I really hope that tornado lifted before it got to Harrisburg. We are still waiting on confirmation of some of those reports. Again, we had the damage near Fisher. We're waiting to hear from Harrisburg, but if that thing was still on the ground, it came right through Harrisburg. So hopefully it was able to lift, but now it is continuing to move to the east. Even if it's not on the ground right now, it's still showing, well, here we go right now, another report on Vinson Lane, south of Harrisburg, a visual of that tornado. So we're going to zoom back in here. I'm not sure I'll be able to find Vinson Benson Lane. But again, there's confirmation that that thing was still on the ground when it came through Harrisburg. So maybe if we want to put a call out, if somebody back in the booth or at the desk can reach out to Poinsett County EMA or Harrisburg, I want to check in on them and see if they're okay, if they have any reports of damage. But it's very likely that we just had a tornado pass through Harrisburg. It already did some damage back near Fisher, Arkansas. Probably just came through Harrisburg, now near Whitaker. It's riding pretty close to Highway 14. That's going to put it near 555 near Cassidy, north of Marked Tree in the next little bit. There's Marked Tree. That white line is Interstate 555. And again, ahead of the tornado, ahead of the possible damage path there, that tornado in the back, you're going to get the hail and the high wind gusts. So McCormick, you're getting the large hail right now, and that's going to be coming over 555 near Cassidy, just south of Jonesboro. And again, this is all in Poinsett County, Arkansas. Eventually more of an issue for Mississippi County. So reports continue to come in of that possible tornado that just came through Harrisburg. And again, several reports of that. That is going to continue east. Lepanto, Arkansas, you're in this warning as well. I need you in your safe place. Truman, the worst of it probably south of you. I'm going to be watching just between Truman and Marked Tree on 555. That's where the worst of that storm is going to be coming in. Really quickly, I don't want to spend too much time off of the tornado warning because that is the most serious thing we have right now. If we just had a tornado come through Harrisburg, that's what we're going to have to focus on. But this entire line of storms is destructive. This is coming through Mississippi County, Arkansas right now near Blytheville and Osceola. No tornado warning for you, but very high wind gusts and potential of hail. We have reports of some wind back in Jonesboro. That's the same storm that's coming through you now. So Blytheville and Osceola, even though there's not a tornado threat with this area, it is still producing very high wind gusts and hail. And that's why we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. And that's going to extend across the river into Lauderdale County, Tennessee, and Tipton County, Tennessee. So that whole batch of thunderstorms moving east, the most southern part of the line is where we have a tornado right now, and that has just come through Harrisburg, Arkansas. I'm going to put one more track on this as it's kind of updated its location. Again, what I'm tracking is the tornado. You're going to get the wind and hail first, but Marked Tree very close to you by about 816. Lepanto, Arkansas at 824. Joyner at 837. And again, that's getting over into southern Mississippi County. No warning for you right now, but if that holds together, that warning kit is probably going to have to be extended as we continue to watch this. We are giving calls to Harrisburg, checking in on reports and seeing what they have to say. Hopefully, again, it lifted. There's no serious damage, but we did have some reports of damage earlier in the western portion of Poinsett County, and that same tornado is what came through Harrisburg, likely just a little bit ago.
That's right, Trevor. And of course, we're hoping that everyone's staying safe. We want to keep you informed of now more of our northern viewing area is now within some several severe thunderstorm warnings. So Dyer County and the Dyersburg area, if you look up toward the north there, that's where we have 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Those are the threats with that northern extent of the severe thunderstorm line. Notice that we've got basically an uninterrupted line of thunderstorms now continuously warned from north to south across some of our northern viewing area. Of course, we have the confirmed tornado warning there shaded in that hot pink color, and then the extension of the severe thunderstorm warning now into some more counties here into some of our northern viewing areas. The Blytheville area up towards Covington, Atoka, you're all going to be within that severe thunderstorm. So Dyer County into Lauderdale County, all of Mississippi County is within that severe thunderstorm warning, as well as parts of Tipton County right now. So I'll go ahead and clear some of that off so we can just see the radar. We'll zoom in once again on this tornado warning. Now, this is starting to look a little less organized as we saw a few frames ago, about 10-15 minutes ago. It looks far more organized. That's that classic hook echo structure on a tornado warning or on a supercell thunderstorm. Now it's beginning to get a little more convection on the back side of it. Whenever we see that, that can sometimes interrupt some of the flow of the storm, and that can sometimes weaken it. So hopefully that will be something we will see happen within 15 minutes. That's not happening now. We still have that tornado warning present, so we still want to treat it as if it were on the ground. As we switch over to the velocity product here, you can see that we've got several areas of some rotation. That's right around that Old Weona area there outside of Whitaker, Arkansas. If we look in just a little closer on the southern side, we get a lot of noise in the radar representation, so that's likely not showing up. So we switch over to a different radar product that helps to clear up some of the noise. Here you can see that classic red on green color that we usually will talk about whenever we're talking about a tornado. So we've got that area right here between McCormick and Old Weona, and then we've got that divider line where the green and the red are coming together. So the red is rain, some sort of something in the air that is blowing away from the radar site in Millington, and then the green is blowing towards the radar site. So that kind of rotation, that kind of wind against wind leads to the rotation in between that. It's impossible to determine where along that borderline we have the tornado. So don't necessarily see, oh, I don't see the pixels connecting over me, I'm fine. It can quickly change. It can change course. Of course, radar is never a live image. It's something that happened a few minutes ago. We've got to wait a few more minutes before we see the next most recent image. So, of course, this is already downwind towards the Pineway area. It could very well be already at that I-555 corridor. So if you know anyone who is headed north or south along I-55 here around Cassidy to Mark Tree, give them a call. Make sure that they're taking shelter off the interstate. One thing, if you're on the interstate, never go under an overpass. That's going to be one of the worst places you can be, not only for the hazard to traffic, but if a tornado does cross an overpass, think of it like a wind tunnel. That's wind that's going to be squeezed underneath that overpass, and that is going to accelerate the winds. So you never want to stop underneath an overpass on a highway or any sort of roadway. Looking out towards the Etowah area now, I want to switch over to a different velocity product. This shows that that area of that teal color, so the severe wind spread, has gone down. I'll come back to that in a moment. New tornado warnings just issued. Trevor, I think you've got some details on that. Let's send it to you.
Yeah, Kit, they've just expanded this tornado warning. As we've said, we've had reports of a tornado, reports of damage through Poinsett County. It started back near Fisher. Just came through Harrisburg. We've reached out to the Poinsett County EMA. We're in touch with them to try to get some information. But this possible tornado now about to cross I-555 near Pineway. And as I zoom in here just a little bit, there you see Pineway. And this is not far from Mark Tree. So if there is a tornado, Kit's been calling out Old Weona, Weona Junction. It's now getting closer to 555 just north of Mark Tree. So Mark Tree, I need you in your tornado safe place now. This thing has a history of producing a tornado, and that tornado could still be on the ground. It's about 4 miles west of Mark Tree, and it's continuing to the east. That's why they have expanded this tornado warning. This now includes the southern portion of Mississippi County and a little bit of Tipton County, Tennessee, because if we zoom out just a little bit, you'll be able to see generally the direction that this thing is headed. It's passing over I-555 now. It's going to be in southern Mississippi, and then eventually, if it holds together as it crosses the river, Tipton County, Lauderdale County. Now, even if you don't get the tornado, you are under the warning for high wind gusts and hail. And even if this storm loses its intensity a little bit, you're still going to be hit with that wind and hail. Dyer County, Dyersburg, you're in a thunderstorm warning. Lauderdale and Tipton, this particular storm is headed to you as well. Now, it looks like this one, for the most part, is going to be north of Memphis, but we have more storms overnight. We told you this was going to be an overnight situation, and we're going to see storms continue for the next several hours. I do think we have a live view. We just were talking about that Pineway area. I believe we have a live picture of I-555 near Pineway right now, and if there is a tornado, that's where this thing is going to be. 555 near Pineway, Arkansas, just to the northwest of Mark Tree. Let's go ahead and take a look at that image there. This is, again, 555, I should say, near Pineway. And, of course, it's nighttime out there. We're in a little bit more of a rural area, so we don't have street lights necessarily. It is a little dark out there on 555 this time of night. But you can see the rain, the wind. You see the lightning illuminating the road just a little bit. I hate to see folks driving out there. Nobody should be on 555 right now. Between Mark Tree all the way up into really Craighead County to Jonesboro, because we have a possible tornado that is probably about to be very close to Mark's Tree, Arkansas, not far from where this camera is located. Maybe we can pick one just a little bit further south. That camera was right here. We might want to look a little bit further to the south, maybe closer to Mark's Tree, because as this possible tornado moves east, it's going to be pretty close to that. So we'll watch those cameras. I appreciate y'all back at the back for getting those out for us. But again, if you're just joining us, we have a new area that is included in this tornado warning. So a lot of people's phones are just going off. So I do want to reset for you for just a second. We have nasty storms moving across much of the Mid-South. Hail and high wind gusts, pretty much a guarantee. What we're concerned about with right now, what we're going to stick with for the next little bit, is this tornado that was reported in Poinsett County. It's very close to Mark's Tree on 555 right now. So Mark Tree, I need you in your closet, your bathroom, whatever interior room, whatever safe place you pick that's in the center of your house away from windows. That's where I need you to be at, because this tornado could still be on the ground. It apparently was when it came through Harrisburg. We're trying to get reports of damage there to see if everybody's okay, everything's okay there. But this tornado could still be on the ground, crossing 555 near Mark Tree. Then it's going to be an issue for southern Mississippi County. You're in that tornado warning as well, and it could continue to the east. It will continue to the east. Hopefully that tornado will weaken or lift off the ground, but for right now, we're going to have to watch, because this thing could also be crossing the river into Tipton or Lauderdale counties. Again, we're reaching out to the EMA folks to figure out exactly what has happened up there, but several storm chasers and spotters kit were just reporting that tornado could still be on the ground, and that's why that tornado warning is out. If it's down, it's very close to Mark Tree right now.
And I want to take a look out here from the Mark Tree area, more views of this storm on the Arkansas DOT. This is just outside of the Marked Tree area on 555. There we have it there. We've seen a lot of lightning abundantly with this storm. You can see some flashes there. The heavy rain is already starting to come down. The resolution's a little low, but you can tell just with those bright lights on those cars how much it's reflecting off of the roadway. So also keep in mind, of course, there's the severe threats, but there's also just the quick flash flood threat or ponding on the roadway threat. With this heavy rain that's coming down, you could hydroplane and get driven off the road. So always remember to slow down if you are going to continue to drive through a thunderstorm. Let's swap back over to the radar view. Of course, this tornado warning continues here around the Marked Tree area. One thing of note that we can take as a little bit of a slight comfort, we'll call it, just the fact that this is now no longer a confirmed tornado warning. We've dropped back to that red color. It's been producing a tornado. We've had numerous reports of damage, of visual from storm spotters confirming that that was on the ground back towards the west part of Poinsett County. Now we haven't had enough confirmation in recent minutes to continue that confirmed tornado, but since it has the history, since it still has the circulation, it could still produce a tornado. So that's until 9 o'clock this evening, so another 45 minutes for that particular warning unless things change there. I want to switch back over to the velocity product so that we can just see where some of that rotation is on that storm. It's looking a little more messy now. So of course that we were talking about that red on green just a moment ago. We do see a little bit of that off towards the northern side here, towards the Cassidy area, on right there at near I-555 where it turns north. That is just embedded within some of the rain column, not within the area where we would expect the rotation to be of the rotating updraft. So that's sort of on the back side of the storm. We would expect it to be the rotation concern on the southern flank of that storm, and I'm just not seeing it as prominently there. But as we switch over to a slightly different viewing of this, so this takes into account the storm motion of the storm here. And that actually does show a little better of some broad, weak rotation there. So we've never seen a couplet. So a couplet would be a bright green pixel next to a bright red pixel. And that would mean that we've got very fast, very tight rotation. We've never seen that because this is scanning several thousand feet above the ground. The thing is, we're pretty far from the radar site in Millington in northern Shelby County. So that makes it very difficult to see what's happening at the ground. Some of the initial reports was that this was just a very weak rope tornado, or a very weak tornado, and then it was a stovepipe. It started to gather itself, become more organized. But that was all so low level, it never really got enough organization to bring that rotation up into the mid levels of the cloud here where we would better see it. But it's looking like that circulation here has moved closer to Mark Tree. So we'll get back to that Mark Tree. Of course, you want to be in your shelter, most interior room of your home, the lowest level of your home. Of course, we'll pop those tornado safety tips up onto your screen now. We want to talk about that. Sorry, I'll get that right back here. Of course, the lowest level, most interior room. If you live into a higher elevation, of course, apartment complex, excuse me, you want to get to the lowest floor. Covering yourself with a blanket. Take a very heavy blanket. Grab that comforter that's still on your bed from winter. Cover yourself with that. Wearing a helmet. If your kids have a bicycle helmet, baseball helmet, football helmet, anything to protect your head, and go into those shelters. Also bring your shoes with you just in case you do have to go through debris after the storm passes through. We'll zoom back in on that Mark Tree area. Of course, that's where we've been tracking this tornado. Most recently, it started to show that radar couplets or the rotation. We see just a quick update on that tornado warning trimming back. So the Harrisburg area, of course, you've been out of the warning for a little while. You are now all clear, but we're still seeing that rotation around Mark Tree. This is Lock and Dam Road around Highway 135 there, Highway 322 towards the Tyronza area. Witten, you're downstream of this. You'll likely see the threats for that tornado coming to your area as well. I'm going to check in with some data from the National Weather Service and send things back over to meteorologist Trevor Burchett.
Yeah, Kit, thanks for that. And as soon as you hear anything, definitely let us know, and we'll keep an eye on things here. I do want to kind of reset for just a moment. Maybe if we can lose this banner here for just a second, just so I can show the entire Mid-South here, because, of course, we have a lot of questions about what is going on in my area. And for right now, Memphis is quiet, Shelby County's quiet. All of North Mississippi is quiet. So that's why we're not talking about those areas right now. This first initial batch of thunderstorms is in northeast Arkansas right now. More, though, developing back to the south and west. Those we're going to have to watch as well. And there's going to be more storms coming up from southwest Arkansas. So while this is kind of the first batch that's going to mainly affect West Tennessee, there's going to be more coming in the overnight hours while we are sleeping, at least while you're sleeping. We'll be here watching things, but in the overnight hours, those storms are going to be coming in from the south and west. So even if you're not seeing anything right now, things could continue as we go through the rest of the night. For right now, we do have a tornado watch that's in effect for Memphis and the northern half of the Mid-South. That's till 11 p.m. They are just about to expand that further south and east to probably include the rest of the Mid-South until a later time in the evening. So for this area, for the most part, that threat's going to be over at 11 o'clock. The other parts of the Mid-South, things are still going to be going on through at least 1 or 2 in the morning. So I want to go back to the radar and just kind of zoom back in and talk about the areas of concern that we have right now. But I did just want to give a reset for everybody that's watching, because I know a lot of you, unfortunately, are not seeing storms right now. As much as I wish I could pick and choose who gets to watch American Idol and who doesn't, we do not have that technology yet. I sincerely apologize. I know we all want to see who makes it into the next round, but we have a possible tornado still on the ground, and we're going to have to stay with it as long as people's lives are in jeopardy. Not everybody has a cell phone. Some people are still relying on TV, so we are going to have to stick with this, and we're going to continue to do so as long as lives and property are in danger. So this is the setup of the storms right now. Nasty storms coming into Dyersburg. We've got some near Blytheville right now coming into Ripley and Lauderdale County. That batch does not have a tornado warning on it. What it does have is a severe thunderstorm warning for high wind gusts and hail. That's coming into Dyersburg and Lauderdale County. And then on the southern side of that storm, that line of storms, still a potential tornado and a tornado warning that's in effect for eastern Poinsett and southern Mississippi counties in Arkansas. We still have signs that there could be a tornado on the ground near Marked Tree, Arkansas, near Interstate 555. We already have reports of damage from further back in Poinsett County as we go further back along Highway 49. We did have those damage reports from near Fisher a little bit ago, and then that tornado came up toward Harrisburg, hopefully lifted before it came through town. We're still waiting on any reports from there, but still Good signs of rotation, strong signs of rotation near the marked tree area, at least some spinning up in the clouds. The question is it still touching the ground? If it is, it's pretty much over 5:55 in marked tree right now. So marked tree, stay sheltered for at least the next 10 minutes. Hopefully this thing is not on the ground. Hopefully it's lifted and we can clear you out of here soon enough. But there is still a threat of a tornado right over marked tree right now with that rotation continuing. What you're looking at here, I know it's kind of hard to pick out. These are winds going in different directions. Reds are going this way, greens are going in another direction. So when you get the greens and the reds a little closer together, that's where we get some of that twisting up in the clouds. And that is an indication that there could be a tornado. And again, we already have confirmation that a tornado did damage earlier in western Poinsett County. So that thing could be doing the same thing there near marked tree. So again, now you know where it is. Let's talk about where it's going. I'm going to switch back to the regular old radar just so you kind of get a better understanding of what's going on here. This thing's moving east, maybe a little bit south of east, but in general, more just an easterly direction. It's coming in at about 45 miles an hour, and that is why part of the tornado warning does include Tipton County. So I'm going to track this thing out to the east, maybe again a little bit south of east, but where this thing is going, it's going to be near Joyner by about 8:40, Golden Lake at 8:48, Drummond's in Tipton County by 8:58, Gilt Edge at 9:04, Atoka at 9:08, Covington at 9:18. Again, hopefully this thing will weaken a little bit before it gets there, but I want to give you that heads up. I want to give you as early of a heads up as possible as this storm continues to move east, because even if the tornado is still not touching down, high wind gusts and very large hail are going to continue to be a concern. We'll actually show you the hail here for just a second. And got a couple of purple blobs in here. That's all area where hail is possible. So near marked tree on 555 right now, and they even north on 55 from Osceola to Blytheville. Likely some hail falling. We have several reports from around the Mid-South of pea to dime sized hail coming down, and that's going to be a concern with the storms later on. Kit, I'll get back to you in just a second, but I do want to zoom out for just a couple of moments. Of course, our focus is going to continue to be on this tornado warning for Poinsett County. But even though it's dry in Memphis, I want you to look way back here in southern Arkansas. That's the next round of storms. That's what's coming in. It's going to be several more hours before it gets here. But as we look a little closer to 10 p.m., 11 p.m., midnight, that batch of storms is going to be approaching the Mid-South, and they could pose the same risks. High wind gusts, hail, maybe a tornado or two. So if you're getting ready to go to bed, keep an eye on those. Make sure you have a way to get a weather alert that will wake you up tonight, because even though these storms are not in Memphis right now, Kit, there could be more on the way a little later on.
That's true, Trevor. And of course, we're seeing still a lot of energy out ahead of some of these thunderstorms. One thing that's happening at night is we're starting to cool down the surface, so that starts to stabilize the atmosphere. But up above the stable layer, where these thunderstorms are still tapping into a ton of energy, they are still going to be pushing ahead with this line. As we loop this over the last 3 hours, you can see just how much energy has surged into the Mid-South for these thunderstorms to develop. And that's, of course, why we have these thunderstorms happening at this time, mostly north of I-40. The thing is, the cold front is also coming in on the backside of these thunderstorms, so that's helping to get them started. If we just sort of draw that on, that's starting to push through, and that's kicked them off initially. As that starts to move in, as the cold front will just drag it forward, that will eventually bring it towards the Memphis area and possibly into northern Mississippi. It might start to move a little more towards the side, and it might not clip into Mississippi at this moment. The Storm Prediction Center, the ones who issue the watches for these storms, they're looking at this area into western Kentucky and all of western Tennessee as an extension for the current tornado watch. One thing they mentioned is that northern Mississippi is not being considered for that tornado watch, so that's some good news there. That's why I was thinking that front might begin to move more eastward, more laterally, rather than pushing all the way south. And that's where we're looking at that chance for that tornado potential to expand. We don't have a lot more counties downwind of these storms, but of course, Covington, you are downwind of the current tornado warning, Brownsville eventually, Jackson as well. Most of this is just north of the Memphis area, but of course, just as Trevor was mentioning, some of those storms that are on the southern side, just outside of the Des Arc area, the Cotton Plant area, west of Forest City, Arkansas, those could move towards Memphis, and those could pose a tornado threat for us. So we all want to be on guard. One thing I'm seeing that is a good feature to see whenever we're talking about tornadoes or the potential for these thunderstorms to become surface-based, right here you can see this line coming out sort of from that bottom of the hook of that tornado-warned storm off towards the north, just outside of the Mark Tree area, moving down towards the Wynn area. That's what's called outflow. That's the exhale of the thunderstorm as it's pushing forward, and that makes the storms behind it become elevated. Notice how much more noisy and chaotic these storms are versus the one that is much more organized here in Poinsett and parts of Mississippi County. That storm is more organized because it's still tapping into all of the energy all the way down to the surface. It's not become elevated yet. So that's why we still have that potential for that storm to produce a tornado. I want to get back into some of the details with that storm. Of course, the hail with it has been quite large over the last several minutes here. We've just seen on this hail track, I'll put up some numbers there, around 1.5 inches in diameter for that hail. That's, of course, what the warning has been for. So that's some good news. It looks almost like it's trending down. That might be a sign that the storm is weakening a little bit. So we'll be hopeful that that is going to remain the case in subsequent scans. Looking back at the velocity now, though, you can see that we still have that rotation that Trevor was talking about previously. You can see just that outward flow and inward flow. If we switch over to another velocity product that shows us those winds, again, some pretty decent winds on that northern side and pretty weak on the southern side. So it's pretty broad rotation in the mid-levels of the storm. That, of course, can consolidate down to the surface as a tornado. So we want to be sure that everyone around the Winton area, Joyner, just outside of the Tyronza area as well, right within the Tyronza area, you want to be seeking shelter. Again, interior room, lowest level of your home or residence. That's the best place to be safe during a tornado warning. Now, notice it's sort of right there on the border with the Birdsong area, St. Thomas, Pecan Point. You're also just on the cusp of this tornado warning. Consider yourself within the warning just to be safe, as sometimes these storms can take a rather chaotic route and can sometimes zigzag as they come through. So you always want to be very cautious around the cusp of these warnings here. It looks like the radar dropped the velocity there for a moment, so we'll switch back to classic radar view. One thing I want to point out, on the northern side of the storm, just northeast of Mark Tree, you can see some of those purple shades there on the radar. I'll point it out to you. That's where we're seeing the most likely part of the storm to produce hail. Alto, Wilbeth, you're likely going to see some hail, hear some hail very soon. I want to take a cross section of this storm here just to see how high up some of this hail is getting within this thunderstorm at the moment. I have to zoom back out just really quickly. We're seeing some of that, the thunderstorm itself, upwards of 40,000 feet. So that's cruising altitude for commercial airliners. If we look back and forth, sort of a scan north and south of this storm, it looks like 40,000 is about the peak of that storm, but we're still seeing some of the hail lofted upwards of 25,000 feet. So you can see it very clearly here. You can just see how it's that thunderstorm is pulling up the moisture into the storm, and that's where it's producing the hail just to the northeast of Mark Tree. Eventually, that will fall out of the storm. You can sort of see right there near the base where some of the hail is falling down to the surface. So a pretty decent signature of hail within this thunderstorm. Of course, there's also the tornado threat, but the 1.5 inch hail is going to cause a lot of damage with some of these thunderstorms. I want to swap back over to our full view of radar. Of course, this is just on sort of the northwestern quadrant of our viewing area. Everything in northern Mississippi right now, you are in the clear. Nothing is happening at the moment. Memphis is also in the clear, where the bulk of our viewers are. But of course, we still want to keep our viewers in mind off towards northeast Arkansas here this evening. Trevor, you have any updates for us?
Yeah, just want to take a live look outside. This is from Memphis, looking back to the north and west from our Midtown camera. Tons of lightning out there. You can see just how strong that storm is. Obviously, any lightning like that is going to be very indicative of a very strong storm. So that's all the way from Memphis in Midtown at the Southern College of Optometry, looking off to the north and west. That storm's all the way up in Mississippi County, Arkansas. Just an incredible incredible light show out there as that storm continues to roll through. Again, that storm does have a tornado warning on it for right now. With signs of rotation that had passed Mark Tree and now coming into southern Mississippi County. Even if you're not in the tornado warning, you do have the risk of hail and high wind gusts. Now, like I said earlier, this particular batch of storms is going to miss the city of Memphis. Now, down to the south, there are more storms developing. We have been telling you for days that this was going to be a mainly overnight event. This is just kind of the first batch of storms that's going to move through western Tennessee, and then we're going to have more storms develop that come into the rest of the Mid-South a little bit later on in the overnight hours. And it looks like we've just gotten a new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll keep an eye on that camera and go back to it, but they've expanded this severe thunderstorm warning for Tipton, Lauderdale, now Haywood, portions of Crockett, and Dyer County. That entire batch of storms, that line of storms is producing high wind gusts and very large hail. We've had reports, I think just a moment ago I saw, from near Poinsett County, that was in Poinsett County, of 1 3/4 inches hail near Mark Tree. And that storm is still coming through there now. So this storm has a history of producing very large hail, high wind gusts, and I don't want to forget, it also still has a history of producing tornadoes that have done damage in Poinsett County. And that tornado warning is still in effect. It goes for Poinsett County, Arkansas, southern Mississippi County, Arkansas, and a sliver of Tipton County as this possible tornado now is near Mark Tree or just south of it. There's 555. Still that little hook echo that we're seeing. We'll check out the velocity and the wind with inside the storm to see if anything interesting is going on. I'm not seeing any incredible signs of rotation here, but we still have that tornado warning that is in effect. So right now that tornado might have lifted. It did cause damage earlier. That's why we're kind of concerned about it, is because we had several reports of damage back in Poinsett County, Arkansas, and now that storm near Mark Tree, it is moving off to the east as well. So southern Mississippi County, stay in your tornado safe place. Everyone else, even if you're not impacted by this particular storm, is going to get the hail and the high wind gusts. And I want to put another storm track on all of this big line of storms, and then it looks like they've just updated the tornado watch. So we'll get an update on that here in just a second. But this entire line of storms moving to the east, Covington at 8:39, Atoka at 8:53, Brownsville at 9:03, Humboldt at 9:17, and then eventually toward Jackson, Tennessee by about 9:32. But again, the gist of it is this entire line of storms producing hail and high wind gusts. Dyersburg's getting it right now. It's coming into Ripley, Tennessee. Probably some very high wind gusts into Ripley right now, and then Covington in just a matter of minutes. Still that possible tornado. We'll get one more check of that before we get an update on that tornado watch, but still signs of rotation that are just past Mark Tree now. I know Mark Tree, you're still getting the hail and the high wind gusts, but that thing's coming to the east and it's going to be crossing I-55. This storm is in the next little bit, kind of just to the south of Osceola, and that could produce some high wind gusts and hail in there as well. So if you're along 55 in southern Mississippi County, make sure you're keeping an eye on this thing. No indication right now that this tornado is still on the ground, but it was earlier and could still touch back down. We're in a really good environment today for tornadoes and severe thunderstorms to develop, and that is why we have that tornado watch that is in effect for a good chunk of the Mid-South through 11 o'clock. And Kit, I believe they've updated portions of it or maybe clip some people out. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so the Storm Prediction Center has expanded that tornado watch into parts of Middle Tennessee and Western Tennessee now, all included within that. And of course, that goes all the way up into Kentucky. But as far as our viewing area is concerned, places around Bolivar, they're in Hardeman County, Haywood County, Crockett County, McNairy County, also included within that new tornado watch. These storms are going to continue to push east over the next several hours. So this is until 3 a.m. for this expanded tornado watch. This is up to 2-inch diameter hail. That is a step down from the previous watch, which was up to 3. One thing that's happening is since we're losing the daylight, we're losing some of that instability. So it's making it harder for the giant hail to form. So 2-inch hail can still do a lot of damage. That's about the size of a lime you get from the grocery store. But 70-mile-per-hour winds are also part of that threat. And the tornado threat continues. That's why it's a tornado watch, because we've got that main threat for the tornadoes to roll through. So, of course, you can see over the last few hours, they've been marching through northern Arkansas into our viewing area. And most of this has been north of I-40. Memphis hasn't seen anything yet, but we're starting to see there on sort of the western fringe of that remaining tornado watch, we still have just outside of Wynne, Arkansas, that potential for some of those thunderstorms to develop and produce a tornado here very shortly. So we've got to keep that in mind here over the next several minutes here. I want to take you to some of those warnings presently as we start to see those storms marching into some of our northern viewing area there in West Tennessee. Dyersburg, good news for you, you're no longer included in a severe thunderstorm warning. Storms have weakened, but you could still see maybe 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts. That can do some minor damage. Be aware of that. The Gates area here into parts of Lauderdale County, north of Covington, Ashport, Ripley are within that severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of large hail and damaging winds, and a tornado possible tag is on that northern warning. Of course, we still have that tornado warning that is looking even more healthy now on the most recent scan, but the other threat with the tornado is golf ball sized hail. So a very large hail threat with that storm presently. I want to take a look at this storm as it started to wrap back in on itself. It's starting to get a little more of a classic view. So as I grab the right tool here, it doesn't look like it's showing quite as significant of a wind signature of that green to red. It's not quite as strong and standing out as I thought it might with some of this radar imagery. But you can just sort of notice, if you follow along with me, that shape of the storm. I mentioned it earlier. If you look at the back of your hand, you see how your thumb curls around. I'll show it for you like this. You can see how that would mimic the shape of a supercell thunderstorm. And it's right around the thumb. That's the point of interest for a thunderstorm of this caliber. So right where we're seeing some of that curling in, sort of like a 6, that's where we see that rotating updraft beginning. And then of course it goes up into the thunderstorm, it lofts the rain and the precipitation, produces hail, and that eventually gets thrown out in two directions here, out ahead of that. So that's where we're seeing the potential for the tornado on the southern flank of that storm, and then the hail and heavy wind and heavy rainfall also. So this is where we're looking at around the Whitten to Birdsong area, eventually crossing I-55. Not 555, it's already crossed 555, but I-55 is up next. So if you had anyone who just left and they're headed out, they're going to brave the rain, let them know they're still within a tornado warning here into parts of Poinsett County along the entire length there of Interstate 55. I want to take a little more of a broad perspective on that storm. I'll clear off some of the drawing there. You can see over the last, we'll do this over the last 30 minutes, some of the motion of this thunderstorm. It's moving east at a pretty decent clip, around 45 miles per hour. So it's even started to take almost more of a just south of east direction there. Trevor, if my eyes are deceiving me, let me know, but it looks almost like it sort of started to clip a little more towards the south. So I'm just going to be a little bold here and draw a forecast cone just outside of the present tornado warning to see where Atoka lands within this. Because Atoka, you'd be around 9:15, we'll call it a little bit earlier than what the radar estimates there. 9:15 around that Atoka area. We'll get that information back up here. A little bit closer, Whitten, it's right away, and the next couple of minutes is moving through your area, so be in your shelter. The Golden Lake area, you're around right around the 9 o'clock hour, so right at the top of the hour. Of course, we'll keep on seeing that progress through some of that area. Bassett, you're a little bit closer, 9:52. Delpro around 9:56. Munford eventually, that'll be in West Tennessee there at around 9:15, and Brighton around 9:22. So we'll see if it makes it all the way that far, if it keeps itself held together. But it's made a pretty impressive signature just through the length of Poinsett County. If we just go over the last 45 minutes or so, if we just sort of get a measurement of back to where it was, it's tracked almost 40 miles across Poinsett County from the initial report of a very quick gustnado that then turned into a full-blown tornado. Stovepipe was reported to the National Weather Service. So this has been a long-track supercell thunderstorm just for a full length of a county, and it looks like it's going to keep up that momentum over the next hour or so, Trevor.
Yeah, exactly right about that. I was trying to get an update here on social media, but yeah, we're gonna have to watch this thing. You mentioned moving a little bit south of east, and it has done that. We're gonna have to really watch Atoka and Tipton County here in just a little bit because this thing, like Kit was mentioning, north of Turl, north of that split there where you have 555 and 55, that thing looks really intimidating on the radar. It looks like one of those classic hook echo kind of storms. The velocity, though, and the actual wind pattern in here does not look very impressive. Now, once you start to get that wind wrapping back in here, it's easy for a tornado to spin back up. That's why the tornado warning is still in effect. So this is kind of right over County Road 1. Here's 118 near Whitten, and then 77. So 118 and 77 is right there. And this area of rotation is going to be pretty close to that, maybe just a little bit further south, closer to 308. And this is going to be all, again, moving toward the east, and eventually going to be crossing the river here in just a little bit. So that little hook, that's the area we're watching. It's going to be coming really close to areas like Golden Lake in southern Mississippi County, Arkansas, and then you get kind of crossed right over into Tipton County as well. And I know Kit just did this, but I want to track out that possible tornado one more time just to give you that early heads up as it moves maybe just a little bit south of east. Birdsong at 8:43, Joyner at 8:51, Golden Lake, like we just called out, at about 8:59, and then we get into Tennessee. Drummond's at 9:08, Gilt Edge at 9:15, and then Atoka at 9:18. So if this thing continues its intensity, that's when that possible tornado will be coming through Tipton County. Now we're going to have to watch to see if this maintains its strength and if it's going to be continued as a tornado warning into Tipton County. But even if it's not, the hail and the wind are still major concerns, not only here, but also off to the north up toward Dyersburg, right through Lauderdale County near Ripley as well. Very high wind gusts there. And then right at the tail end of it, we've got that possible tornado that's about to cross over into southern Mississippi County. I do want to get one more look outside. We showed you this camera a little bit earlier. This is from our Midtown Memphis camera looking off to the north and west, and we have just seen almost a constant lightning show on this camera. This is from the roof of the Southern College of Optometry in Midtown. I'm going to spin this thing over just a little bit more so we can get a slightly better view. This storm is getting a little bit more due north of Memphis, at least closer to it. And you see all of the incredible lighting. That is just a remarkable sign that this storm is continuing to intensify. When you see that much lightning, you've got a very tall and a very strong thunderstorm, a storm that's likely producing a good bit of hail, in addition to that possible tornado and in addition to the high wind gusts. Now, as we've been saying, this particular storm is going to miss Memphis. This is going to be north of Memphis through the rest of West Tennessee. But I don't want you to let your guard down because we actually have more thunderstorms coming in overnight tonight. We've been talking about that for several days here. We still have this kind of boundary, this front from near Wynn all the way back to Arkansas. And we have more storms developing along that. We've got storms just south of Little Rock right now that are going to be moving to the north and east. And that's going to be closer into our area by about 11 o'clock or midnight. So we're going to have to watch those very carefully. I know round one is mainly going to be for northeast Arkansas and then West Tennessee north of Memphis. But we have more storms coming in that could impact the areas that haven't already been impacted. And again, they'll continue to have a risk of high wind gusts and hail. Right now, we do have that tornado potential. We've got a tornado warning. I will say as the night goes on, that tornado potential will weaken just a little bit. As we get further into the night, this is going to be more of a high wind and hail threat. But right now, that wind energy is still in place that we could get a couple of spin-up tornadoes. And we've seen that already with this storm that has put down a tornado in Poinsett County, Arkansas, and has produced some damage here. So I do want to take a look here as this storm is kind of crossing into southern Mississippi County, Arkansas. Mark Tree, the worst of it's past you. You're still going to get some rain and some wind, but the worst of it, the hail and that possible tornado, has now moved east of you, and it's just crossing into southern Mississippi County. The worst of this is going to be right along 55 as we zoom in here. 55 and then near Whitten there, you see Joyner, Bassett, Golden Lake, north of 61, kind of north and west of 61 there for now, and eventually going to cross that area on Interstate 55. We'll zoom in here and try to get some of those intersections there along 55. There you see 118. So if you live up here, you should know 55, Interstate 55, and Arkansas 118. Near that intersection, that's probably where there is some hail falling, and still the threat of a tornado. I do not want to discount the fact that we have a tornado warning in effect, and that's kind of a little hard view to see where you are. I want to make sure you can get your bearings, so I'm going to zoom out just a little bit more. So there you see Poinsett County. This is southern Mississippi County. Then you get into Crittenden County. Here's Turl right here. This is going to be just to the north of Turl, but I would not be driving on Interstate 55 north of Turl or south of Osceola. Between those areas on 55 from Turl to Osceola, you're going to have hail, high wind gusts, and a possible tornado there on the back side of that storm. We're going to see what they do with this tornado warning. Technically, it goes until 9 p.m., but in addition to the tornado, hail of almost 2 inches. And that it might be becoming more of a threat in this storm. You see the hail detector just absolutely lighting up with that bullseye in southeastern Poinsett County near Mark Tree, and then southern Mississippi County. So unless you want damage to your car, again, nobody should be driving on 55 between Turl and Osceola. And then that is going to continue to be an issue as it moves to the east into Tipton County. But again, Kit, that tornado warning is still in effect. I think both of us have kind of been investigating the wind inside the storm. Might be getting a little stronger right now. We've been watching for some of those greens and reds to brighten up a little bit, which shows us increasing wind and then coming a little bit closer together. So we're gonna have to watch to see if we can get a little more twisting in there. There's definitely something spinning around in the clouds. This storm, as we've seen, is not afraid to put down a tornado. It's already done it just a few miles back. So that whole area south and east of Mark Tree, there's County Line Road right there. And then here's 77 and 308. So this is just right on the county line of Poinsett and Mississippi County. And then right behind me is 55. So that is really close to 55 and 118. If there is a tornado, that's where it is. And it's going to continue to move through southern Mississippi County, Kit.
I think you're right there, Trevor. Of course, we've started to see some of these storms developing, and through a full lifetime of a supercell, they have started to exhibit some characteristics. But I want to take you for a quick moment. All of these counties here, you see we've got highlighted in the lighter gray off to the north, off towards the south, off towards the east, and off towards the west. All of these counties you see in light gray, we are transmitting to those counties. That is our responsibility of what we have to cover, and we're going to do that. We're unfortunately covering some American Idol. I know several viewers have been writing to us saying that they're upset, but unfortunately, we can't change the transmitter to just a single county. We can't change it from the Memphis area or just to the Turl area or just to the Covington area. We have to broadcast to everyone. So we apologize that we're covering your show this evening. Our first priority, of course, is the safety of every viewer in our viewing area. And that's why we're covering up your show this evening. So hopefully you can forgive us for that. But one thing I want to point out, Trevor, that I was looking at with this storm, the National Weather Service was also mentioning it, is it looks like this storm has become elevated. It's no longer attached to the surface. So if I swap back to radar, I'll grab my draw tool out here. You can sort of see there's this line of light green south of the storm that continues sort of up into the storm. And if I manually change over to the velocity, this is a little more complicated. Usually I just have a fast shortcut button. This should show it. So you can see where we've not really had that couplet signature, that rotation on the storm. If we switch to the other storm relative velocity, again, it's not really showing up with a tornado signature anymore. So that's some good news, I would say. So this storm appears to be falling apart. It's become elevated. When we say elevated, that means that the winds that had been rotating have now gotten disconnected from the surface. As the storm exhales with all of the rain going down and pushing out across the ground, that can sometimes undercut that rotation, and that's where it becomes elevated. That becomes a reduced threat. So I wouldn't be surprised if at some point soon we see this tornado warning canceled early or at least allowed to expire, and we can get back to regular programming at that time. But notice here some of those winds back on that, we'll switch back to just the velocity signatures here. Some of those winds, we see that green and red connection there, but this connection is actually more of a downburst signature. So if you look towards that side there, and then of course we've got the red on the back side of it here, that would be winds that are going towards the radar and away from the radar. So that is the downburst signature, where the winds, if you can just follow along in your head, they're actually dropping down and spreading out rather than coming up in a twisting motion. So that's one thing I see. I do still see a little bit of rotation right there just outside of the Tyronza area. However, we've had some hail in that region as well, so that could be contaminating that velocity signature. So that's hopefully what's going on. I know not a whole lot is happening in Memphis, but this is where it is raining and hailing. It's a pretty intense thunderstorm for them. So of course they want to be informed of this at the moment. So looking at some of this storm winds off towards the north, this broad severe thunderstorm warning, it's the last severe thunderstorm warning we have. This is for winds that could be up to around 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. This is just around Atoka, Covington, Gates, the Brownsville area now within this. Not quite into central Crockett County, but parts of Crockett County also within this warning. All of Lauderdale County, the eastern third or so of Mississippi County, and just back a little bit there into parts of Tipton County as well. So, of course, if you're watching us online or on air, we appreciate your patience that we're covering up some of your shows. It looks like we just had a new severe thunderstorm warning. I believe that this would be replacing eventually the tornado warning as that storm begins to gust out. Looking back at the classic radar signature here, it's headed towards the Millington area, the 385 loop, eventually towards the I-269. It goes all the way through northern Shelby County. And this is now for winds of 60 miles per hour and 1 3/4 inch hail. So that's golf ball sized hail. So that's a more considerable threat. We want to keep that in mind because now that's coming into our core viewing area as that storm is losing the characteristics of the tornado and starting to transition to more of a straight line wind and large hail threat with that storm. We'll get back over to Trevor here in just a moment, but I'll get that view of the hail within that storm right now. We'll get some information on the screen so you can see how large this hail is. That some of the latest scans showing up 1.6 inches. Sometimes it rounds down or up, and sometimes this is not quite showing what the National Weather Service is. This is our tool that's in our weather system, and the National Weather Service uses a tool of their own. So they're probably seeing a better estimate of up to that golf ball sized hail, so just a little bit larger than 1.6 on that storm presently. Of course, towards the north around the Gates area, it looks like some hail is moving within that storm towards your area. It's not quite to that 1-inch threat, I don't think. It looks like about 3/4 of an inch there around to the Cherry area, about 1/2 inch in diameter, or the Ripley area. Probably already saw that hail roll through. But of course, we want to keep you in mind as those storms could still produce up to 1 inch in diameter. I'm going to check in with the National Weather Service, see if they are going to allow that tornado warning to continue to the top of the hour or if they're going to expire early. But I want to send things back over to Trevor.
All right, Kit, good stuff there. And of course, we're going to continue to keep an eye on this. I did want to give you another live look. This is from Midtown Memphis, looking off to the north. And while there is a ton of lightning over Shelby County right now, most of this storm, in fact, almost all of it is going to be north of Memphis. This particular storm is not going to have a big impact on the city of Memphis itself. Now, there are more storms on the way later tonight, so I don't want you to let your guard down. I know for some of us it's coming up on bedtime. It's a little past my usual bedtime, but if you are getting ready to head off to bed, I do want to make you aware that there could be more storms that develop overnight tonight. They could still tap into some of that storm energy. So even if this particular storm is missing you and not much is going on, there could be more storms that develop overnight. So make sure you have a way to get a weather alert while you're sleeping. Incredible lightning, though, as we look from Midtown Memphis. This is off to the north and west. 240s down at the very, very bottom of your screen. And again, this is from the roof of the Southern College of Optometry as that lightning is continuing to roll on. We have several reports of hail coming in. And what I kind of want to do right now is just do a big reset. As we're coming up to the top of the hour, we're going to have some housekeeping things to do here because normally we would be starting our CW30 news at 9 o'clock. There is thinking that they are going to drop the current tornado warning. So that is good. However, there is still a thunderstorm warning in effect for a portion of Shelby County. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that. But as we watch that, I kind of wanted to give a zoom out, broad view of everything that's happening. Like Kit mentioned, in case you didn't know, we have a very big coverage area. The counties that you're seeing in light gray, that's everybody that gets us on Dish Network, DirecTV, what have it. So most of eastern Arkansas, all of North Mississippi, and West Tennessee gets us. I know if you're in Memphis, you're wondering why we're on TV, and I truly apologize. Promise you, I didn't want to be here on my off day either. But what's most important is keeping people safe. And we had a tornado that did damage earlier in Poinsett County. So it was very important for us to be with you through that, and I do apologize that it took up your regular programming. I'll make sure we get a way to re-show you that. We'll get the link to the rebroadcast of that feed over on our Facebook page by tomorrow once these storms pass. But just a broad view for everybody that we cover. North Mississippi, you're not seeing anything right now. Again, there are storms coming in, though, from the south and west. We're watching those develop in southern Arkansas. So even though it might be clear right now, there could be overnight thunderstorms through at least 1 or 2 in the morning through North Mississippi. Eastern Arkansas, I will say it looks like the worst of it is starting to clear up, at least the worst of this storm, and it's becoming more of a West Tennessee thing. So I want to kind of do a tour here of every storm that's happening. Again, North Mississippi is clear for right now. That could not be the case later on, but for right now, things are clear. For Northeast Arkansas, this is what we're watching. That tornado warning is about to be expired, and it's not going to be extended. At least that's the thinking for right now, because it appears that that tornado threat has weakened quite a bit, which is good. Still a very, very strong thunderstorm that's producing hail and high wind gusts. But it seems like the tornado potential with that storm is going to start to taper off a little bit. We have gotten just a ton of storm reports here from back in Arkansas. And everywhere you see these little blue dots, that's where we have some hail reports. So near Mark Tree, we had a good bit of hail. And then in southern Mississippi County in Arkansas, we've had some of that hail reported as well. I just want to kind of click around and get some of these storm reports. That is quarter-sized hail near Painway. We called out Painway a bit ago near Mark Tree. 1.8-inch size hail. That is 2-inch sized hail. Think about that. That is some big sized hail that probably did damage. Golf ball sized hail near Marked Tree. And then we also have some reports near Tyronza of hail that's about 1 inch. And then in southern Mississippi County, hail reports near 2 inches in Bassett, Arkansas. That was just a couple of minutes ago in southern Mississippi County. So we're going to continue to deal with that hail threat. Even though the tornado threat might be ramping down with this particular storm, hail and very high wind gusts are going to continue to be a concern. I want to scoot over to Northwest Tennessee here and talk about them. Dyersburg, the worst of this is past you. I'd say your severe weather threat might be well done for the night because I think it's going to continue to shift to the south. So Dyersburg, the worst of it's past you. That warning has been dropped, that severe thunderstorm warning. Still very heavy rain and high winds. Maybe some hail coming through Lauderdale County. That's going to be into Crockett County and then Haywood County as well in the next bit. And then Tipton County, you're dealing with the stronger part of the thunderstorm that is producing some larger hail. So this part of the storm is definitely the strongest one. That's the one that has the tornado warning right now. But that is probably going to continue to produce hail and high wind gusts. Even though the tornado potential is going down, we're going to have some hail here through Tipton County. So an early heads up that thing's just crossing the river. But if you're in Tipton County, you are probably going to have some hail. And you just saw we've had golf ball sized hail reported in the southern portion of Mississippi County. And that could start to move a little bit more south as well. That's why Millington is now in that severe thunderstorm warning for hail and high wind gusts. So again, that severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for northern Shelby County as well, because that part of the storm, the most intense part, could clip the northern portion of the county. I still think for the most part, this one is north of Memphis, but it is still going to clip part of Shelby County. I'm going to track just that part because that's the storm that's producing the largest hail right now. Drummond's at 9:04, Atoka at 9:16, Millington at 9:23, Mason at 9:36, Galloway at 9:43, possibly as far south as Arlington by about 9:46. Again, that tornado warning was slated to expire at 9 o'clock. As we come up a little bit closer to that, we're going to see what they do with this. We expect that they're going to continue to let this thing go. And there you see it right there. That tornado warning has expired. So I got to do a big reset here for the government folks for legal identification. You're still watching WATN and WLMT Memphis. What we're going to do, CW30 News at 9 would normally be starting on CW30 right now. So we're going to stay with CW30. We're also going to stick with ABC24 because now we have this hail threat in a portion of Shelby County. The northern portion of Shelby County could be impacted by hail. So we're going to kind of stay where we are for at least the next little bit. Again, our newscast would normally be going on CW30 right now, but we're going to stay on both of our stations, 24 and 30, to continue to track this severe weather threat. And Kit, maybe we can get over to you in just a second for more on that one storm that had the tornado but now does not. Still a big concern. But again, that is the area that is going to be coming into northern Shelby County and Tipton County. And this is what we've got going so far. Notice, though, back to the west, more storms developing. Some of those are already producing hail as well. We are just starting what is likely to be a long night of thunderstorms, Kit.
Trevor, of course, we've seen several of these thunderstorms developing over the last several hours. Many of them began off towards the north in northern Arkansas with a tornado watch out there. That has now been trimmed back. Now, some of our northern Arkansas areas here in our viewing area, still within that tornado watch. I'll expect that to be trimmed back within the next 15-30 minutes or so across this area. But it has been expanded into parts of Middle Tennessee, all of western Tennessee now within that severe tornado watch there in that bright yellow shade. Even Nashville within that. So I want to bring you some of that information. This is until 3 a.m. It will likely be out of our viewing area before then, and we'll of course bring you coverage as needed through that area. So the storms are going to continue to push east. They're pushing east around 45 miles per hour, but they're continuing to back build, developing on the backside of the line. And 70-mile-per-hour winds can do some pretty widespread damage. Also, 2-inch diameter hail that's larger than a golf ball. It's about the size of a lime. And a few tornadoes are possible. While that one tornado warning has been allowed to expire here at the top of the hour, that's some good news. The thing is, we are still likely to see tornadoes develop with some of these thunderstorms. The thing is, though, we've got that line that has become more elevated. And when we say elevated, that means it's no longer connecting down to the surface with the rotation. We've started to see some stability down in the lowest levels of the atmosphere, and now we're just tapping into all of the instability above that, and that's where we're starting to see more of a straight line wind and more of a hail threat, more predominant than the tornado threat. So as we get a pause on this, Millington is right where we have the radar site. It's looking like that's going to be where we see the hail and the heavy rain roll in very shortly. You can see here in southern parts of Mississippi County, this is just outside of Golden Lake, north of the Turl area, is where we've got the core of the hail in this thunderstorm. If we could get some information on the screen here, some pixel queries of that hail, about 1.7, 1.3, so inch and a quarter, inch to 3/4 hail. Large hail up to a golf ball size, that can do a lot of damage. So if you are around the Millington area, go ahead and park your car in a carport somewhere under shelter if you have it, so that your cars can be kept safe. Of course, if you have outdoor animals, dogs, cats, anything, make sure you're calling them inside as well so that they don't get hurt or injured by some of that large hail that could be rolling through that area. We've seen just now, got a buzz on my watch, a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued into the Forest City area as parts of St. Francis County. This is a continuation of a warning that Little Rock issued for this thunderstorm. So I'll get you that information on your screen. I'm going to read out some of that info for you. This is until 9:45 this evening for 1 1/4 inch hail. So that's about the size of a $50 coin. I know a lot of people don't have that, but it's just larger than a quarter moving towards the Forest City area. So that's going to be sort of the next wave of storms. And this, a lot of people have been saying, it's not even raining here in Memphis. It's miles away. This is the storm that will eventually make its way into the Memphis area. It'll take it a couple hours, but we're going to keep our eyes on it as that begins to head that way. The main threat right now, I think, is the larger hail around the Millington area, the 385 loop, eventually towards Lakeland. This is starting to take more of a southeasterly turn. And we were talking about how that storm was over the last hour moving across southern. Let's just go over the last 2 hours here. moved across the Fisher area towards Marked Tree, and then it started to turn south and east. It took sort of that right turn. And that's probably because we're starting to see the cold front already arriving across the Mid-South. So we'll just draw that here. It's been pushing east over the last several hours here, and it's starting to now push into the Mid-South, and that's going to start to push that line east and south as it moves through. So that's what's going to be making it a little tricky to time out exactly when we'll start to see the rain here in Memphis, but it will arrive here this evening at some point. Of course, we'll bring you that severe information as we get it here. Moving back in, of course, the Covington area, you're sort of in a lull between some of that heavy rainfall, but Brownsville, you're up next for the heavier rain with this thunderstorm. As it starts to push in, it'll likely bring the chance for some heavy rain and strong winds. We're north of the radar site, so we'll get back to the velocity here. Being north of the radar site, you sort of get this crossover in the gray shade here. So basically these winds are moving from the west to the east. But as the radar, you see it sweeping through, it's only getting a part of the component. It's not completely parallel with the radar beam. So some of these winds that you see just outside of the Brownsville area moving there into Haywood County, that could be just underrepresenting, even though it looks like it's just weaker winds. You see up here the legend at the top, those brighter pink colors would be where we're seeing severe winds. And it looks like there's a patch of them just north of Brownsville. But this is just not getting a full view from the radar suite. It's difficult to say how fast those winds actually are, but the warning is still present for up to 60-mile-per-hour winds and the 1-inch diameter hail. I think that's, it might be still 1¼ inch hail. Let me just get that information here real quick. Yeah, so quarter-size hail. So that's still 1-inch diameter hail on the northern end of the storm. The southern end of the storm, around the Millington area eventually, is where we're looking at the larger hail size, possibly producing a lot more damage. Munford, it looks like that's moving towards your area, so you want to be taking shelter there. Quito, Atoka, all within that threat for that thunderstorm as well. So, of course, if you're watching this on air, online, or on our digital streaming platforms, of course, we want to bring you a full view of the picture. As down towards Oxford, Mississippi, not a whole lot is happening. We'll switch back to radar here. Just nothing's happening in northern Mississippi. We're waiting for those storms to make it their way into the Memphis areas. They still haven't yet made it there. We're still pushing through. Of course, all of that lightning with those storms as well. I want to turn the lightning on, the radar with lightning, so you can see just how much lightning we've seen. We've, of course, had that view from our camera at the Southern College of Optometry. And we've seen thousands, maybe hundreds of lightning strikes within the last 20, 30 minutes or so. We'll get a count here of that lightning. 471 total strikes. The negative strikes, positive strikes, don't worry about that, but this is just an insane amount of lightning we've seen, and this is just in the last 10 minutes alone with these thunderstorms. So we'll likely start to hear that thunder rolling in. And another thing to think of is lightning can strike out well ahead of the storm. It doesn't have to be raining for lightning to form, unlike what some songs say out there. Millington has already seen a couple of strikes pretty close by. The let's see here, Atoka, just Gilestown there. We've seen some lightning out ahead of the storm, so we'll likely see that threat increasing over the next little while as well. So I want to keep you updated on all of those storms, of course, out towards Forest City. It's not quite to your area just yet, but we could be seeing some large hail and damaging winds over the next 45 minutes here. That's a radar indicated threat of 1¼ inch diameter threat. I'm going to check in with the National Weather Service, see any updates from them on some of these thunderstorms. We'll send things back over to Trevor Burchett.
Yeah, I want to check in on that lightning again, Kit, because I think that's, like you just said, we had 500 strikes of lightning here in the last little bit. I actually have a better view I'm going to switch this over to. This is our camera from Midtown. We've been showing you this one. This is out at the Southern College of Optometry. I actually want to switch it, though. I want to go over to our live camera at Eastgate. This is going to be a live picture from our other camera, and this is at Clark Tower. I'm just going to step out of the way because this view, I think, is so incredible, and it kind of shows that lightning that is rolling in. So again, this is a live view from East Memphis. This is at the Royal Furniture headquarters, and you'll be able to see that lightning in the background kind of behind the Clark Tower as that storm is rolling in from the north toward Millington right now. They're really getting it, and even north of that, it's a little bit worse. But seeing all of that that lightning is incredible, especially behind that Clark Tower. Again, this is in East Memphis, of course, right there off of Poplar Avenue. So a light show for sure. Lightning, just one of the threats that we are worried about tonight. And of course, we're also worried about the damaging wind gusts and the hail. If you are just joining us, we do not have a tornado warning right now. We were on the air a bit earlier. We had reports of some damage from Poinsett County, Arkansas. From a tornado that moved through there a bit ago, could have come near Harrisburg, but that storm seems to have lost a little bit of its punch, at least in terms of the tornado potential. It is still producing large hail and very high wind gusts. So I just wanted to show you that. That's kind of what we're watching here for the next little bit. We have lightning all over the city of Memphis. Right now, no rain, and for the most part, this particular storm will miss Memphis, but there are more storms to come. I do want to remind you of a couple of things. We've gotten some reports from our weather watchers, and we would love for you to be a weather watcher as well. If you want to take out your phone's camera and point it at this code right here, that's going to take you to our Facebook group, the ABC24 Weather Watchers, and from there you can send in your photos, your videos, your weather reports, whatever's happening in your area. We would love to know about it. We can also pass that along to other folks to let them know what's coming. We can also share it with the National Weather Service. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that group. So if you have anything going on in your neighborhood, you can let us know there. Again, just scan that code. It'll take you to our group and we can add you in. That's the ABC24 Weather Watchers. I will say, do it safely. I don't want you to be a storm chaser. What I do want you to do is just go take a peek outside once the storm is over, and once you can do so safely, because you might have some hail or some branches that have been blown around just a little bit. Do not get out in the storm. I don't want you near the windows in the storm, but once it's gone, we would love to know what went down in your neighborhood. Even if you're letting us know that everything's okay, that is a good report too. We also have a live stream on the app as these storms get a little closer to Memphis, might have some power outages. You can watch our live stream continuously on the ABC24 app for iPhone and Android. We're also live streaming on ABC24 Plus. You can find that on Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV. That is our very own streaming channel. So if you know somebody right now that's cut the cord, but you still want to keep them updated with the weather and they have a smart TV, they can download that there. Again, that is the ABC24 Plus app. You can search for that on Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV. Going back to the radar, just kind of resetting the scene here. We are just getting started, really, with this severe thunderstorm risk. We had the tornado warning earlier. That's been canceled. So for right now, we do not have a tornado warning in place. We do have a tornado watch for about the northern half of the Mid-South. That includes northeastern Arkansas and western Tennessee. Most of this watch goes until 11 p.m., but as you go further east, that watch continues until 3 a.m. So storms could really continue throughout the overnight hours. And we could see more storms that develop as we go further into the overnight hours. So that's the scene right now. This is kind of round one of thunderstorms. We've got heavy thunderstorms in western Tennessee producing high wind gusts and hail, anywhere from Alamo coming into Brownsville, Covington, Atoka's getting some very high wind and probably some large hail. We'll check on that in a second. Back to Wynn, you're getting the heavy rain, and then a new little cell down near Forest City. I'll tell you the two areas that I'm going to watch the most carefully is this new little cell west of Forest City and that cell that previously had the tornado warning on it. Yes, the rest of these storms are very strong, they're very heavy, but those two areas in particular are kind of the meanest two thunderstorms, and I want to kind of focus in on those. I'm going to start with this new thunderstorm that's just rolling in. This is coming up Interstate 40 west of Forest City. That severe thunderstorm warning is out for St. Francis County due to hail and high wind gusts, probably some large hail in there. As we check out the hail detector, you see it kind of lighting up back there in southern Woodruff County. And of course, that hail core is going to continue to move to the east. So if I were you and you didn't want damage to your car, I would not be driving on Interstate 40 in St. Francis County right now, because that hail core is going to continue to move off to the east. We'll put a storm track on this one as we get a new thunderstorm warning. We'll get to that in a second. So this is the new storm coming into St. Francis County. It is producing large hail. That's going to be near Forest City at 9:37. 9:37 for hail in Forest City. And that's going to continue eventually toward Hughes just after 10 o'clock. And then by 10:10, some hail likely in Proctor, Arkansas as well. Back to the radar, and I want to zoom back out, and I want to go to my other storm that I was just telling you about. Was a storm of concern for me that is probably still producing some large hail. This is the one in Tipton County, just to the north of Millington. I mean, it might barely miss Millington, at least the core of the storm that is in Tipton County right now. This is the storm that produced the tornado earlier. So this is one we're going to watch very carefully. It does not look like it's producing a tornado right now, but it is producing very large hail that's going to be in Atoka in a matter of minutes. Hail detector on this one will show you the same thing, almost 2 little cores in here of large hail in western Tipton County. That's going to be crossing Highway 51, I'd say probably within the next 10 or 15 minutes. And just like we did on the last one, I want to put a storm track on this as well. This one's been a little interesting because it's the last storm in the line. So this storm up here near Brownsville is almost moving east. This one has a little bit of a southerly component. That's why it could kind of clip Millington. We'll see how far south it can jog. I do think it's still mainly east, but a little bit of a southerly component could put Millington more in line for some of that hail. Brighton at 9:16, Atoka pretty much the same time. It's on you now. 9:26 into Millington, Mason at 9:31, Stanton at 9:38, Arlington at 9:46, Lakeland at 9:57, and then into Fayette County after 10 o'clock. So again, we don't have that tornado warning on this storm anymore, but still very serious signs of large hail and some very high wind gusts. I don't want to forget about you up to the north, though, as we move up toward Brownsville and toward Haywood County. By the way, just got another report near Burleson in Tipton County of quarter-sized hail, and that's the core that's coming into Atoka. So inch-sized hail in Atoka in the next little bit. But Brownsville, this storm not particularly as strong. There could be some hail in there that's going to be north of Brownsville coming into Alamo. Brownsville, you'll get some of it too. And then that's going to be coming into Jackson as well. I was just checking in with the National Weather Service. We've been trying to get some reports of any damage that we saw with this storm when it came through Poinsett County, because it did produce a tornado. We've seen videos of the tornado near Fisher, Arkansas, which is in western Poinsett County. And we believe that tornado might have still been on the ground as it came into Harrisburg. So we're checking in with those folks there in Poinsett County. And of course, they're still getting out and surveying the damage to see exactly what's going on. I'm sure they are busy right now, but we are going to check back in with them in just a little bit to make sure that everything is okay. But Kit, still a long night of storms on the way and more developing to the south that are going to be moving in.
Yeah, Trevor, there's a new report now from some law enforcement in Poinsett County that a deputy trained spotter is east of the Fisher area to check on some possible structure damage. So we don't know what the structure could have been, but this is why we are on air for these storms, of course, because we've had damage reports of possible tornado damage. A lot of hail damage has been coming through as well, and straight line wind damage is also possible with some of these thunderstorms. So all of these storms that we're keeping an eye on, this is what we do. This is what we're here for. So hopefully everyone is staying safe this evening. Of course, our thoughts are with those who have been in these thunderstorms. Hopefully that they are staying safe. But I want to zoom in here. This is the storm that's moving into Millington. It's not quite hit Millington just yet. That's of course right where the radar site is, so we may see some apparent weakening of the storm, but that's just because it's entering what we call the cone of silence within the radar beam. Basically, it's looking out at a very shallow angle at all directions, but it only looks up just a little bit, and then once it crosses right over the radar site, we can't really see what's happening. So we might see it go dark or go weaker very briefly. We'll see if that does come to fruition here. But I also want to take you up towards the Brownsville area. This severe thunderstorm warning here, this is now for parts of our Haywood County area that's just on the outer edge of our viewing area, moving towards Jackson, Tennessee. That is until 10 o'clock tonight. That severe thunderstorm warning is likely to bring up to 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail, up to about a 1/4 inch size. So we've seen along this line of thunderstorms numerous reports of large hail, upwards of 1 inch in diameter. We can look at some of those hail reports just over the last several hours today. If I can get that hail report up here, we've got that recently. Some of those reports have been coming in from the marked tree area, some large hail around those. We'll get that information on screen for you. So just to the east of or west of marked tree, 1 inch diameter hail reported there, 1.8 inches. So that would be golf ball sized hail. Several reports in marked tree. So that is some large hail. That'll do a lot of damage to a lot of vehicles. Great day to be an auto body repair shop. But 1 inch diameter hail there in just to the south of the Tyronza area, near Golden Lake, 1.8, so that's about golf ball size. And then Gilt Edge, that's also a hail report there, just around 1 inch and that diameter there. So some pretty decent hail reports around. One more interviewing area. I'll get that information as well. Just outside the Blytheville area, that's near Manila in Mississippi County, 1 inch diameter hail. So decent hail reports. We haven't seen any of the tornado reports because those sometimes take a little longer to get reported through the system. So it doesn't look like we've had those confirmed yet from the Weather Service, but also looking at wind reports, haven't seen any of those come in as well. The primary threat today seems to have been the hail. That's what has been continuing through. I want to take a moment to just sort of reset of what we're dealing with here across the area. As we look at the Storm Prediction Center outlook, we're still under that level 3 threat, but some places in Arkansas have begun to be trimmed back from that threat. So that's some good news. We're starting to see the back edge of these storms passing through. The tornado threat is still present. The yellow area is a 10% risk within 25 miles of any point you draw on the map. So that's a pretty decent chance. That's why we've got that level 3 risk across the area. You also see those hatch marks. That's a significant threat where we could see up to EF2 strength possible or stronger. That's upwards of 110 miles per hour for EF2 strength tornado. Of course, we cannot determine that based on radar. Of course, that is something that is surveyed after the fact. That tornado that went through parts of Poinsett County, they'll be conducting that survey tomorrow. Of course, we'll bring you those updates right here on ABC24 and CW30 tomorrow evening. Now, looking at the severe hail threat, it's mostly to the south because it's more of an individual thunderstorm threat. Whenever we start to get into the line of thunderstorms, that's where we develop more into the significant wind threat. And we see a pretty widespread area on the higher end of the scale of a high wind, severe wind threat. So here around the Memphis area, we still have that chance of those storms to bring some very strong winds in over the next several hours. And this is not to discount the fact that we've got a lot of rain. We've had a pretty dry period, so that can sometimes make the ground like a dry sponge. The water just runs off immediately. The good thing is we had some rain yesterday, so maybe that'll help absorb a little bit, but we could still see some potential for flash flooding with some of the heavy rain that's going to stall out over the next several hours. Looking ahead around 10 o'clock, it looks like these storms, at least on this model, are already pushing to the Bolivar area, and then around the Tunica area, we might have some thunderstorms there, and then that's going to continue to develop east and south as that pushes through. So around midnight, we've got some more thunderstorms possible there across northern Mississippi. Of course, at this point, it doesn't look like the tornado threat or extreme severe threat is going to extend into northern Mississippi. So we might be able to drop out of coverage at that point. But then going forward ahead, overnight, we're still going to have some rain, and it's going to diminish as we get towards daybreak. Then we'll start to see the clouds clearing out as we get into the day. Of course, whenever we're talking about thunderstorms, we look at those temperatures, we look at the dew points as well. Right now, the temperature in Memphis is still 74 degrees and the dew point is 65. So we still have plenty of energy to go with some of these thunderstorms. So we look at that storm energy. This is basically the gasoline that thunderstorms tap into whenever we get these thunderstorms going. Sometimes that can be more elevated, but you see here in Memphis, we still have that energy bubble just pushing into our area. Those storms have not yet gobbled it up just yet. So as the storms push in, they'll still have a lot of energy to go, and that'll bring that severe weather threat. So once again, we'll look back here on radar at some of those severe thunderstorm warnings up towards the north, just outside of or around Haywood County, southern parts of Tipton County, northern Shelby County, and then out towards St. Francis County. We've got a few different severe thunderstorm warnings right now. I want to take things out to a camera here. This is northbound, I believe, on I-55 here, a view from our Arkansas DOT camera. If we can get that on screen, we can see that we've got some pretty heavy rainfall that has come down. Looks like it's passed through. You can still see some lightning. You can still see all of that water getting kicked up. Trevor, it looks like at least this part of of I-55 has gotten clear of these storms, but it could look a lot worse here in Memphis pretty soon.
Yeah, it absolutely could. And one of the reasons that I kind of wanted to jump back in here and talk about this is this new warning, this new thunderstorm into St. Francis County. I'm getting a little more concerned about this one. It's starting to get that look to it, how the other one did when it produced that tornado. Now, right now, there's not a tornado in this storm. We don't have a tornado warning in effect, but in addition to the very large hail, they're starting to see a little bit of rotation on the backside of this thing. I want to zoom in and investigate it with you just a little bit. And what I'm going to do is switch over to the wind mode of the radar. So we're going to switch from how hard is it raining to how fast is the wind blowing and what way is it going. Now, things are a little funny here because we're a little far away from the radar. That's why you're seeing some purple in there. I actually might back it up here, just a radar scanner 2 right there. And this is looking at the direction and the speed of the wind. There's definitely a little twisting right there, especially right there along Interstate 40. This is going to be riding up 40 near Forest City. And again, there's not a tornado warning with this right now. We do not have indications that this thing is producing a tornado. But what I'm looking at right now is showing me that there could be a little bit of rotation in the clouds that could produce a tornado later on. So an early heads up for Forest City. We've been telling you to get ready for the large hail, but there also could be a little rotation in there. So we're going to watch that storm carefully. For now, we're most concerned about the hail, and there's plenty of it. That bullseye just north of Goodwin in far western St. Francis County. Forest City, you got a couple of minutes. You're going to get some pretty big hail in here. And I want to kind of check out just how big the radar is estimating. 1.5 inch hail in there. That is over quarter-sized hail, coming up on golf ball-sized hail. And that is going to be in Forest City in the next little bit, in addition to now the potential to see some spin in the clouds that could develop a tornado later on. I'm going to track this out here through St. Francis County over about the next hour, 9:47 into Forest City. So that's that early heads up for you. I know it's starting to rain in Forest City now, but the core of the storm, the hail potential, the wind potential, that is going to be coming in to Forest City in the next little bit. And again, we're going to have to watch that one very carefully for the threat of some possible rotation and some hail as well. I want to go back to the storm in Shelby County. They're about to reissue part of this severe thunderstorm warning. This storm we had talked about maybe tried to come a little bit more south of east, and it looks like it might be doing that. At Millington, it's coming into you right now. Shelby Forest as well. It's back toward Turl. This is coming in maybe a little bit more to the south than it originally was. So this could bring in some hail and high wind gusts into Millington and Arlington in the next bit. I'm actually going to try to pull up our Midtown camera yet again, just to show you while I'm doing that, how much lightning is in here. And this is just in the view that you see. This is Tipton County, Shelby County, Crittenden County. 1,500 strikes of lightning and increasing. And that shows us that this storm is continuing to intensify, continuing to show strong signs of hail and very high wind gusts as it kind of moves to the east and the southeast. I'm going to try to move this camera around just a little bit, see if we can get a better view of some of this lightning from our Midtown camera, and we'll check in with that camera here as soon as I can get it. It takes a second to kind of move it around just a little bit, but a very impressive thunderstorm that is probably going to bring some hail to near Shelby Forest, possibly to Millington, and for sure Atoka. I'll get that lightning off your screen now. You definitely know there's lightning out there. And I actually want to switch over to the hail mode on this one too, and show you that bullseye of hail right on the Tipton County, northern Shelby County line that's kind of moving east and maybe a little bit south of east, but it's going to be really close to Millington. I'd say Atoka, I would say Rosemark areas will probably be impacted by some pretty decent hail here. I'm going to redo that storm track here for just a second. I want to try to make sure Millington is included so we can get at least some kind of time on when it could be close to there. Millington by about 9:38. I just mentioned Rosemark. We've got you there at about 9:47. Arlington at 9:58, Galloway at 10:01, and Oakland at 10:12. So that area of hail is going to be riding along the northern Shelby County, southern Tipton County line, and could be producing hail as large as quarter or maybe even golf ball sized hail. I want to try to go back here to our Midtown camera. This is on top of the Southern College of Optometry. This one's actually from Midtown Memphis, but you can still see some of that lightning off in the distance. I am going to switch it, though, back to our Midtown camera that's a little bit higher up, and it gives us a slightly better view because you can actually see as the lightning is flashing the base of the storm. So watch this here for just a second with me and wait till the lightning strikes behind the cloud, and you'll be able to see, there you go, right there, kind of that shelf looking cloud, the leading edge of that cloud. Great view of it right there as it's coming into northern Shelby County toward Millington. So again, hail and very high wind gusts likely just about to roll into Millington, and that is why we have that severe thunderstorm warning that is in place. Millington and Atoka probably both about to get some hail. For the most part, this particular storm north of the city of Memphis. But this is going to be a Millington and Atoka situation, maybe toward Arlington, an early heads up for some hail there. We do have some video coming in from the Atoka area as that storm was rolling in. If we want to check that out, I believe this is from our ABC24 Weather Watchers. And you can get kind of, this is from April Fisher. And man, look at that cloud there. That is an incredible view of those clouds rolling in with that lightning. Again, this is from April Fisher, one of our ABC24 Weather Watchers in Atoka in Tipton County. And as that lightning flashes, you can see that defined cloud structure, very indicative of a very strong thunderstorm. Now, we want to invite you as well to be an ABC24 Weather Watcher. We'll put up that code again for our Facebook group. Scan that with your camera there. That will take you to the ABC24 Weather Watchers Facebook group, and you can join in, send your photos and your videos. We want you to do so safely. I don't want you storm chasing, but once the storm passes, if you see some lightning or some hail on the ground, maybe a broken tree limb or two, pass that along to us because we can pass it to other people, and we can also share it with the National Weather Service. So again, scan that code right there. You can also just search ABC24 Weather Watchers on Facebook, and that will take you to that group, and we'll allow you to join. We have to approve your request, but we will do that once we see it, and we will accept your reports as well. We'd love to pass them along, and we appreciate those of you who have already shared them with us. I want to go back to St. Francis County because that storm is really showing some signs of intensification, probably some hail, likely some hail along Interstate 40 near Forest City. That might be the best little hail core we've seen all day, Kit. And I would not be surprised if we're getting up to golf ball size hail probably here in St. Francis County. A very impressive signature, Kit, and not in a good way. This thing's probably going to dump some really large hail in Forest City, and that, like we've been talking about, is one of our biggest concerns today has been the hail.
Say golf ball size hail because the National Weather Service did just re-up that severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch diameter hail, which is just a little bit bigger than a golf ball. So very large hail with that storm moving into Forest City. 60-mile-per-hour winds also possible with that storm. But like we were saying earlier, the southern end of the line has the better hail threat. Notice as we go up a little bit more to the north and northeast, as these storms get a little bit out of that hail threat, the hail is going weaker. So here for the northern part of Shelby County into parts of Fayette County, 1.5 inch diameter hail. Off towards parts of Haywood County, moving towards the Jackson, Tennessee, out of our coverage area, 1-inch diameter hail. So the largest hail is staying on the more organized, higher energy thunderstorms off towards our southern part of this line right now. This is Forest City, of course, St. Francis County. That's where we have that current warning threat. So as we move back towards that Forest City area, I want to take you to that hail threat. I'll put that on hold, actually. I want to take a look at the rotation on that storm just because we were talking about it earlier. It hasn't had a decent signature yet, but it has had some rotation briefly with it. It really looks too broad to be anything that would concern me for a potential for a tornado warning to be issued. I think that hail for that severe thunderstorm warning is going to remain the primary threat with that. Right now over the Millington area, of course, you can see we've got some sort of patchwork of reds and greens around the area. That's because the rain is coming right down almost on top of the radar site presently, so we're starting to see those downbursts. We were talking about an hour ago about the downburst signature where the winds go straight down and they push out, and the radar sees some coming towards, some going away, and that's what we're seeing on velocity right now, is all of these bursts of wind. We call these microbursts, and this is where you can get some of those localized neighborhood area wind damages around the region. Of course, it doesn't look impressive on the radar because it's sort of going every which way, so it might not be perfectly lined up with the radar. But you can see sort of on the leading edge, if I get my draw tool out, the leading edge, all of these winds are going towards the radar. And then here we have some going away. Here we have some going away, right there, going away there as well. So there's all of these bursts of wind just spreading out. And this is how severe wind does its damage. We don't often see it this close to a radar site because the radar goes up as it goes away, both because of the angle and because of the curvature of the Earth and because of the atmosphere also bending the radar beam sometimes. But you can also notice that we've got a little bit of a pocket there of some heavier winds, it looks like, around the Cotton Lake. This is just east of Covington on Highway 54. We're having some trouble with some of the data coming in, it looks like from the radar site here, but looks like just right there on Cotton Lake, some pretty decent wind gusts there. So maybe Brownsville, be on your guard. We might have another burst of some heavy rainfall and strong winds to roll through your area here very soon. I want to go back to that hail threat, though. Here around the Forest City area, that'll be coming up I-40. So if you were planning on heading to Little Rock this evening, if you were maybe visiting some folks here and headed back late tonight, I would give it a half hour or so for this hail to move out. As driving on an interstate, if we can get maybe a view from I-40, maybe around the Palestine area, maybe towards Goodwin, Arkansas there, we might have a good view of that storm. Yeah, we've got a view here from Palestine, just right as I was speaking of it. So appreciate our producers pulling that up really quickly. So this is eastbound around the Palestine area, right there on Interstate 40. You can see there's some pretty heavy rain coming down. It's not the highest resolution. Of course, this is up on a really tall pole, so you can't see if the hail is coming down necessarily. But it looks like some heavy rain, heavy precipitation. Of course, driving slower, being cautious of any ponding on the roadway, as that can lead to hydroplaning, as well as the winds can be gusting around as well. High-profile vehicles. We see a lot of semis driving around here. So if you don't know anyone who is going to be driving around this area, maybe give them that update that we've got some pretty large hail. So we switch back over to our radar here. We've had a recent update on this hail estimate. I want to get a query here from that. So that's putting 1.8 inches from that pixel there. So pretty decently sized hail. That would be around a golf ball size, maybe not as large as the warning is showing. But again, we've mentioned before, our tools are slightly different from the National Weather Service, so we'll trust that we could see up to 2-inch diameter hail with this thunderstorm presently or imminently. Looking at that storm, of course, it's been moving around 40 miles per hour, so I want to look back at the radar and notice one thing. We'll get to that track in just a moment, but we were looking at this area here around Goodwin and Palestine, and now the purple, so the heavier rainfall, the heavier reflection, likely the hail, that's already moved along. So some of that hail could be even larger. We just haven't detected it yet in our system. Since the hail detector is another product that's a derived, we call it a derived product. It looks at a bunch of things and gives us the estimate of hail. It actually takes time for it to calculate that, so it actually can be behind. So that larger hail could be up to 2 inches already there, just up the I-40 corridor, now heading towards Forest City. So we'll clear that off. We'll get that track on the screen here. Of course, this is moving around 40 miles per hour. Let's just get a relative motion here. It's moving pretty due east, so we'll get that motion there over the next 45 minutes or so. Forest City looks like around 9:48. It'll be moving into your area. We've got a view from Forest City as well, so we can pull that up as we are starting to see the heavy rain moving in. We haven't quite seen the hail just yet, but this is showing that rain coming down in sheets a little bit there, so some of the wind is tossing that around. Back to radar, around the Blackfish area, we'll see that around 10:07 this evening. Hughes, Arkansas, we'll be looking around 10:15, and Chatfield just past 10:20, around 10:20. Of course, we'll be seeing that moving into parts of Crittenden County at that time. So looking back at a more broad view here, we'll clear that off. We've just got this line of storms. Of course, we've been talking about how Memphis hasn't seen anything yet. We've just seen that lightning off in the distance. This is going to be eventually moving in. And we've talked about how that front is pushing things slightly southeast or propagating southeast as it's moving eastwards. Several of these thunderstorms are going to take a while to get to a more southern location rather than a more eastern location, as it's just pushing forward as that line slowly marches south. So it's going to take some time for it to get into the Memphis area. But one thing we can see is we're already starting to see the outflow of this. West Memphis, if you head outside, or I wouldn't recommend you head outside, but you'll likely hear the wind start to pick up. That's the outflow of the storm. You can sort of see that green line out leading from Proctor to West Memphis up almost to the Millington area. That is the wind first. So you're going to feel the wind before you feel the rain coming down. So that's what we see there around Proctor and West Memphis. Eventually that will make its way into the Memphis metro. We'll be dealing with that as it comes. I want to take you back out to that view from what was that, Forest City, Arkansas. On the DOT camera, you can see the rain looks like it's starting to pick up a little heavier. The radar is not quite showing it as intensely, so maybe the hail's starting to fall out of that storm. If we can get back to that DOT camera now, we can see I can see behind the camera some pretty decent hail or heavy rain has been coming down with that storm. We've got a new warning, so let's just stay here with the radar for the moment. Down towards Hughes and Horseshoe Lake. Notice how it's sort of turned a little more south of due east. It's no longer due east. Haynes is now in it. There into northern parts of, that would be Lee County, I believe, St. Francis County, Crittenden County, the far southern part of Crittenden County around Horseshoe Lake there. This new warning, I want to get that information on your screen so you can get the knowledge of that. Of course, they've now added the tornado possible tag with that. But we also have the considerable tag, 2-inch diameter hail still possible with that thunderstorm. And the radar indicated wind threat up to 60 miles per hour. So a couple of compounding threats with this storm now. Not only that large hail, but possibly some rotation developing with that. And you can start to see it a little bit better now than previous scans. We've got a little more of that rotation starting to turn towards the right, it looks like. Some of that just inbound, outbound range. I'm doing some thinking in my head of just where that rotation is starting to get a little stronger. You can see, of course, a little better on this version of it as it takes into account that forward motion of that storm. I want to send things over to meteorologist Trevor Burchett, see if I can get some more information on this new tornado possible tag.
Yeah, we're going to watch that one very carefully. We mentioned a couple of minutes ago that we were getting a little more concerned about this one. Very large hail for sure. That is along Interstate 40 from Goodwin past Brinkley up to Forest City. So yeah, I would not be trying to make that trek between Little Rock and Memphis right now, especially out near Forest City. There's likely some hail near 40 and 261. And as Kit was just saying, a little bit of rotation. And we mentioned that earlier. Those greens and reds are starting to come together. And that is an area where there could be some twisting of the winds. That's near Interstate 40 and 261, riding up into Forest City. So Forest City, right now, we're mainly concerned about the hail threat and the wind threat. But if that keeps up, we could have a tornado warning here in just moments that includes Forest City. And of course, this is a storm that as it continues east, regardless of what it's doing, whether it's hail or high winds, look where it's headed. Memphis and DeSoto County. So here's an early heads up. You've got an hour, DeSoto County and Memphis. If you have a garage, I might use it, a carport at least, something to cover your car with, because if this storm holds together, minimum, we will be seeing some hail and high winds, but I would not be surprised if they put a tornado warning on this thing, because that thing might be really trying to spin up back there. We also have more reports of hail coming in. We have this storm that's coming into Shelby County, into the northern portion of Shelby County, and through Tipton County. Dozens of reports of hail near Atoka and some near Millington as well. I actually want to check in with our ABC24 weather watchers. I want to show you a photo from Jessica Young. This is from near Dixonville, Tennessee, not far from Millington. And of course, you never know how big somebody's hand is, but I would venture to say that's probably at least ping pong ball sized hail maybe slightly bigger than that. So again, that's Jessica Young, hail near Dixonville. That's not far from Millington, not far from the Shelby-Tipton County line. So that's what we're dealing with. And we have more hail that is probably going to continue to fall, and especially with that storm back near Forest City. So we're going to watch that one very carefully. And I want to go back to the radar and kind of talk about that here as well, because we have several storms that are still moving through. Of course, we've got that severe thunderstorm through Shelby and Tipton counties. Mainly this one going to be northern Shelby County up toward Millington. Atoka's getting it bad right now. Covington, the worst of it's past you. Brownsville, you're about to get it right now too. The high wind gusts and hail. And again, this one mainly going to stay on the north side of the city of Memphis, but definitely going to impact at least the northern portion of Shelby County. I'm becoming a little more concerned, though, like we mentioned, about this storm back here. It's kind of all by itself, so think of it almost like it has all that energy on its own to kind of work with here. So for sure, some hail near Forest City. I'm going to check back in with that rotation and see what things look like there. Definitely, probably some spinning up in the clouds. Hard to say if that's anywhere near the ground, but there is definitely some twisting of the winds there. Not incredibly alarming at this moment, but this would be kind of the early signs that we look at for what could spin up a quick tornado. So Forest City, you have the hail coming in for sure, but we're going to watch the backside of that storm for what could be some potential hail as well. All right, it's 9:45 now. We've been on with you for a couple of hours. We got some questions coming in the Facebook chat. I've been trying to kind of keep an eye on those and see what's going on. And a lot of folks have been asking, well, what about northern Mississippi? What about my area? North Mississippi is still calm, clear, and collected. Not much going on down there. Plenty of juice for storms to work with. And actually, just quickly, I'll move back to the south and west. There are a couple of more storms trying to develop along the cold front back in Arkansas. That's what's going to come through North Mississippi in the overnight hours. So even though you're clear right now, North Mississippi will still face a severe weather threat in the overnight hours. So make sure you have a way to get those weather alerts while you sleep. Here's what I can give the all clear to. I like to do that when I can. Poinsett County, clear. Mississippi County, clear. Dyer County, clear. Those areas on the backside of those storms, you're done with the severe weather threat. Sleep tight, have a good night. What we're going to continue to watch, though, is along this line coming into Memphis, especially this little guy back here in Forest City. That cell we're really going to have to watch as it comes closer to DeSoto County. And all of this is going to continue to move to the east, a little bit of a southerly component in here. So I'm just going to generally track the entire line of storms. I'm going to get an updated speed on these storms here. Last I checked, it was about 45 miles an hour. We're saying about 30, 35, 40. So just to average it out, I'll call it 35 and just kind of time out these storms as they're moving a little bit to the east and southeast. This is over the next couple of hours. Memphis, some storms near you, possibly by 9:54, 10 o'clock. I think that's mainly going to be that backside storm that could clip parts of Memphis. Cordova by 10:04, Collierville at 10:29, Hernando by 10:35. That's when we could have some hail there from that storm. And then if it holds together, even toward Holly Springs and Selmer, as that all continues to roll in. But one of the biggest things we've seen tonight has been the lightning. And I want to show you that. I believe this is also from our ABC24 weather watchers. Let me know back in the back. But just an incredible view of this lightning as it is rolling in here with these storms. We have hundreds and thousands of lightning strikes as these storms are coming in. And we've seen some of that on our camera. Again, I'm hoping we can check in with the ABC24 weather watchers here, that video that I'm seeing with the lightning that is replaying. We'll check in on that here in just a little bit. But in the meantime, I will show you just how much lightning we're seeing as an overall view all through West Tennessee and eastern Arkansas. Several hundred, almost 2,000 strikes of lightning with that batch of storms rolling through. So that's what we're seeing a lot. We're getting a report of just below golf ball sized hail in Gadsden, Tennessee, near Crockett County now as well. So the lightning, the hail, the high winds, kind of everything going on here. I'll just kind of go down this line. Crockett County, you're now kind of out of the worst of it. That storm's now in Jackson, so that's going to continue to move to the east. Brownsville, heavy rain and high wind for you. I'm not seeing an incredible signature of hail for Brownsville. But Millington, honestly, probably getting some right now. Again, it's right on top of the radar site. Kit mentioned that earlier. I was talking about that last week, too, if you were with us last Sunday, because those thunderstorms get right on top of the radar, and it's hard for the radar to get a good view. But clear to see that there are some very heavy thunderstorms right over Millington, in addition to that lightning that we are seeing, too. And we have a video from one of our viewers in Millington. Some of that lightning, this is from the ABC24 Weather Watchers we've been talking about. And just the incredible amount of lightning. And again, this is from, I believe, near Millington, possibly near Atoka, whichever one it is. It's somewhere in West Tennessee. We're seeing some lightning. There we go. This is from Alicia in Millington, one of our ABC24 Weather Watchers who recently joined. We appreciate her. I mean, you can literally see kind of the fingers of lightning passing through. So just a remarkable view there. And again, anytime you see a lot of lightning, it's indicative of a very strong thunderstorm. So no doubt about it that these storms are strong. Back to the radar now and back to that thunderstorm that's coming through Millington. It's pretty much over Millington right now. There's probably at least a little bit of hail in Millington. Trying to see right now, actually, we just got a report. Pea-sized hail near Millington Road and Bateman Road. That's better than golf ball-sized hail that we saw with that storm earlier, but pea-sized hail, still no fun. The hail indicator still lighting up from Shelby Forest through Millington, and that hail is going to move to the east. It's pretty much going to ride down the Paul Barrett Parkway. So I don't really want you on the Paul Barrett Parkway right now toward Arlington, and that's going to be near Mason, Blue Oval City eventually, Galloway. All of those areas going to kind of be impacted by this storm that seems to be producing some pretty decent sized hail, at least in parts of that thunderstorm. I'll track this one really quick, and then I do want to check back in on St. Francis County. Again, all of this moving at about 35 miles an hour, so relatively slow-moving thunderstorms. We'll track this one off to the east. Arlington, in the next 10 minutes, you could be seeing some hail. Bartlett, at least the north side of Bartlett, by about 10:04. Oakland at 10:26. Whiteville at 10:37. So that's going to eventually slide into Fayette County. Again, this particular storm, for the most part, is going to miss most of Memphis. Memphis is still pretty much dry right now. This next storm and some storms tonight, we might not be as lucky with. This storm near Forest City has a history of producing some hail. It's going to continue to move to the east, could impact Memphis and DeSoto County in the next little bit. It does look like, to me at least, maybe it's cycling down a little bit, meaning it's not as intense as it was. We definitely have some hail still in here, though. We will see if it continues to weaken or if maybe that's just kind of a cycle and it's going to go back up. Man, that rotation signature kit. Take a look at that, just south of Forest City. We've been talking about that. Definitely some wind in there. The question is, can they get spinning up enough that they can cause some issues and prompt a tornado warning? It still looks to me like there's definitely some rotation within the clouds at least. We're going to see if it can get to the ground. If it can, we'll see that tornado warning issued. Right now, there's not a tornado warning, but if this thing continues to rotate like this, I would not be surprised to see one at all. Kit, before I toss things back to you, maybe you can do a little more in-depth analysis on that. I do want to pass along a few reports. Dime to nickel-sized hail falling near Highway 51 and Tracy Road, and then pea-sized hail at the Shelby and Tipton County line right there at Rosemark Road. So this new storm back in St. Francis County, it is definitely producing some hail and high wind gusts. Could be trying to spin up something tornado-wise. We're going to watch it. And then this storm in northern Shelby County, hail definitely falling near Millington right now.
And thunder here in northeast Memphis. We've already heard some of the rumbles of thunder at that storm. Apologies, I was muted there. We've already heard some rumbles of thunder here in our studios in northeast Memphis. We've been talking about how lightning can strike well out ahead of those storms. And we're positioned right here in northeast Memphis. I want to drop on the lightning there. I'm having a little bit of trouble with this showing up. But of course, when those storms roll in, you'll likely hear the thunder first, then you'll hear the wind second, then you'll hear the rain third. And that's when the storm will be fully upon you. But you always want to be very cautious as those storms push in. You always want to be inside as they're doing that. It's because, of course, whenever the storms are rolling in, that lightning can still strike well out ahead. If you've ever seen an anvil cloud, if you've ever heard that term for the top of a thunderstorm, that's where the clouds are going up within the updraft and then hitting sort of the top of the troposphere. That's where we have a very stable layer and the storms begin to spread out at their tops. That spreading carries with it a pretty decent amount of charge, and that can discharge as lightning well ahead of a thunderstorm. You're not even feeling the rain yet. We sometimes call that a bolt from the blue, because you could have blue sky potentially with just a few clouds off to the side where the storm is. And then that strike can hit you, and that can be very dangerous. So you always want to be aware of that whenever we have thunderstorms in the area of your vicinity. So always be cautious about that. Trevor, I'm having a little trouble with my computer system over here. If you could take back over for just a moment.
Yeah, I actually wanted to kind of go back anyway to this Midtown camera because we're kind of seeing very close to Memphis the southern edge of that storm that's coming through Tipton County. The wind has been picking up here in Shelby County. We are seeing some lightning there off in the distance. Again, this is with that storm that's passing through Millington right now. Most of this will miss the city of Memphis, but it is definitely going to impact the northern portion of Shelby County and definitely up toward Millington with high wind gusts and hail. I'm going to keep an eye on this camera here for the next little bit because we've been seeing it shake around a little bit just because it's so windy. And up toward Millington, definitely could be seeing some pretty high wind gusts. And you can kind of see the base of that storm right there as we look back off to the north toward Millington. And we'll just watch this as some of that lightning strikes around and definitely a strong storm coming through Millington. We have several reports of hail right now that have fallen. Anywhere from pea size to up to quarter size, and that is probably going to continue here for the next little bit with just a good amount of lightning off in the northern portion of Shelby County here. We're going to stick with this though because I believe we have, what is the latest on this warning, Kit? The latest size, do we know? Hail size?
The previous warning here, the current information on it, still showing the tornado possible with that. Okay. But also 1.5 inch diameter hail is possible with that storm. Okay. So for right now, let's just stick with this. I know we're coming up on our 10 p.m. newscast, but I think for many of us, the news is weather in the Mid-South. And so maybe we can at least check in with our Lauren Turman. She's been in the field today kind of helping people get prepared for these storms as they're rolling in. So maybe we can check in with Lauren here at least here in the next little bit. But I want to kind of keep an eye on this camera, but I do want to come back to the radar for at least a second just to kind of get your bearings straight and see what is going on around the Mid-South. That what you're watching there on the camera, that is with a thunderstorm coming into the northern portion of Shelby County. It's pretty much there right now. Actually, the worst of it's kind of clearing Millington at this point. This is now going to be more toward Egypt, barely clipping Fraser. Again, the worst of this storm is going to be north of Memphis. We're talking right along the Paul Barrett Parkway along 385. We're going to get some decent hail up there and some high wind gusts. Arlington, Galloway, those areas will also have to watch because that's generally where this storm is going. But for the most part, this storm is going to be to the north of Memphis. We're going to get some rain, we're going to get some wind, but the hail part of this storm is going to miss Memphis. That's going to be up toward Millington and Arlington, but I do want to give you that heads up. If you are near Arlington right now, you could be dealing with some hail here in the next little bit. And then we've still got this thunderstorm we're watching. Seems to be weakening hail-wise for at least the next little bit. But still probably at least some small hail in there, and it could ramp right back up. I do want to go back to the Midtown camera as that rain is starting to come down just a little bit more, pretty close to at least the northern portion of Shelby County. And again, we've been seeing the lightning, the heavy rain, the high wind gusts coming through Shelby County here, and a couple of storms that we're watching. I do want to remind you, we have a tornado watch in effect for a good chunk of the Mid-South through 11 p.m. and then a portion of the Mid-South through 3 a.m. So we're going to be watching these storms for a while, and even if you are not seeing storms right now, we could see more storms develop in the overnight hours as that rain is really coming down in the Midtown camera. Kid, if you want to take a look at that radar here and kind of show us what's going on. Is your stuff working back over there now? You in good shape? Good. Good to go. All right, so we've had some of those storms, of course, like he was saying, moving through northern parts of Shelby County. Now that they're on the other side of the radar, we're seeing very clearly some pretty heavy rainfall right there around 385, the northern end, out towards the Arlington area. That's where we're going to see the heaviest rain. And one update right after I told you, Trevor, it's actually dropped down down to 1 1/4 inch diameter hail here in northern parts of Shelby County. So still some pretty intense rainfall, the likelihood of hail beginning to show up within that storm. I want to take you through a cross section of the storm. Again, it's difficult to get a full cross section. As you can tell, we've got that, it's actually a perfect example. You can see where we've got that sort of rising line outside of the radar site. Right there's the radar site in the middle, and you can see that rising line. So we've got some pretty intense, heavy rainfall coming with that storm, and likely some hail that's just sort of blind for the radar that can't quite see that storm. As we look off towards the southwestern side of this line of storms, this is what's sometimes referred to as the tail end Charlie. It's the end of the line of storms. It's the one that has the most access to the energy and the rotation in the atmosphere, and we've been keeping an eye on it for the potential for some rotation. Popping that back up here, it looks like we still have some on this. I want to compare it with where we've seen the hail. It's in front of the hail by the perspective of the radar site, so that tells me that it's not quite hail contaminating the possibility for rotation. So of course we're seeing that area just north of Hayes, just south of Forest City, where that could potentially be a tornado that could develop anytime soon here. Of course, this is just a severe thunderstorm warning. I'll get that info on your screen as well. The severe thunderstorm warning is for the chance of winds up to 60 miles per hour, but also 1.5 inch diameter hail and a possible tornado that could spin up at any time. Anytime we talk about a tornado possible, it's always something you want to treat with respect. Is of course, there we go, we've got that until 10:30 this evening. You always want to keep in mind that a tornado can happen very quickly. Radar only takes an image, every one of these pixels, every couple of minutes, and then it takes another up above and then back to the surface, another up above and back to the surface, and it's doing so in a 360-degree scan. So we have times where we don't know what's happening, so we might have to wait for that next scan to see, yes, this looks like a tornado. So anytime we talk about tornado possible, treat it as a tornado. Always head towards the middle of your home, the most low level of your home. As we're coming up to the top of the hour now, I want to reset things just so we can, anyone who is joining us for ABC24 News, we are in extended severe weather coverage because we've had several severe thunderstorm warnings and a couple of tornado warnings across our viewing area. We are also streaming on CW30, ATN is our main channel here, ABC24, WLMT for the CW. We appreciate you joining us for extended severe coverage. We're also online on Facebook. We're also streaming on our apps on Roku and Fire TV, Apple TV as well. Of course, you can download that ABC24 Plus streaming app. You can download that and watch us 24/7. But we want to bring you back to some of the severe weather we've had across our viewing area. Right now, it's pretty much dead on the I-40 corridor. We've seen most of it north of the I-40 corridor through the evening, and now it's beginning to cross over that. I want to also add the lightning onto this because these are some very abundant lightning storms this evening. You can see that we've got some of those storms that have the bolts that have struck out well ahead. East Germantown has seen a bolt of lightning. Out towards Oakland has seen a couple bolts of lightning. All the way out towards Whiteville, we've seen lightning with these storms. So these are those positive bolts, those bolts from the blue I was mentioning a few minutes ago. If you weren't here for that, the storm clouds can sometimes spread out several miles well ahead of the storm, and that is where you can see a bolt of lightning discharge well ahead of the rain. So it doesn't have to be raining for the thunder to be forming. You can see back towards this storm here, off towards Forest City. This is in the parts of St. Francis County. A lot of lightning with that storm right now as well. I'm going to just get a count on that one storm, how much is shown in the last 10 minutes, almost about 215 or so bolts of lightning just in 10 minutes there. A lot of heavy lightning with that storm. And of course, we've seen even more up towards the Memphis area, just outside of Memphis on the northern side of this. We'll get a count of that over the last 10 minutes here. Lots of lightning, count over 270 up there. And then just moving out of our viewing area towards Jackson, Tennessee, we'll just get a count out of curiosity here with that thunderstorm. Well over 350 bolts of lightning in 10 minutes. So very, very heavy lightning with these thunderstorms. Of course, lightning is very dangerous. And look at that. We've got another bolt here. That's almost into northern Tippah County. Let's just get a ruler here out from the nearest storm. 42 miles, 45, 40, 50 miles. Nearly 40 miles away from a thunderstorm, we've had a bolt of lightning. So anyone who is saying, hey, it's clear, we're not seeing any rain, we haven't seen any rain all evening, this is one of those reasons why we want to keep you safe. And of course, that was about 10 minutes ago, so that's dropped off of the map now. But we want to keep you inside anytime we're talking about thunderstorms in your vicinity. So you want to keep that in mind. We'll zip back to our velocity product just to see if we have had a recent updated scan on that storm here. It looks like it's just dropped off as its radar's coming around. The last several scans, we've had just this persistent broad rotation here into the southern part of St. Francis County there. It's just south of Forest City on Arkansas Highway 1. They're keeping up with that tornado possible tag on that, and this is sort of embedded within the storm. Notice that we've got some of these, some of the rain on the backside of this. That can sometimes clutter up the inflow for a tornado, so that's probably why we're not seeing that quite to tornado probabilities just yet. A new updated severe thunderstorm warning. This includes most of Fayette County, Hardeman County, and Shelby County. We'll get that information on your screen here. This now goes until 10:45 this evening. We'll see that the hail threat has been dropped down to 1-inch diameter hail. So that's some good news. This storm is weakening, but it still could produce severe hail and severe wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. That has been the storm that over the last several hours did produce a tornado, did produce upwards of golf ball size hail, has produced thousands of strikes of lightning and some very heavy rain as well. That's going to eventually make its way towards the Bolivar area. I'm curious if Trevor Burchett or other meteorologists here on staff this evening, have you seen any other updates about these storms tonight?
You know, I've just been watching this Midtown camera for the last little bit. This is from the Southern College of Optometry. You see the lowering clouds there, and as Kit was just talking about, just a ton of lightning. Just kind of get your bearings straight. That's Crosstown Concourse right there. So again, we're at the Southern College of Optometry building. That's where this camera is. We're looking off to the north and northeast over toward Bartlett as that storm is clipping North Bartlett. We've got some reports of hail on the north side of Bartlett. But as the storm rolls in, you can see all of those lowering clouds there, the darkening clouds rolling through. Again, the worst of this particular storm is going to miss Memphis. This is going to be northern Shelby County, Arlington, just passed through Millington, kind of up those areas. Memphis, I know we're seeing the dark skies and the lightning, even seeing a little rain and thunder right now. But the worst of this is going to miss the city of Memphis. I do want to get back to the radar. I'm going to watch that camera here and see if we see anything going on. As Kit mentioned, that severe thunderstorm warning has been expanded now. The worst of it on the north side of Bartlett. It's about to come into Arlington where those deeper colors are. It's about to cross, pretty much coming over the Paul Barrett Parkway right now, up near 204. And then it's going to be in to Arlington in the next little bit, eventually into northern Fayette County. And that's why they've expanded that severe thunderstorm warning. And as we continue to get reports of hail from between Millington and Arlington, there you see that blob on your screen, that hail indication showing up south of Millington now. But that's moving off to the east and southeast and will eventually be into Arlington and Oakland, possibly towards Somerville in the next couple of minutes. So I'm going to track out that potential hail here as it moves to the south and east at about 35 miles an hour. So Lakeland by about 10:09, Fisherville at 10:19, Oakland at 10:30, Somerville at 10:47. Of course, if all of that holds together. So we're going to watch that. Again, the storm on the northern side of Shelby County with that hail potential. We're also watching this storm that we've been talking about back near St. Francis County, south of Forest City now. That we are watching that could also be producing a little hail. So several storms we're watching. They're all kind of posing the same threat right now. The main thing seems to be that hail, Kit.
Of course, we've been sitting here in northeast Memphis. We're starting to hear the heavy rain on our studios, but we've got someone out in the field. Our own reporter, Lauren Turman, is out. Lauren, you're joining us here. We've had some pretty interesting weather across the Mid-South. What are you seeing where you are?
Hey, Kit and Trevor. Yes, we are out here in East Memphis where the winds have really just started to pick up over the last minute or two. It's been really high. You can probably see our camera rocking a little bit because of those high winds that have come through. We're here on Poplar and White Station where we've seen a lot of the traffic kind of start to slow down. We've seen a lot of lightning. You probably could see some flashes that were out there, but a lot of lightning, as you all had mentioned a little bit earlier this evening in this area, and we're starting to see the rain slowly kind of start to come down out here as well. But I do also want to take you through some more tips that we have been hearing a lot about and that the National Weather Service and some other emergency management agencies have been telling us to make sure that everybody is safe at home and if they are still out here on the roads with this traffic like you can see here. First, of course, with storms of this kind, I know you all have been taking through a lot of our viewers at home with this, but a lot of trees have the potential to fall on power lines and other areas that could cause power outages. Memphis Light, Gas, and Water has also touched on this numerous times, saying that they are ready to send out anything and any supplies that are necessary as they are working through any power outages that may come there as well. So please be patient with them as they come out and they work on that. Also, of course, as you all have been saying throughout this evening, this is an overnight storm. This is something that's starting to roll in right now. And with this, according to the National Weather Service, as Tornado Alley is kind of shifting a little bit more gradually towards the Mid-South, this does have the propensity, of course, to create these tornadoes, and that is actually something that causes some of the more deadly tornado events as well. Now, of course, for safety reasons, I do want to show you all something that the National Weather Service has been telling us a lot about over the last few hours. They have really emphasized going into your settings and your notifications on your iPhone or your Android device and making sure that you can turn on the notifications. So I want to walk you through that now for anybody. I'm using an iPhone. This is for iPhone, but Android is also very similar. First, you're going to go to your settings, then notifications. You want to scroll down to the very bottom of that notifications tab, and then you're going to see government alerts. You want to make sure your emergency alerts are turned on. So if you are going to bed anytime soon, you can make sure that you are woken up, or if anything severe is coming to your area, you can make sure that you have those alerts on and any notifications that you may need to remain safe. You might have seen the rain is starting to come down a little bit more heavily right now. Again, lots of lightning out here. Travel has certainly slowed down along these roads on Poplar and White Station, but these is kind of starting to roll down a little bit more. And so, of course, we are monitoring these conditions. We do expect a lot of this traffic to kind of die down, of course, as things get a little bit later into the night. But, of course, monitoring those safety alerts, monitoring what the National Weather Service has told us, and, of course, sheltering if any of those conditions are reaching out to you. I know you all have been telling a lot of people that tonight, but making sure that we are re-emphasizing that as well. And of course, we will stay on this. We'll keep seeing as people are driving by or might kind of be along the roads. We will continue to tell you about the conditions as they persist out here. But for now, live in East Memphis, I'm Lauren Turman.
Lauren, thank you so much for that report. And we want to remind you to always, you can always watch us on ABC24 Plus on Apple TV, Fire TV, and Roku. You can download that. Of course, this is normally the time where we're bringing you ABC24 News at 10. We're in continuous severe coverage. Hopefully, Lauren can get to some safety now as she wraps up that live shot. We do have a new alert to bring to your attention this evening. A flood advisory has been issued across the Memphis area down into northern DeSoto County for the metropolitan area of Memphis, all the way out past Germantown, Collierville, Bartlett, all included within that that flood advisory. This is for the potential for some pretty decent flooding that could be happening. Of course, when you get into an urban area, there's a lot of concrete, a lot of asphalt, so that, of course, can lead to some flooding on the roadways. So if you're planning on headed out in the next little bit, give it some time for those roads to, clear up here over the next several minutes here. I want to zoom back out as we have a new severe thunderstorm warning here just outside of the Memphis area. This is into Tunica County and now into parts of Lee County for that severe thunderstorm we've been keeping an eye on recently for the potential of some rotation on that. We haven't seen that rotation quite as much recently, and I want to investigate some of the info from the National Weather Service if they have dropped the tornado possible tag. They haven't, so that we could still see some rotation on that as well as we start to see some potential for that large hail and damaging winds. Large hail up to 1.5 inch in diameter. This has been sort of the main hail threat for these thunderstorms recently, and up to 60-mile-per-hour winds with that. So looking at some of those velocities on that storm, again, I'm not seeing anything that would stand out as this is the rotation of the storm that would be the tornado, and that's why we just have the tornado possible tag. That storm could spin up into producing a tornado, so it's not quite there just yet. So that's some good news for us. But we see, of course, several thunderstorms around the area. Just outside of the Jackson area, of course, this is outside of our viewing area. That's what we're looking for. Anytime you see this kind of a signature where you've got that rotation, where you've got the greens moving towards, laterally next to the reds moving away. That's where we have a rotation of a tornado possible. Of course, this is outside of our viewing area, but that is just some context of what we are not seeing, what we do not see here in parts of Lee County. Shelby County, we've got the line of storms that have just moved through. You can see it on radar. Initially, you're going to feel that gust of wind, and then you're going to feel the rain. So that's just starting to move through Germantown right now. Of course, our Lauren Turman was out here in East Memphis as well, so she's probably already seeing some of the heavy rain. I can actually see her live shot back there. It looks like there's some rain came through recently. More rain is on the way if Lauren can still hear me, so you're going to hear some rain here very shortly. And of course, like we've said, of course, if you are outside and you start to have that storm running in, heading inside, that's always safe to, the best place to be is safe inside if you can be. Looking off towards the Somerville area, of course, this is into Fayette County, Oakland. You're starting to see the line of heavy rainfall moving in presently. So that's going to be moving in eventually to Williston, Piperton, and Moscow. You're going to be seeing that heavy rain within the next little while. So let's just get a track on that storm. Of course, this storm presently moving east. We'll get a read of the information from the National Weather Service. It's moving east around... well, it doesn't say. Most of them have been moving around 40 miles per hour. So we'll go off of that and we'll just add a track on this storm and push it through for the next half hour, about 40 miles per hour. Canadaville, it's coming in right now. It's right now on your doorstep. Fayette Corners looks like around 10:20, so about 5 minutes out from you. Whiteville around 10:26. New Bethel about 10:30. 10:35 for Hickory Valley. Bolivar, it'll be getting to you just after 10:35. So we're going to keep an eye on that as that storm moves through. Of course, this is for the potential for winds of 60 miles per hour and up to 1.5 inch diameter hail. That's actually an upgrade from the previous warning on that storm. They've gone sort of up and down with that. So as we look at the hail track on this storm presently, this is mostly outside of the core center of Memphis, but moving towards the Lakeland area, we could be seeing some large hail with that storm. We'll get a pixel investigation of that area. So it looks like up to 1 inch hail based on our estimates. But of course, the National Weather Service has different tools than we do. So we'll trust that they are looking at that as well. Looking at Marianna, Arkansas, you're almost in the core of this thunderstorm. The thing is, this is going to be delayed from real time. Radar is never live, and analyzed or a derived radar product such as hail is even less live. It takes a little bit longer for that. So previously, north of the Marianna area near Wrightland, there was some hail estimated about 1.5 inches in diameter. So that's already moving more southeast from where it previously was. So as we look at the most recent scan from radar, you can see we've got some of that hail off towards the north. What I'm looking at is this area right around in here. Just right in the core of that storm is where the hail is most likely to be coming down within that storm. And of course, that's going to continue to push towards the east. So Marianna might not see the heavy rainfall presently. So it looks like the part of the tornado watch has been canceled. So that's some good news. Let's take a look at the current severe alerts across the metro area. Covington, we can give you an all clear now. Wynne, Arkansas. As we hear thunder here in East Memphis, Wynne, Arkansas is now in the all clear from that tornado watch. Of course, we've got Shelby County, Fayette, Hardeman, and McNairy County all still within that tornado watch, as well as Haywood County, and then into parts of Arkansas, Crittenden, and St. Francis County are both within that tornado watch. I want to bring back in meteorologist Trevor Burchett, see if he's been working hard over there, getting some info from the National Weather Service. What do you have for us?
Yeah, I've been following some stuff over here, Kit. Great job keeping an eye on that. We do have some housekeeping to do right now. As we come up on 10:18, we would normally be on the newscast on ABC24. We would normally not be on CW30. So we are going to take a brief pause here to send away CW30. If you are watching us on CW30 and would like to continue with weather coverage, you can flip over to ABC24. We're also going to continue to stream on the 24 Plus app, on the web, on the app, everything. We're not going anywhere. We are only going to sign off of CW30 and send them back to regular programming because we do not have a tornado warning for the Mid-South. But for right now, we're going to take a pause. We will send our CW30 audience back to regular programming. Weather coverage continues here on ABC24 in just a couple of seconds. All right, sorry, that was a slightly longer pause than I anticipated. We do want to continue our coverage here on ABC24, though. So if we are not on WATN, we're going to continue there as well. And we're also going to continue on our digital app. We were only going to send off CW30. So for ABC24, we're going to stay on. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like we're on ABC24. I know we're still on digital, but we need to make sure. There we go. Sorry about that. That was a slightly longer pause than we anticipated. Sounded like a little bit of a miscommunication there. We did want to send away our CW30 audience. We are going to continue on ABC24. We're going to keep things rolling here as we continue our severe weather coverage. Again, normally we would be doing ABC24 news at 10 p.m. on this Sunday evening, but we're going to continue with our weather coverage because right now the news is the weather. So let's talk about that. We'll zoom back in there. To me right now, one of the strongest storms continues to be near Forest City, between Forest City and Marianna. That's what we have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for. And that is going to be kind of moving to the east and eventually a little bit more to the south and east into Tunica County. So we're going to watch carefully here because that storm's probably still producing some decent sized hail and some very high wind gusts as it just begins to get close to crossing the river into the northern portion of northwest Mississippi. So I'm going to track this out for you, moving at about 35 miles an hour. They're off to the east and southeast. That's going to be near Horseshoe Lake at about 10:27. So I know things are pretty quiet there, but that early heads up for you. That storm is going to be rolling in towards you. Eudora in DeSoto County by about 10:47. Nesbitt at 10:56. Hernando at 11:01. And again, that's eventually going to come into northwest Mississippi. So right now that storm's near Forest City and Marianna. That is going to continue east and eventually cross into northwest Mississippi. So that storm going to be an issue for DeSoto and Tate counties as well as northern Tunica County as well. I don't know if we want to go back to our Lauren Turman. I know she's been out there keeping an eye on things in East Memphis. Rain's really picking up there now. It doesn't sound like we're going to go back to her. Okay, so we're going to keep an eye on that storm there as we continue to watch things coming through Memphis and Shelby County. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for a good chunk of Shelby County for this wind and hail concern. We've had reports of hail near Bartlett. We've had reports of hail near Millington and reports of hail near Rosemark as well. And the chunk of that storm, the meat of that storm, is really going to be coming into Fayette County now as well. So Somerville, Oakland, along Highway 64, probably some very large hail and high wind gusts passing through there. And that's going to continue moving off toward the east. So Hardeman County in the next little bit, you're going to be impacted by this storm. Just an early heads up for places like Bolivar as we get later on into the night. We are going to see those wind gusts continue to pick up and continue to grow as well. But again, for Memphis right now, mainly just some plain old rain. We'll go back to the Midtown camera from the Southern College of Optometry. It's raining there. We've had some high wind gusts, maybe a little bit of small hail in portions of Shelby County. Most of the worst of this has missed Memphis, but you definitely see the lightning, and the heavy rain is coming down. Even though we're not getting the hail and high wind gusts, we are getting the heavy rain. We are getting the lightning throughout the city of Memphis, and it has been a ton of lightning here over just the last few minutes as well. Back to the radar, just kind of zoom out and reset. Maybe you're just joining us. These storms are kind of entering into some new areas that they haven't been yet today. So some folks are just now clicking on. So I do want to kind of repeat over some things I said earlier. I want to tell you who's clear of the severe weather threat. I'm going to kind of draw a circle here and talk about the areas that have been cleared from that severe weather potential. I guess I don't have my circle tool on here. There we go. So that's going to be northeast Arkansas and northwest Tennessee. This circle here is clear of the severe weather threat. I know there's still some rain back near Wynne and Harrisburg through Mississippi County, Arkansas, and back to Dyersburg, but the severe weather threat is over for those areas. I assume that's the lightning that's messing with our feed right now. I don't know what's going on there, but we had a lightning strike and some thunder at the same time you saw that happen. So I think probably something to do with that. And so, yeah, we've got some power flashes and flickers going on here, as you might have at your home as well. We're kind of dealing with the same thing. We're at I-40 and Sycamore View here in northeast Memphis at the TV station. You probably hear the wind and thunder right above us as well. So we're back with you now. Again, apologize for that. Just some power malfunctions here as these storms are rolling in. Let's zoom back in here, though, to what's going on in the middle of Shelby County. And something that we're watching, again, is the heavy rain and hail throughout Shelby County. Still a severe thunderstorm warning for the eastern portion of Shelby County. Probably some hail now near Cordova, I-269, up toward Arlington as well. I would not be surprised at all if we had some hail going on out there. And that is going to be coming into Fayette County as well for the next little bit. So this storm in particular is continuing to move to the east. So Memphis, I know we have the rain, I know we have the thunder, but the worst of that storm is moving away. It's moving into Fayette County. It's eventually going to move into Hardeman County as well. It could be near McNairy County here in the next 35, 40 minutes to maybe an hour. We're still watching that storm also right on the Mississippi River that we talked about, and that is going to be near Marianna, Hughes, south of Forest City for some hail and high wind gusts coming into northern Tunica County. They're also under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is going to go until let's see if we can get the latest on that. That's going to go until 11 p.m., and that includes Hughes and Marianna. We haven't checked in on the rotation here in a minute. If you were with us a moment ago, we talked about the potential for some spin in this storm. And just looking at that, I know it looks like a bucket of spilled paint, but I don't really see anything in there that would alarm me for a possible tornado. I think the signature was a bit better back when it was near Interstate 40, that there could have been some rotation. I'm not seeing anything in there right now that really worries me, that makes it seem like a tornado would be forming. I think right now the main concern is the wind and the hail that's coming through Mariana and then into northern Tunica County as well. So again, we've got storms here in the metro, storms in western Tennessee, and then we're going to see if we get some more storms develop back in Arkansas, because we still have a lot of storm fuel down in North Mississippi that we could easily have more storms develop. I'm going to switch over to our storm fuel. You can see where it's gone and where the severe weather threat is over, but there is still plenty of storm energy to work with through much of northern Mississippi, and that is where we could still have storms to work with through at least midnight or 1 a.m. We'll see if those storms can actually develop and can actually tap into that energy. Sometimes the energy is there, but nothing happens. We've seen that a couple of times. Think about these storm ingredients like you're baking a cake. You've got the flour, the egg, all that stuff ready. Those are the storm ingredients. But if you want the cake to happen, you still have to turn on the oven. So you can have the ingredients all day long, but until a storm can actually develop to tap into the ingredients, we're going to get a whole lot of nothing. And that's what's happening right now in North Mississippi. Again, as long as those ingredients are in place, we've got to watch things, because this storm is moving into North Mississippi. That's going to be able to tap into some of those ingredients. And there could be more storms developing back to the south and west that can also tap into the ingredients. I will say, Kit, maybe you can tap on this here in a second. Our tornado threat seems to be winding down. Can't completely discount the potential of a tornado overnight, but I think as we get later into the night, the tornado potential is going to decrease. I think we will still, though, be dealing with that hail and wind threat for at least the next couple of hours in parts of the Mid-South.
And there's a new area that I'm keeping an eye on of a new severe thunderstorm warning, sort of in between where we've had previous warnings. So now the whole line can be warned from the Brownsville area back to Memphis. So notice this box here in the middle here, just right here, just moving towards the Henderson area in parts of southeastern Haywood County there. It's very subtle, but there is just an area of rotation that has started up. One of the things that's happening is we're starting to see the line bowing forward. So it's pushing itself forward with the severe winds that we've been talking about just there south of Fayette Corners. Notice there we've got those winds that are pushing pretty much due east very fast. When you see that pink shade, that is severe wind gusts, upwards of 58 miles per hour. North towards the Hillville area here, this is a region where we've started to see a bit of rotation along the northern side of that Boeing segment. So just over the last several minutes here, it was about 20 minutes ago, we started to see some of the rotation. What happens is, if you bear with me, as that wind pushes forward, that can induce a little area of what we call a bookend vortex, and that's where we can get some quick spin-up tornadoes. Whenever we see a line of storms rather than an individual supercell, that's where we can see the chance for a quick spin-up tornado that only takes a couple of minutes to form and die, and it could go between scans of the radar. So that's why we have this warning here into southeastern Haywood County for a potential tornado possible tag on that storm presently. So I'll get you that information on the screen, of course. This is now east of I-40. As we get the severe thunderstorm warning information, I'll have to switch back over to radar here to get that information up. But this is now east of I-40, just into southeastern Haywood County. Northern parts of Fayette and Hardeman County are also included within that severe thunderstorm warning, as well as parts of McNairy County. But a tornado possible is going to be very quick threat if it does come to fruition. So we need to be very aware of that. The other side of it is we could see winds up to 60 miles per hour and gusts, or large hail up to 1-inch diameter. In the meantime, for most of Fayette County, we're starting to see this moving across parts of the Somerville area. This severe thunderstorm warning is for up to 1¼ inch diameter hail, so that's a little bit larger than a quarter. We've seen reports out of Bartlett already this evening of some hail. It looks like about nickel size, some pea-sized hail. We've got some video here as well from one of our weather watchers. Let's take this from the producer computer now. As of course this, you can see some pretty decent hail coming down on that backyard. You can kind of see a little bit of that on the on some of the furniture there, bouncing there. So it looks like it might be about hail, about pea-sized hail. This is just North Bartlett here. So decently sized hail, of course. That's not quite to the severe limits. But definitely something we've been, this is our weather watcher, Sarah Bosham there. Of course, we appreciate you, Sarah, for sharing that with us this evening. Let's take you back to radar now. As of course, we've seen those storms beginning to push through the Memphis area. If you're in West Memphis, the city, you're pretty much clear. If you're in the western part of Memphis, around downtown, midtown, you're pretty much clear of the rain, but you're still under threat for the lightning, so don't necessarily venture outside just yet. And back towards the south and west here around Marianna, Arkansas, we still have that hail threat, pretty large threat for those that hailstone potential there. We've seen the tornado possible tag on that storm for a while, hail up to 1.5 inches, and that is an observed source for that large hail damage as well. Let's get another view from our Facebook weather watchers. Of course, a lot of folks here in the Memphis area have been seeing some of that. So as we take a look from our Facebook group here, our ABC24 Weather Watchers, we're getting the information from that viewer presently, but that's some pretty decent amount of hail coming down here around the Memphis metro, probably from this storm here that just is moving through the Cordova area, will eventually make it to the Oakland area as well. These thunderstorms are producing hail. Maybe not everyone will see that 1-inch diameter severe hail, but you'll still see hail around the area. So, of course, we want to keep that in mind whenever we have these thunderstorms rolling through. As they're coming through, they're gobbling up all of that energy that Trevor was mentioning earlier, and they're taking that water, bringing it up very high in the atmosphere, and it's creating an ice particle. That begins to fall again, and then it gets picked back up by the updraft. It hits more water, and it begins to layer itself and get larger and larger and larger. Whenever we have a hailstone that's growing like that, you'll sometimes see it as it's on the ground. You'll sometimes see different layers of white and clear as that storm has been tossing that hailstone up and down can happen for several minutes within a thunderstorm as well. So whenever we have that video ready, let me know, but I'm going to continue to look up towards the eastern side of this storm. This is just about to move into Bolivar right now, so some pretty decent heavy rain will be moving into Bolivar shortly. There's going to be a quick burst. There's sort of a brief shower out ahead of it, but then the line between Fayette Corners and Somerville will be coming in as well. Let's take a look at that video of hail from our weather watchers. Of course, we can see that it's from the Millington area. This is from Kathleen, so we appreciate that, Kathleen, for you sending that in safely from your front porch. Of course, you always want to be very careful filming hail because that can bounce and ricochet off of objects, but that looks to be pretty small hail, maybe pea to dime size hail, so that would be about 1/2 inch at best for some of those hailstones there. Of course, this was just outside the Millington area, so we can take you back to the radar. As we zip this back, it was probably right here just before the top of the hour, just before 10 o'clock, as the core of that storm was moving through that cone of silence. Remember how I said it would look like it would go away, it would look like it weakened. We still had some hail around that area, and that continued to push east. One more thing before I send it back over to Trevor. I've been working for a little while to get this photo, and I finally got a response from the gentleman who shared it. This is going several hours back. Remember when we had that tornado warning just outside of the Fisher area? This is one of the first photos that was issued or that was sent to the National Weather Service of the possible tornado. This is from the Arkansas Weather Watchers media group of the possible tornado. You can see that storm. If we can drop the lower third here, or if we can just take the weather graphics full so we can see this in a little better resolution here. If we just take that full, you can see the top of the storm, or the bottom of the storm clouds, the top of the image here. That's where you can see a funnel cloud dropping down. And then here we're seeing some dust getting lofted and maybe even a little bit of a connection of more of a stovepipe of that dust getting lofted into the storm. So this was one of the earliest phases of that tornado. Again, we appreciate John Cook, who has shared this with the National Weather Service, and the Arkansas Weather Watchers media group, who shared this with them as well. Of course, anytime we have a tornado report, we always need to verify that it was a tornado, that it did produce the damage that we've seen around this area. That, of course, was in Poinsett County a couple of hours ago, so that was around 7:30 this evening. We've been taking you through it over the last several hours here on ABC24 and also on our sister station CW30 now at regular programming. But we still have several thunderstorms around the area. I still want to bring you some of that information. So I'll go through and we'll give you that warning information now. So around Mariana into Tunica, northern Tunica County and parts of Lee County as well. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for 1.5-inch diameter hail. A possible tornado, though we haven't seen that quite come to fruition just yet. We've observed the hail threat, and there's also a chance for some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that thunderstorm. As we move up the line, there's a bit of a break around the South Haven area. So South Haven, you're pretty much in the clear there. But eastern parts of Shelby County also in a severe thunderstorm warning into Fayette and Hardeman County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for potential large hail and damaging winds. The hail could be up to 1.25 inches size. So that's about the size of a $50 coin, if you remember those, and possibly winds up to 60 miles per hour. Continuing up the line even further, just very shortly, we're seeing that chance for a potential tornado on this storm just starting to move out of our viewing area. So that bookend vortex here, tornado possible on that storm, could be moving towards Henderson and northern parts of McNairy County within the next little while. So that goes until 11 o'clock this evening. One more check of the hail before we send things back over to meteorologist Trevor Burchett. Just more hail in the hands of some of our viewers here. We've seen these pictures coming into our ABC24 Weather Watchers Facebook group. We appreciate everyone who's been sending them in. This is from Kylie out in Bartlett. So some pretty decent hail, nickel-sized hail there in Bartlett, I would say. So Trevor, you know, we've seen a lot of folks who have been joining us. Of course, if you want to join our Facebook group, I'll pop that up on your screen now. You can scan this QR code on screen in a moment. We'll see that. There you go. Scan that with your phone. You can join our Facebook group. Any pictures you've had of the severe weather, we appreciate it if you would share those with us. You can also search the ABC24 Weather Watchers in your search bar on Facebook. Trevor?
Yeah, Kit, some great information there and some great photos of these storms. I have some good news and bad news that I want to share with you and just kind of get a good reset here of what is going on. The good news is I have the all clear for quite a few people. I know a lot of us are waiting up to see if we can go to sleep. Here's who I'm going to clear and give you the good night, as I like to say. If you're in Tipton County, Lauderdale County, Dyer County, Crockett County, or Haywood County, good night. The severe weather threat is over for you in northwest Tennessee. We can call it clear. The storms are going to continue to move out, but if you're in Tipton, Lauderdale, Dyer, Crockett, Haywood, that severe weather threat is over for you. Memphis and Shelby County, give me 10 to 20 more minutes. We've still got very heavy rain and some hail possible near Cordova, Germantown, Collierville. Most of the city of Memphis is starting to clear up. Midtown looks better. Downtown looks better. Give me 10 or 20 more minutes and Shelby County, you can go to bed. We're going to keep watching, though, Fayette, Hardeman, McNairy County, and West Tennessee. Over in Arkansas, if you are in Mississippi County, Arkansas, if you're in Poinsett County, Cross County, Forest City, even Crittenden County, we can really give you the all clear. Those storms have passed you by. While we're talking about the good news, we'll talk about some more good news. Kit showed you earlier that photo of that tornado that was out there in Poinsett County near Harrisburg. We had a report that tornado had touched down. I'll go back to that image and show you. Kit had this just a bit ago. That was the apparent tornado in Poinsett County a bit earlier today. That was about 6 o'clock or so. We have been able to check in with some people. We have a Skywarn group that I'm a part of out in Poinsett County with some folks in there. They are reporting that they don't know of any damage in Harrisburg, which is good news. We were worried about that because that storm still had a tornado on it. I think it just barely missed Harrisburg, maybe went to the south. We do have some reports of power poles down and some trees down in part of Poinsett County. But as far as any major structures or injuries or anything like that, we do not have any reports of that out of Poinsett County, which is good news. We can also give them the all clear. So again, Poinsett County, Wynn, Forest City, you are clear of the severe weather threat. So good night. go to sleep. Enjoy it. That's all the good news I have for right now. Unfortunately, the more we go, it's going to turn into some slightly worse news. We still have storms that we're watching coming into Fayette County, this one in St. Francis and Lee County about to cross into North Mississippi. And because these storms are still severe and because they're moving into an area that still has plenty of ingredients for storms to develop, it looks like we are about to get an extension of the weather watch that we have in effect. So we've had the tornado watch out for parts of the Mid-South. It seems like they could be about to extend that either as a tornado watch or as a severe thunderstorm watch throughout North Mississippi. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll let you know when that does come out. I'll show you for right now, the tornado watch that we have in effect continues to dwindle. We've got St. Francis County, Crittenden County, Memphis and Shelby County, and then parts of West Tennessee. For Memphis, the watch goes until 11, so it's about to drop out anyway. There are a couple of counties in West Tennessee that watch goes until 3 a.m. Now, I don't think the threat will last that long, but it does go to show you that it's going to be a little longer for places like McNairy County and Hardeman County. It might be a little past 11 o'clock. And then we'll see, because it looks like that could be expanded into parts of North Mississippi in just a matter of minutes. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But for right now, we do still have that severe thunderstorm warning for a good chunk of West Tennessee. That includes eastern Shelby County, close to Collierville and Germantown, most of Fayette County, and most of Hardeman County. That storm still likely producing some decent hail and high wind gusts. We'll likely actually go over to the hail just as we get a report from a ham radio operator of half-inch hail in Eads. And our hail detector is picking up on that quite well. Eads, of course, is right on the Shelby-Fayette County line out off of 269. And that is the area that our radar is indicating the hail potential, and that's all coming into Fayette County right now. So south of Oakland, you probably have some hail falling right now, and then even out toward eastern Shelby County, north of Collierville, right along Wolf River Boulevard, there could be some hail there as well, and that's moving east. So Macon and Fayette County, and then eventually toward the Highway 76 corridor, could be a little closer to Highway 57 too, that we see that hail scooting through Fayette County. And again, we just got a report of inch-sized hail near Eads in Shelby County. Even more indications of hail, though, with this storm in Lee County, Arkansas. Marianna probably just saw some hail, and especially areas to the east of Marianna. Some very large hail being indicated by the radar there. We're waiting to check on storm reports to see if there's any ground truth to this, but this is indicating 2-inch-sized hail, and we've seen that already. So we know that these storms can do it, and it's probably doing it near Marianna right now. We'll put a track on this. It's going to be eventually sliding over the Mississippi River into northern Tunica County. This, again, I'm just tracking the hail out, and that's going to be in the North Tunica area toward the casinos within the next couple of minutes, and then eventually toward Arca-Butler, maybe toward Hernando. Now, this thing's been trying to move a little bit south of east, so that could get a little closer to Tate County as well. But if you are in northwest Mississippi, I know it's been quiet all night. We told you for the most part this was going to be an overnight event, and we're seeing that now with this storm that is moving into northwest Mississippi. And there's really nothing that's going to stop it because it has not stormed in North Mississippi. There's been nothing to eat up the storm energy. So North Mississippi still has plenty of storm energy to work with. In areas that it has been storming, that storm energy is kind of run out. As you can see, we do have lower storm energy in Memphis and points to the north. That's where we've given that all clear, but still plenty of juice for storms to develop and an ongoing threat for damaging wind gusts and hail throughout the night in North Mississippi. All right, a giant new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. What they've done is just pretty much warned the entire line for hail and wind gusts. That includes Fayette County, a sliver of Marshall County, northern Benton, northern Tippah, northern Alcorn, McNairy, Hardeman counties, and this is going to go until 11:30 p.m. So this is going to be a longer severe thunderstorm warning here for at least the next 45 minutes. So it's going to take at least 45 minutes for this storm to work through Fayette County, Hardeman County, McNairy, and then right there along Highway 72 in North Mississippi, right in the extreme northern portion of the state. There could be some hail and high wind gusts there. Again, that storm's definitely producing some hail near Eads right now, in Fayette County as well, through Oakland towards Somerville along 64, down towards 76 too. Some decent hail falling, and that's going to be an issue for Bolivar. That's going to be an issue for McNairy County and Selmer in the next little bit. We do not have any reports right now of our indications that we have a tornado concern. There are some tornado warnings back toward Nashville, but that's out of our coverage area. We do not reach those folks. As far as the areas that we do reach, we don't have any tornado concern for right now. We're going to see if this new watch they're going to put out is going to be a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch. We'll see when they issue that in the next little bit. If I were making the decision, I'd probably go with a thunderstorm watch because I think we are quickly transitioning away from a tornado threat and more of a thunderstorm threat of hail and wind. Now, not to say the tornado threat is zero overnight tonight, but I think the later we get into the night, the lower that tornado threat's going to go. The hail and wind threat is probably going to continue, Kid, especially like I said, it's tapping into that air that hasn't been perturbed yet. We haven't had storms in North Mississippi, so all of that fresh storm energy is down there, and we could actually even see more storms developing in that area that you circled.
Yeah, and taking a look to what the Storm Prediction Center is also. Sorry about that, I was muted. We're taking a look here at this region here of the northern half of Mississippi and sort of northwestern Arkansas here. This is where the Storm Prediction Center is keeping an eye for the greatest potential for wind damage and tornadoes for the next 2 to 3 hours here. So that does include a lot of our viewing area, but that will eventually move out of this area. The greatest threat for it, I think, is around here, according to their map. The severe weather threat is expected to go to the larger circle there, so that's likely where they will extend a new watch. The greatest threat in the next 2 to 3 hours there, I should correct myself, is on this one here. So Holly Springs, Corinth, Oxford, all within that greater threat, increasing over the next, or continuing over the next several hours here. So what we're looking at, of course, Trevor mentioned that large blanket severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued for Fayette, Hardeman, McNairy, parts of Benton and Tippah County here, also Alcorn County, just a little bit in that, and the Marshall County corner also within that. So that's for 1.25 inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and tornado is possible. Now, they've kind of put that as a blanket severe thunderstorm warning, as really anywhere along this line could have those winds that punch forward and then create that rotation just in that bookend vortex. One of those things we'd mentioned earlier is where the winds push forward and it starts to outrun the rest, and that induces some rotation on, at this time, it would be the northern side of that line, or the northeastern side of the line. So an area where that could happen, if these winds rush out here and they're not rushing as fast here, that could induce some rotation. And we're kind of seeing a little bit of that right there just to the north of Hardeman County. So it's not quite there. It's not quite strong enough to be producing that rotation. That would be a tornado. Anytime we're looking for a tornado, we can look outside right now, outside of our viewing area. This is an area of very clear rotation where you've got those greens and even some pinks in there next to one another, but we just don't quite see that right now along this line. This is predominantly a straight line wind threat right now. North of the Bolivar area, we're starting to see some of those stronger wind gusts. Of course, we're getting farther away from the radar site, so this is actually going up and away from the ground. So all of those pink shades you see between Whiteville, not Whitehaven, Whiteville and Bolivar, those are winds that are upwards of 60 miles per hour possibly, and that's going to be above the ground surface. So that's something that's, it might not be reaching all the way down to the surface. I'm trying to get a tool here to see how high above the ground that is. It looks like it's about 3,000 feet above the surface there, from Newcastle to Whiteville to Bolivar. These winds are about 3,000 feet up, so they might not be all completely reaching the surface. We can take an investigation of some of these winds here. 59, so that's technically severe. Severe begins at 58. They just warn it in increments of 5. 62 miles an hour there. Looks like another 65 pixel there. Winds around 51 there, so just missed some of those pixels there. So that's definitely some severe winds at 3,000 feet. Of course, that's now updated and shifted a little bit east as the radar swung around. These storms are going to keep up over the next several hours here as they continue to push east and ever so slightly south. Let's just back this up over the last few hours here. We'll get a full view of the satellite and radar just in the last 2 hours. Let's back this up to the last 4 hours and just see some of the motion. Of course, this started up towards the Jonesboro area, just outside of our viewing area, and then the line of thunderstorms just backed up towards the Little Rock area almost, past Wynne, Arkansas, and then down towards Tunica. Of course, that line unzipping and tapping into more and more energy from the storm. As the storms have been feeding off of energy, getting pulled in from the south, these storms have been progressing south and east over the last several hours. Of course, that's right along a cold front that has been basically is right there along the line of storms now that's starting to push through. So as that cold front pushes into all of this energy that is feeding in from the south, that's going to keep on kicking these storms up. The thing is, there's no storms that are forming around Oxford right now. We've got what's called a cap or a lid on the atmosphere, something that is very stable and prevents the storms from bubbling up. But if we get the cold front to push under that energy and force it over, that's how we are going to maintain these thunderstorms over the next several hours tonight. So that's why we're going to keep up with some of the coverage here as needed on air and online. Of course, it's coming up near the top of the next hour, so we'll be reassessing if we need to continue coverage at that time on air or if we want to drop to just online. We'll keep that in mind over the next little bit, but we'll go through those warnings one more time here on where we're seeing some of those severe threats. So that current severe thunderstorm warning, the widespread one from Somerville to Bethel Springs into northern Mississippi, tornado is possible with that thunderstorm, as well as a chance for hail up to 1¼ inches in diameter and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Back towards the Mississippi River, just starting to cross into northern Tunica County here, we've got another severe thunderstorm warning. So this one is also warned for a tornado possible. The chance for hail to be on the larger side of up to 2 inches. So this is a larger hail threat with this storm. And it's been maintaining that larger hail threat as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. So as I was saying, some of that energy is getting pulled in from the south into the storm. And this one has nothing else on the southwestern side for it to be sort of robbing the energy. So it's all coming into this one storm, so it's able to get a very vigorous updraft and have hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So I want to take a cross section of that storm right now just to see where some of that hail is getting up to. I'll clear off some of these selections there. So anytime we have large hail, it can be going very high into the storm, getting lofted up to around 35,000 feet, it looks like. So we see there's those purple colors there. It looks like that's actually 25,000 feet. But the smaller hail could be upwards of 30,000 feet there. So that's very, very tall. It's also very cold. If you ever are in a jet, you can sometimes see frost forming on the windows. It's because it's very cold at 30,000 feet, and that's where we've had that hail forming, and you can definitely see we've got plenty of hail within the core of that thunderstorm. And that's starting to cross over the Mississippi River right now. So definitely something to keep in mind. Meanwhile, around the Memphis area, another threat to keep in mind is the fact that we've had some heavy rains that can lead to some flash flooding. We just have an aerial flood advisory. This is not a flash flood warning, so it's not quite as much of an imminent threat, but we could see ponding on roadways. Creeks and streams could be swollen. We've had all that pollen, any of the leftover leaves from the fall that might not have gotten cleared up over the winter. That could be causing some blockages on your streets, so they might have a little bit of ponding in the gutters as well. I'm going to take a check in with the National Weather Service, see if they have any new information as well. Of course, meteorologist Trevor Burchett has been keeping an eye on that as well. He may have already seen what I'm going to be looking for. But Trevor, we'll bring it back to you.
Yeah, we just talked about the fact that it looked like a new watch was going to come out, and it does look like they are going to put a watch out. That's going to go for North Mississippi through 5 a.m. Now, I don't think the storms will impact our area that long. I think things will wrap up here by maybe 1 or 2, but we do have several more hours of that severe weather threat for North Mississippi that's going to continue. For Memphis and most of West Tennessee, things are really clearing up. Now, there are still some showers back back there, but Memphis, the storms are past you. The severe weather threat is pretty much over for Memphis and Shelby County, as it is for Dyersburg, Lauderdale County, Tipton County, and then Haywood and Crockett counties as well. That severe weather threat has ended there, and it's ended for the most part in northeast Arkansas. So that is an area that we can kind of give the all clear to and let you have a good night. The storms are now shifting into northern Mississippi and still part of West Tennessee. This is a mean line of storms coming through Fayette, Hardeman, and it's about to come into McNairy counties. That's producing some very high wind gusts and hail. I'll put a track on this and just kind of see where those things are going as it moves off to the east and southeast. So that's going to be near Bethel Springs at about 11:19, Selmer at 11:31, and then it kind of gets out of our area. So that storm still has a good 30 to 40 minutes of trucking through western Tennessee, at least for Fayette, Hardeman, and McNairy counties, producing that high wind and hail. We'll check in with the hail indicator, and you see there are some dots near Bolivar, and then especially through Fayette County near Somerville and Oakland, where there's probably some hail. But what's going to catch your eye is that storm and a large indication of some hail. That is in Lee County, Arkansas, but about to cross into Tunica County. That bullseye there is probably about 2-inch hail. That's near golf ball size, if not a little bigger than that, and that is crossing the river now into North Tunica, close to where the old outlet mall was and out by the casinos in Robinsonville. There you see Moon Landing Parkway, so a lot of the casinos are right out there. So if you know anybody that's out there, they might come back with a couple of fewer windows on their car, because this is some pretty big hail that is definitely going to cause some damage, and that's why that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. And they're about to extend this warning, Kit, and I know that's something we had talked about a moment ago, whether we would stay on air or stay off. They're extending this into DeSoto County, this severe thunderstorm warning with possible 2-inch size hail. They're calling it ping pong ball size, and our radar is indicating it could even be slightly higher than that. It's moving to the east at about 30 miles an hour, so it's a pretty slow mover, but it does look like an impact for northern Tunica County, maybe southern DeSoto County, and then Tate County. That's probably where that new warning is going to come. They're drawing up that box right now, and they're about to click send, so we'll see it in our system here in just a little bit. There it is, literally right there. And folks at the National Weather Service, by the way, doing a great job. Their office out at the Agri Center in Memphis, they're always great about giving us a heads up about what's next. So there's your new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to go for northern Tunica, southern DeSoto, and a good chunk of Tate County. That's going to go till 11:45. DeSoto County, this is going to impact areas south of 69 and 269. So South Haven, Olive Branch, Horn Lake. This storm's not for you. It's going to miss you, but it's going to be southern DeSoto County, closer to Hernando, probably even a little further south than that. And that is for a risk of very large hail, ping pong ball to golf ball size hail, possibly larger than that, through northern Tunica, southern DeSoto, and Tate counties. I'll do another storm track on this. Let's see if we have an updated speed here. Sometimes these storm speeds can change just a little bit, so I like to keep it as accurate as possible. It does look like it's sped up just a little bit, so I'm going to do a different storm track on this in the direction they have that warning drawn. So Arca-Butler by about 11:31, and it seems like that could be the area of DeSoto County that's greatest impacted by this. I don't think this might not even be an issue for Hernando, at least not the hail, but Arca-Butler down near the cold water. There's probably going to be some very large hail there, and then again into North Tunica in the next little bit, close to Hernando, if not just south of it, by about 11:43, Cockrum at 11:58, and then if it holds together, Byhalia going into Marshall County by about 12 in the morning. So an overnight threat here of hail and very high wind gusts. Haven't checked in on much of the wind here. It's not a great view. I'm not seeing any extreme winds in here. We could have, 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts. But I think the biggest issue with this one is going to be the hail. And that hail core is right on the Mississippi River, that area that we're seeing hail. I'll zoom in a little bit closer here, just give you really a street level view. So that black line, that's going to be the Mississippi River. Here's 61 over here. You've got Moon Landing Parkway, so some of the old casinos are out here. And that's about to cross 61 north of Tunica near Hollywood, out at the Hollywood Cafes out there. So those areas, that zone is probably going to be the one that's impacted by the hail. If we zoom out just a little bit more, I might even be able to, let's see if I could do this. If I just turn on the warnings, here we go. So this might give me a slightly better view of where we are. And again, if you know this area, there's not much out here in this part of Tunica County. We're north of the more populated areas, but there's Casino Strip Resort Boulevard. So this is out here. You've got the Horseshoe, Gold Strike is kind of more up here. And then the other casinos, some of the older casinos are down near Levee Road and Moon Landing Parkway. So kind of in that casino zone in the Robinsonville area, that is probably where this largest hail is going to go. We'll turn back on the radar here and show you, again, that hail core, those purples showing up, just about to cross into northern Tunica County and eventually into southern DeSoto County as well. Out near Arcabutla, probably going to get some hail down there. And then the northern portion of Tate County as well. Coldwater's down there. Love is down there off of Highway 51. That's where that storm is headed. And again, possible, what they're saying is a report actually now of 1.5 inch sized hail. That is massive hail. I actually wonder here, I'm going to try to find a graphic here on the fly and see if I can do that. Let's see here. I believe we have a graphic somewhere in this system that shows us the hail sizes, and it does look like we do. Let's go ahead and pull that up here and just kind of give you an idea. So we have 1.5 inch sized hail that is reported near Marianna, Arkansas. That's now coming into northern Tunica County here in the next little bit, and is producing possibly some high wind gusts as well. So northern Tunica County, DeSoto County near Arcabutla, that is going to be the zone where this hail is going to fall. Of course, I tried to pull up this graphic, and what are the odds? It froze my system. I guess it's too old of a graphic. We'll see if that'll actually load. But I was going to try to show you some of the hail size comparisons, because you get to 1.5 inch sized hail. All right, so now my system's completely gone. Well, let's see if we can try that one more time. Let's give it a shot here. This is live TV. What can you do? There we go. So as we zoom on in here into some of those hail sizes, I mean, you're talking about 1.5 inches. That's ping pong ball, almost golf ball sized hail, and that is destructive. If you think of golf balls falling out of the sky, that is going to do some damage, and that's what we're dealing with now near the casinos in Tunica County and eventually toward Arcabutla, right at the DeSoto Tate County line. So, Kit, that's kind of, to me, the most intense storm that we're still watching, and you kind of hit on earlier, if you want to talk about again, it's going into an area that's untapped. There's so much storm energy down there to work with, and so much juice for that storm to use. It's kind of all by itself. So that's a storm that's going to likely maintain its intensity as it rolls through North Mississippi, and then some other storms still causing a ruckus with high wind gusts and some hail from Bolivar back into Fayette County, coming into McNairy County right now, Kit.
Seen that sort of what we call the tail end Charlie. It's the final storm on a line of storms that drops down, and it can just eat all of the energy all to itself. It doesn't have to share with anyone. It gets it first. And that's what we're seeing here. As you can see, that line of the energy getting pulled up by those storms, that's right along the cold front that's been marching through. The one there in Tunica County, just right here, I'll grab my pointer. It's right here, and it's pulling in all of this energy. There's a little bit of some convection just right there on the backside of this, but it's not quite upstream of where these storms have been. So if we swap over to radar, of course, you can see where I'm talking about. We've got just this. I'm actually going to swap over to the full composite just to get that point across there. You can see it's actually been dropping off in intensity. There were some storms over here, but you can sort of see the remnant. We call that an orphan anvil cloud of where that storm was. And there you go. Track it all the way back. And just a quick little pop-up shower on the very tail end of that. And we've got a couple orphan anvil clouds. That's where all of these clouds are coming from here, just towards the southeastern end of that storm front. You can see, of course, these storms go all the way up to the Ohio River Valley there, the southern end of Ohio, all the way to Cleveland, and even some snow up towards parts of Wisconsin. So this is a pretty large system here across the Great Lakes, all the way down to us here in the Mid-South. Of course, you can see through our region, we've had those severe thunderstorms that we've been tracking all through the day today. Looking back at the velocity, though, on these storms, I want to just keep in mind that we could see some rotation develop with the storm at any time. It has that tornado possible tag. We've got some lateral rotation potential here. So we've got these winds that are moving away, these winds who are moving towards, these who are also moving towards. So a little bit of back and forth. So I'm going to switch things over manually just so I can keep these markers on the screen. If I swap over to this, all of that rotation is well out ahead of the area that we would conventionally see on the southwestern flank of that storm if its forward motion is east. So that's usually where we would see that rotation. We can switch back to the velocity, and we really don't see anything in this area. So I'm not too concerned of there being a tornado there right now. So that's some good news. We could see that still develop over the next little while, so we're keeping an eye on it. But it doesn't look like that's the primary threat. Hail, of course, with that severe thunderstorm warning for ping pong ball, 1.5-inch diameter hail, that could be what we're seeing as the primary threat with this storm right now. I'm going to get a query, the investigation tool there. That puts it around golf ball size hail there. Within the core of that, of course, our system seems to be overestimating 2.25-inch diameter hail there. So that would be nearly the size of a tennis ball. But of course, the National Weather Service, they have a different product that analyzes it. We've seen earlier our product was undershooting and now we're overshooting. So sometimes it just gives us a ballpark estimate of that hail size, not necessarily a ground truth. Off towards this other system here, this other line of thunderstorms, this is what has evolved from the original tornado warning that caused us to break into coverage just a little over 3.5 hours ago. We've got these storms with some small hail within that. You can see the larger rain spread across the area here, some pretty decent amount of rainfall there, and some decent lightning as well. So we switch over to the lightning and radar view. Let's just get a view across our whole viewing area of how much lightning we've seen just in 10 minutes. We'll start it back here all the way up through. We've seen a grand total of nearly 950 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes alone. If we put this back up over 30 minutes, we'll say, I'm not sure if I think I'll have to redraw that. So let's just redraw here. In the last 30 minutes, our viewing area has seen over 2,800 strikes of lightning. So just an incredible amount of lightning with these thunderstorms, of course, across the area. We're continuing to see that produce the lightning threat. So earlier we were even looking at a chance for lightning that could go up to 40 miles outside of the storm. The anvil that we were seeing on satellite, that was showing the sort of the extent of where lightning could conceivably strike from. So you see the line of storms. If I get my measuring tool, if we measure out ahead all the way to the border of that cloud, theoretically, we could see lightning upwards of 70 miles from that storm. A little weather research here for you. There was a report in Brazil, I think several years ago, of lightning that struck over 100 miles from a thunderstorm. I think it was over 150 if my memory serves, but it was just an incredibly long lightning strike. So it's something that's exceptionally rare for it to get that far, but it is still possible and still something you always want to treat with respect, of course, whenever we have thunderstorms rolling through. You can see on the last couple of hours, these storms have been moving through. This is right where we've got the cold front beginning to push through our area. We'll go ahead and draw that on your map. You can see it sort of extends back into southern Arkansas, where we've had some of those storms just briefly firing, and they didn't quite tap into all of the energy that remains in the atmosphere. So those fizzled out very quickly, and it's just this one, all of the energy that's around, say, the Clarksdale area, that is getting fed solely into that storm in Tunica. The Bolivar area, we're seeing some of that energy getting fed into you from the Oxford area, but nothing is happening here on the southern side. That's because we've got just too much stability above this. So this is one thing that we're going to have to combat with these storms over the next several hours as they continue to push through. Is the cold front going to push in fast enough for those storms to spark and get going and tap in, or are they going to fizzle out like some of the storms we've seen here in southern Arkansas, south of the Little Rock area? It's just not progressing forward quickly enough. It's more of a tailing edge there, so it's moving very slowly south as it's pushing east. So it's not quite fast enough for it. If it were moving due south, that would definitely be sparking up a lot more thunderstorm activity, but that's something that we're going to have to keep in mind. And of course, in our viewing area, we're right on the edge of where that cold front is pushing south and east. We might still see some of those storms. Trevor's got something updated for us.
Yeah, that new tornado watch is out, Kit. We've been telling you that this was coming. This is for all of North Mississippi, also for Phillips County, Arkansas. Technically, this goes until 5 a.m. Now, they usually give those some buffer time just to be on the safe side. I do not think our severe weather threat will continue for that long. I think we've got at least a few more hours, but I think we will be clear by 5 a.m. But that tornado watch has been extended for all of North Mississippi, also for Phillips County in Arkansas until 5 a.m. We also still have the watch for Hardeman and McNairy counties until 3 a.m. But again, give us an hour or two, we'll be able to at least clear them out. Memphis and Shelby County is now out of the tornado watch. Most of eastern Arkansas is. It's really only Phillips County. And then again, most of West Tennessee is clearing up as well. So Memphis and Shelby County, the severe weather threat is over. I gave the all clear on my Facebook a couple of minutes ago. But we're going to have to continue to watch North Mississippi for the next several hours as we have hail, high wind gusts, and that threat of tornadoes. Again, like I've said, I think the tornado threat will slowly decrease as the night goes on, but it's not going to go down to zero. And that is why that watch is still in place. We are still going to have hail and some high wind gusts to deal with. We also have plenty of lightning. I want to take you live out here to the Midtown camera again. Now we're looking to the south and west. So this is looking down toward Tunica, toward DeSoto County. And you can see all the lightning from this storm. Again, this is from Midtown looking down to the south and west. Just an incredible lightning show down there in northern Tunica County and in DeSoto County. We also have a view a little closer to that. This is from the MDOT camera at I-69 and I-55. This is not far from Nesbitt Road, this is 69 and 55, excuse me. This is right there at that big junction near Hernando. I think we've got another one that might show the lightning just a little bit better. You see a little bit of it there. We've also got, I think, on the other TDOT. Yeah, this is 55 at Nesbitt Road, and you can see it's almost like a strobe light effect, how much that lightning is happening. And of course, this is a little closer to that storm. And if we go back to the weather graphics, we'll go back to that camera and kind of give you the wide view of all of those lightning flashes. And again, if you have lightning like this, it is the sign of an intense storm. The more lightning you have, the stronger that storm is. But that's just a remarkable view as you look back down toward the south and west, down toward Tunica County from Memphis. A very intense storm with plenty of lightning there. That we see. I want to go back to the radar here, just talk a little bit more about everything that's going on. Again, I just told you that severe weather watch, the tornado watch, has been canceled for most of eastern Arkansas and most of West Tennessee. Memphis and Shelby County, the severe weather threat is over. For West Tennessee, who we're still watching though, is Fayette, Hardeman, and McNairy counties. Some large hail and high wind gusts here right over Bolivar, coming into Selmer in the next little bit. It's clear of Somerville now. It's clear of Oakland now. But southern Fayette County, a little closer to Piperton along 57. There's still some large hail probably falling there. Not far from Mount Pleasant, right there along the Marshall-Fayette County lines, the Tennessee-Mississippi state line. That's still moving off toward the east. So again, for at least the next hour to hour and a half, we're going to have to watch these counties in Tennessee for that severe weather potential. Again, right now, the main threat is the hail and high winds. Can't rule out a tornado. I think for this particular storm, the biggest threat is going to be the hail and high winds. Bethel Springs at 11:19, Selmer at 11:30. So you've got about 15 minutes in Selmer before the high winds and the heavy rain as well. Walnut, Mississippi by about 12:11, it's going to clip you. And honestly, the southern part of that storm seems a little more intense. What's in Fayette County now, that's going to kind of ride along the state line. So if you are along Highway 72 in North Mississippi from Walnut over toward Corinth, you'll probably have a better chance of some hail there with that storm that's moving east, Kit.
Yeah, of course, we've had that tornado watch issued across our area. I want to take you through some of those details of that current tornado watch. Of course, these thunderstorms are going to continue to push from northwest to the southeast and kind of north to south as a propagation. This is until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So we're going to keep you updated. Of course, I don't think it's going to be for our full viewing area until 5 a.m. It'll eventually move out, but wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Large hail, as we've seen, going to continue to be up to 2 inches in diameter, and a few tornadoes are still possible. Some could be strong. This whole severe weather threat that we've been seeing across our area, we've had a level 3 threat, and this is what a level 3 threat looks like. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, a few tornado warnings as well, and that's what we've seen across our viewing area. Of course, this was updated a couple of hours ago from the Storm Prediction Center, a division of NOAA, an important partner of ours with the National Weather Service as well. They've all been working very hard, just as hard as we have been. So it's not just us two here. There's a whole suite of meteorologists who are bringing this information to you. So we want to extend our appreciation to them. But there's the tornado threat that is pretty much all of our viewing area on the higher end of the yellow threat there. So that's on the medium part of the scale, but it is that level 3 threat, that medium threat. The severe hail threat is on the southern side, and that's where you've seen over the last several hours the largest hail has been sort of on the southern storms, where we've had around the parts of St. Francis and Lee County. That's been up to around 2 inches at times. And then now we're starting to transition to more of a straight line wind threat. As these storms are congealing into a line, we're starting to see more widespread chances of strong winds upwards of 60 miles per hour. Now, notice on the last two graphics, we've got some of those hash marks. That is the significant threat. Each has its own reason, but we're not seeing quite as significant a threat for strong winds. So I think 70 is going to be, as the watch dictated, that's going to be the upper limit, and we wouldn't see that significant threat until we got to 75 mile per hour winds. The significant hail threat is 2-inch diameter hail or larger. The significant tornado threat is the potential of EF2 or stronger tornadoes, and that's winds of 110 miles an hour or greater for those wind threats as well. So taking a look at radar here, this is going to show you the radar plus the new severe tornado watch across parts of our area. We're starting to see, of course, the watch was canceled here at 11 o'clock for the Memphis area, but it still continues until 3 a.m. out towards the Bolivar area. Parts of Hardeman County, McNairy County, of course, still within that watch there on the northern side of our viewing area. And then on the southern side, that's where we have, of course, the new tornado watch for parts of our southern viewing area. So that is all of our northern Mississippi counties, as well as Phillips County there into Arkansas. So those are the two watches we have, both for about the same impacts there for 70 mile per hour winds, 2-inch diameter hail, and potential for some tornadoes. When I get back to this severe thunderstorm warning, is you see it has sort of that darker orange tint. That's something that gives us a visual that that's a more intense thunderstorm warning. So this is now up to destructive threat. So that is now baseball-sized hail. 2 3/4-inch diameter hail is now within this thunderstorm. So it seems that our hail product was definitely picking up on that properly, as we've seen some very large hail on that hail tracker recently. So we want to take you back to a couple of scans here. Just in the last 30 minutes, we've seen some of those scans showing up with very large hail in that thunderstorm. And I want to get an investigation of one of those pixels there to see if we can query that. Doesn't look like we're seeing that, but if we could get some information on screen about a destructive thunderstorm, destructive hail headed towards Hernando and Senatobia, or destructive hail in northern Mississippi, that would be good to get on screen down here as well. If our producer Michaela could get that up for us, I'm sure she's working hard. Of course, again, it's not just Trevor and I. There's a whole team of folks in production here at ABC24 who is making this happen. So our thanks also goes out to them for their help this evening, pulling long hours and ruining their shows that they had planned for the 9 and 10 this evening. So anyway, the information for that destructive severe thunderstorm warning, that's going to be for parts of Tate County, DeSoto County, and Tunica County. That timing goes until 11:45. So whenever we have destructive hail, that can cause a lot of significant damage. So Full windows are going to be blown out of vehicles. You're going to see likely some large dents in cars. Of course, you're also going to see some tree damage. Crop damage is going to be likely. If you've already started planting in northern parts of Mississippi, you're likely going to see some damage to your fields as well. You may also sustain roof damage. That's where we start to see a lot of roof damage with large hail up to baseball size. The thing is, when a baseball-sized hailstone is being produced, it has to be in an updraft, an upwards wind of upwards of 80 miles per hour. So the winds within this thunderstorm have to be sustaining that, and that means its terminal velocity is 80 miles per hour. So imagine a pitcher from the major leagues throwing an easy ball, not necessarily a fastball, but throwing a ball at your car. It's going to do some damage. So that's why we've got that destructive tag on that thunderstorm. That is just starting to move into the Tunica area here. So I want to get some closer views on this right now. So you're seeing that purple shade. That's the heaviest, we'll call it interference, the reflection of the radar beam right there. That's where we're seeing some of the heaviest hail likely coming down at this moment. So if you're in North Tunica, if you're in towards the Pritchard area, Cottonville, Little Texas, you could be seeing some of that hail right now. I flipped it over to the velocity really quickly because we've got sort of that hook echo shape. There's really no rotation showing up very clearly on that. So some very large hail just on the very cusp of this warning. Senatobia, you'll eventually see this storm. I want to get some of the motion on that storm for you so we can see how fast this is moving. It's moving around 45 miles per hour. So we'll put that on here. I'll have to change that to 45. Probably moving towards the Senatobia area, Coldwater, Independence within the next 45 minutes or so. So North Tunica, it's happening right now. You'll likely see the hail begin to come down very quickly. Dooley, Mississippi, that's around 11:33, probably 11:30. Just again, anytime you see these numbers, take a couple minutes off of it, as it's likely already moved past where the radar shows it. The radar is never live. Crockett, Mississippi, you're looking around 11:40, 11:45. Robinson, Jen, around 11:50. Senatobia, it'll be around 11:50 to 11:54 around your area. And then eventually towards the Crockham, just past midnight around that area. So some pretty decent sized hail. I want to check in with the National Weather Service, see if they have had some confirmation of that. It is going to move over Tunica, so if you are in Tunica, be sheltered, be away from windows, because anytime hail is coming down this fast, this hard, it can ricochet and it can break your windows in your home, especially if the winds are driving it sideways. Again, we said that terminal velocity is 80 miles per hour. These winds are 60 miles per hour, so that's going to be driving it sideways, and it could be doing damage to not only your roof, but also to the siding on your home. So you want to be away from the walls, most interior room of your home. I'm going to send things back over to meteorologist Trevor Burchett, see if he's got any updates for us on this storm.
Yeah, Kit, a destructive storm, like you said, that's literally what they're calling it in the warning, is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Golf ball sized hail likely coming down near Tunica right now. That is going to do some damage. It's going to break some windows, and it can be dangerous. So I know this is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is not a tornado warning, but I want you to treat it as if it is a tornado warning. I want you in the most interior portion of your house. I need you away from windows. I don't want you taking pictures. I don't want you trying to see it. This kind of hail can be deadly for people that are caught outside. Again, golf ball to baseball sized hail that is coming down near Tunica right now, likely going to continue to get bigger as it moves toward the east. So Arcabutla and Coldwater, you're going to kind of be the next in line. You heard Kit doing that storm track. So that's kind of where this thing's headed. Arcabutla, Coldwater, eventually across Interstate 55, probably just north of Senatobia. It does look like the largest hail in this storm will likely be mainly south of DeSoto County. I think it's just south of Hernando, but places like Love, Eudora, Arcabutla, those are the areas that will probably be more impacted by this large hail that is near Tunica right now, moving off toward the east. So that is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for DeSoto, Tunica, and Tate counties, and that is going to continue, according to the National Weather Service, to increase because this is getting into so much storm energy. So large destructive hail is going to be a huge concern there. I do want to give an update to our friends back in West Tennessee. We're not forgetting about you. There is still a batch of storms from southern Fayette County through Hardeman County and McNairy County, pretty much coming into Selma right now. This one also producing some hail and some high wind gusts as it comes on in. So some power outages, certainly not out of the question. Grand Junction near Walnut along Highway 72. That is an area that could see some hail and then high wind gusts throughout Hardeman and McNairy counties. This is going to continue to move to the east. It's moving at about 30 miles an hour. There's nothing in here right now in this particular storm that is overly concerning to me. I think we do probably have some small hail in Fayette County. That could be in northern Marshall County or northern Benton County too. Could even be a little small hail in northern McNairy County out near Bethel Springs. But I am definitely more concerned about that storm back in Tunica County. And you see that bullseye there of large hail as we check out this hail detector. It's right there, near the casinos is kind of where this thing came in, and it's going to continue to move off toward the east here. As we go back to the radar, you can see where that brightest color is. Those purples are showing up. That is where there's a large hail, and that is going to be crossing over Highway 3 here near the Dooley community and eventually toward Arkabutla. So there's Arkabutla and Arkabutla Lake. The Coldwater River runs right there. That is where this large hail is going to be. Golf ball or larger sized hail, destructive hail now, possibly up to 2 or 2.5 inches that is moving through this area right now. It's kind of got that look to it. If you know weather, if you study weather, you might recognize that hook echo. We've been watching that. Usually an indication like that would indicate some rotation, some swirling up in the clouds. I want to check out kind of the rotation detector here and just get an idea of what the winds are actually like inside the storm to see if there's anything to actually be worried about. I'm not seeing anything in here that's overly concerning to me. We would really look for a close pairing of those greens and reds, which would indicate rotation. Looking at this, I'm not overly concerned about rotation. I'm not overly concerned about a tornado right at this moment. The biggest thing with this is going to be the hail, and it is pretty much crossed 61 right now and is going to be coming up on Highway 3 near Pritchard. And then that black line that you see there, that is the Tate and Tunica County line. So then we get into Tate County and southern DeSoto County for this potential of large hail. Now this hail is not going to impact northern DeSoto County. This is not going to be an issue for South Haven or Olive Branch or Horn Lake or even Walls. This is going to go down near Arkabutla and probably pretty close to Senatobia, maybe just north of there, out near Como areas. You get out toward Love is out there, Eudora. That's probably where this hail core is going to go. More of a Tate County thing than a DeSoto County thing, but there could certainly be a little hail out near Arkabutla, even on the north side of the lake, into DeSoto County as well. I do want to remind you, as these storms are rolling in, there's plenty of lightning. There could be some power outages. Make sure you download that app, ABC24. Search it on your app store or on Google Play, and that will provide you with weather alerts, the radar, the forecast, and you can also watch our live stream on the app by clicking the watch button at the bottom. So again, the ABC24 app is a great tool to have. We'd also invite you to join the ABC24 Weather Watchers. If you open your phone camera and scan that code, that is going to take you to our Weather Watchers Facebook group, and you can share photos, videos, and reports there. Now, I don't want you storm chasing. I don't want you in the storm, in the hail. I do not want you doing that. But once the storm passes, if you could let us know what has happened in your community, send us some photos and videos so we can pass that along to the Weather Service. We would really appreciate that. Again, that's the ABC24 Weather Watchers Facebook group. Just search that, and you can request to join. We'll accept you, and you can share your photos and videos there, because I am concerned that we have some very large hail in northern Tunica County here, just about to cross into DeSoto County. Now, Hernando, I know it's raining hard there. We have a lot of lightning there, and we have a lot of high wind, but the hail is back here in the very back of the storm, and that is going to really straddle the southern part of the DeSoto and Tate County line out toward Arkabutla on the south side of the lake, and then eventually out toward Como and Senatobia as well. That threat for some large hail. I want to go over to our lightning and get a view of that. This is from our Midtown camera at the Southern College of Optometry. We've been watching this lightning from a distance here, and as the storm gets a little farther away, it'll be a little harder to see some of that lightning, but you're still seeing the flashes in the sky in Memphis. The severe weather threat is over for Memphis and the Mid-South. If you want to go to bed, you live in Memphis or Shelby County, go for it. That was a cool one right there. If you saw the little finger kind of going across the sky, we'll see if we can catch another one of those. But again, Memphis and Shelby County, you're clear of, wow, look at that. Sorry, I had to nerd out for a second, but that was just an incredible shot. I'm going to stay on this for just a second and look back at this storm. I mean, you could literally see those crawlers across the sky as that lightning comes in. And again, this is from Midtown at the Southern College of Optometry. We're looking to the south. This is toward Tunica County where that large hail is, a monster storm. And just to kind of be even more of a nerd here, I'll explain to you kind of what's happening. The reason lightning happens is the ice crystals up in the clouds create a charge. And so when you get a really tall thunderstorm, the top of that storm is above the freezing level. So the top of the storm, it's actually ice. It's cold up there. Did you see that? That was incredible. Wow. Bottom line is, what I'm trying to say is, you need the hail almost to produce the lightning. So the more lightning you're seeing, the taller the storm, the more likely hail is. So all of this comes together to show that lightning is indicating a very strong storm, a very tall storm that's reaching the freezing level in the atmosphere, and that's what's producing the hail. A lot of people are confused why it's 80 degrees, 70 degrees, and there's ice falling. Well, it's because at the top of these clouds, it's cold, and that ice is able to fall all the way down. When you get a strong updraft, those raindrops kind of bounce up and down. They get up to the freezing level in a strong storm. They freeze into ice and fall on down. So that's kind of your science lesson, Meteorology 101 for the day. But all of this, again, ties together. When you see this lightning like this, it is an incredible indication that we have a very strong thunderstorm moving through. And again, this is in Tunica County coming into Tate County. That is some very large hail. I could watch this for literally hours, this incredible lightning here. You might be seeing some of the same thing from Memphis. Again, I'll remind you, Memphis and Shelby County clear of the severe weather threat. This storm's to the south, and it's going to stay to the south. The tornado watch has been canceled for Memphis and Shelby County, but it is going to continue for North Mississippi for several more hours. So if you're going to go to bed in North Mississippi, make sure you have a way to get a weather alert that will wake you up. Your phone, anything like that. Make sure it's something that's going to wake you up and make noise. Don't rely on a tornado siren to wake you up. Make sure something can make noise and wake you back up if a storm is headed your way, Kit.
Update on that severe thunderstorm warning that had that destructive tag. The National Weather Service has now indicated that it is no longer quite so significant a threat. And you can see on that upper box there, it is now downgraded to a considerable threat, which is at least to golf ball sized hail. So that is some good news there, that we're starting to see the threat decreasing a bit. 2-inch diameter hail is the current threat, so it's not quite down to golf ball size, but still very large hail, 2-inch diameter. That can still do some pretty intense damage. So of course we want to keep that in mind. That's of course around the Tunica area, moving into parts of Tate County, very southern parts of DeSoto County there. The considerable threat for 2-inch diameter hail, tornado possible, and that is radar indicated. There's also a tornado possible tag on this new large warning here. We're going for the largest warning in the state here between Tennessee and northern Mississippi. This now includes all of parts of Alcorn County, McNairy County, parts of Tippah and Benton County here as well. So we're keeping that in mind of multiple thunderstorms sort of rolling into a complex of storms here. So many of these storms could still produce large hail, damaging winds, and possibly some hail, or a tornado, I should say. Looking at some of these winds, we've got some of those pink colors showing up. Of course, we've mentioned before, I'll mention it again. If you look up towards the legend, the reds are going away from the radar. The radar is back in Millington, so that way in Millington. So they're moving away from the radar and then getting up into the pinks here. That line there is the divider into severe winds. And we do see that, though this is about 3,000 to 4,000 feet above the surface, that rain that is falling through those winds could carry the momentum down to the surface. And that's where we'll see the outbursts of strong wind. And then here we see on sort of that leading edge a potential for some weak rotation there. As I switch it back to radar, of course, that most recent scan showing up less. But we do sort of have an appendage. I wouldn't really call it a hook, as it's not really the proper position for a hook echo for a tornado potentially, but that's just sort of on that forward flank of that storm where we're seeing some of that weak rotation at the moment. It's all on the leading edge of these storms. I would keep my eye a little more on this area south of Grand Junction. Tennessee here, of course, that's starting to show a little more of a backward C shape there. That's what we're seeing. Maybe a chance for a tornado could develop on that side, but we also notice that there's some mess on the outside of that here as well. So I want to take you towards the Tunica area. Of course, Tunica just had some large hail rolling through. The National Weather Service reported golf ball size hail in Tunica. And that was up to, large hail were detected on radar a little while ago, up to 35,000 feet. So if we take a look at this storm here, it's sort of a cross-sectional slice across the storm. You can sort of see that some of the hail is suspended around 20,000 feet there. And then also we have hail that is already at the surface. Some of those purple colors is likely hail already making its way down to the surface and around 10,000 feet. That is just east of Tunica, moving towards, I believe, the Senatobia area. So all of that large hail still suspended within this thunderstorm could make it down to the surface as it begins to fall out of suspension. Now, when I say fall out of suspension, the updraft in the storm is lifting that. It's pulling up all of the energy, all of the rain, all of the moisture is getting trapped within this thunderstorm. Of course, Trevor was giving an excellent explanation of how lightning forms, and eventually it gets into an ice layer of the thunderstorm. So if you're bringing up raindrops into that ice layer, it's going to freeze into, if you remember back towards the winter, it'll freeze into a little sleet pellet. But then it's going to start to accrete and add more and more layers of water and ice, and water becomes ice. And that's how you get a hailstone within these thunderstorms. And sometimes it'll just stay suspended for a while, and that's how you can get golf ball, baseball, even larger hail than that, but we haven't seen any of that, fortunately, tonight. This is moving towards the I-55 corridor between Hernando and Senatobia, so if you're, of course, planning any time to drive, of course, we've been talking about this a lot. If you're headed out the door, if you're driving anywhere, of course, it's 11:30, pretty late to be driving, but if you were planning on that, maybe wait to head out the door for this storm to pass, because you don't want to be caught on the interstate while hail is falling down. It can compound the downward speed of the hail with your forward speed of your car, and that just makes it hit your car even faster, even harder, and does even more damage. So you want to just stay sheltered for now, wait for these thunderstorms to pass. Of course, we still have some rain looking here just right there at the Mississippi and Tennessee border, just to the southwest of the Memphis area. A little bit of lightning around the South Haven area. South Haven looks like we still have some lightning, thunder around your area. Olive Branch will still have some thunder probably. Out towards the Horn Lake area, we'll probably see some rumbles of thunder around this area, but most of the rain and the severe threats are done for the Memphis area and just south into northern Mississippi, some of that Memphis metro. It looks like things have begun to wrap up for you. Looking out here towards Grand Junction, a lot of lightning here at the southern end of that storm, and there's some correlation to tornado genesis and lightning. It's not looking like it's really any sort of rotation with that thunderstorm, just a lot of lightning with that thunderstorm around the Michigan City area, Early Grove. Yeah.
For that storm.
We're going with the tornado warning. All right, let's take a look at that. If you were just checking with the National Weather Service, I'll send it back over to you.
Yeah, it sounds like they're going to go for a tornado warning for northern Benton and northern Tippah counties. They're still drawing the box up, but let's get ready if we can. Send out another push alert and just let people know a tornado warning is coming out for Benton and Tippah counties in North Mississippi. I think it's that little zone. I think, Kit, you were just talking about that back there. along Highway 72, where there could be some rotation here. It's not completely defined. There's a couple of areas in here that they could be looking at. You've got a little bit of rotation here, a little bit of rotation back here. But all of this, again, is in northern Benton County, Mississippi, coming into northern Tippah County as well. Again, there's several areas in here that could be rotating and could be producing a tornado. So we'll wait to see as the National Weather Service drafts that up. There it is, the official bulletin. That red box there, that's going to be your new tornado warning. So that's going to be northern Benton, a good chunk of Tippah County. Ripley's included in it, Walnut's included in it, and then a portion of Alcorn County. Does not include Corinth, but it is a portion of Alcorn County. This is going to go until 12:30 in the morning. So again, there's our new tornado warning for this storm that right now is in northern Benton County. It's going to cross into Tippah County and then eventually toward Alcorn County. Corinth, you're not included right now, but it is eventually going to be headed your way. This is capable of producing a tornado near Canaan, 7 miles northeast of Holly Springs. It is past you, Holly Springs, but that's the storm that's closest to you right now. It's moving away from Holly Springs at about 35 miles an hour. Possible tornado here and $half sized hail. So 35 miles an hour. We're going to track that out to the south and east here, generally in the direction that it's moving. So Canaan, we just called that out, about 5 minutes to you, 5 or 7 minutes. Faulkner at 12:07, Jumpertown at 12:38, and then Boonville and Prentiss County by about 12:40. So that's generally the direction that this thing is headed. It's going to be northern Benton County through the center of Tippah County and then out toward Alcorn County as well. For this tornado. So we're going to zoom back in here just a little bit. I'm going to try to investigate. Again, there are several possible areas of rotation. It might be that one right there that seems maybe the closest to me. There's also a little spin back here, though, but that's all along Highway 72. So that is Highway 72 right there, and these little areas of rotation are pretty close to that. And again, this is all in northern Benton County. We probably have a lot of folks just waking up due to those alerts. I would go ahead and if you know anybody in this area, make sure they are awake, make sure they are aware that this warning is out. I know it's late at night. We told you for several days this was probably going to be a late night severe weather event, and that it is. We still have this concern continuing into North Mississippi. And so again, Benton, Tippah, parts of Alcorn County in a tornado warning until 12:30, and that is for an area of rotation north of Ashland on Highway 72 that could be producing a tornado. So we're going to watch that there. Of course, we also have the large hail that's still happening coming into Tate County, but obviously this is our more urgent concern. I'll zoom out just a little bit to kind of give you a better idea of what we're looking at. That's the tornado warning. That's the hailstorm back here near Arca-Butler in northern Tate County. Again, the worst of that's Miss DeSoto County. That's going to be more of a Tate County situation, but that tornado warning now in northeast Mississippi for Benton, Tippah, and Alcorn counties. I'll zoom out just for a moment. Again, if you're just joining us, the tornado watch has been canceled for the northern half of the Mid-South. So Memphis and Shelby County, clear of the severe weather threat. Most of eastern Arkansas is clear. Most of West Tennessee is clear. It's these yellow areas that we're going to have to watch for a few more hours where there are still storm ingredients where these storms could pick up. And we're seeing that right now with that tornado warning. So northern Mississippi, we're going to have to watch here through at least 1 or 2 this morning. If you do want to go to sleep, I know it's late. A lot of us have to work tomorrow. Make sure you have a way to get an alert that will make noise. A phone app, a weather radio, something, not a tornado siren that will likely not wake you up, but something inside your house that will make noise in case a warning is issued that will wake you up. But again, Memphis and Shelby County, all clear. We are not worried about you anymore. And then these other areas in gray, those are all clear as well. It's these yellow counties that are still under the gun of that severe weather potential. And we're seeing it now with that new tornado warning that's come out. There it is, that red box for northern Benton, Tippah, and parts of Alcorn County until 12:30. I want to zoom back in here, and Kit, maybe we can check back in with you in just a minute if you want to go back over that hail situation, because that is also another concern of ours with large hail in Tunica and Tate counties and a new severe thunderstorm warning there. But I'm going to zoom in here just real close, and you can kind of see that hook echo in the storm, and that's something we look at. That means there's some kind of swirling motion happening back here as we get a new radar scan that's coming in. You definitely see that hook back, and that's Highway 72 right there. I'll put that label on just to show you a better idea. There's Highway 72. Let's see if we can get some other roads on here. Here is Britt Road. We've got Pottery Road right in here, Glass Road, Hopewell Road, and this is getting in now to northern Tippah County, County Road 323, and then County Road 338, getting closer and closer to Walnut, Mississippi, which is right here behind me, right there at 15 and 72. If there is a tornado in here, it's probably somewhere right back in here with some areas of rotation near Hardaway Church Road. And that honestly might give you a better view of it than the actual wind velocity mode does. Now, this is a little bit clearer than it was a bit ago. There's it's probably a little bit of spin in here. It does look like it's in the upper levels. There's nothing that I'm looking at right now that indicates this is on the ground, that this is an actual tornado. The reason they've issued this is because it could be soon. This is kind of a heads-up tornado warning, but you still want to treat it seriously. Again, an area of rotation near Highway 72, US 72, there's Mississippi 5, and this is the Benton and Tippah County line here going over toward Walnut on Highway 72. So definitely some rotation there. If you are in Walnut, if you're in Benton or Tippah County, definitely want to take your tornado safety precautions. Smallest room, the center portion of your house, a bathroom or a closet is great. Stay away from windows and definitely cover yourself with a mattress or a helmet just in case that tornado does touch down. But that's what we're going to watch here till 12:30. Another 45 minutes on that warning, and there it is right there, that storm not far from the northern portion of Benton County, moving into Tippah County toward Walnut and Faulkner, probably north of Ripley, Mississippi. But if you're in the northern portion of Tippah County, look out. And then an early heads up for Corinth. This thing's going to be headed your way, definitely bringing some hail and high wind. But now it looks like a possible tornado somewhere back here on the back side of that storm. We'll watch to see if anything can actually touch down. Right now, it doesn't look like it is, Kit. All right, Kit, well, let's turn your mic on. I know you had to flip the batteries out when you're on air for 6 hours. At some point, you got to change your batteries. So I get that once you get it back on. There you go, Kit. So, yeah, go back to what you were saying.
All right, Trevor, we'll get you to flip your batteries back and make sure you don't mute it when you're done. But so we're taking a look at hail tracks here. Of course, many of these thunderstorms have been producing large hail, and the storm that went to the Tunica area had a warning on it for destructive hail. 2 3/4 inch diameter hail, almost 3 inches, the size of a baseball. Fortunately, that storm has actually been dropped down in its intensity, and it's no longer quite that intense with those storms. So we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning here for most of Tate County and extreme southern DeSoto County as well. That severe thunderstorm warning, we'll get that information on your screen for you. That goes until 12:30, so half past midnight there. That is for the likelihood of 1.5 inch diameter hail. So that's about the size of a ping pong ball. That's much less significant than baseball size hail, but still a threat that we need to keep in mind. That's of course going to be crossing over I-55 here in the next short while. So let's get just sort of a timing on that as it makes its way over the next few minutes here. It's going around 35 miles per hour, so it's actually slowed down, which may be a good indication that it's actually dropping in height. It's not holding all of that hail up anymore. It's started to drop and fall out, and it's not tapping into the faster winds that are up above, so that may be a good thing. We'll just get a little cone here. Cold water right there along the interstate, probably going to be crossing over the interstate around 12:05 to 12:10. Might even be a little bit earlier for some of those hailstones that are leading that. So probably another 20 minutes before the interstate is clear of this storm. Of course, it doesn't really look like it's going to the Hernando area, so that's some good news there. Zooming in just a little bit, Sanatobia, you're just south of the immediate threat with this, though it could still develop south. It could still turn a little bit, so we'll have to keep that in mind as well. I want to take you back towards that tornado warning that we were looking at pretty early on before that tornado warning was issued. Of course, that severe thunderstorm warning that goes through all the way through into almost Alabama there, that severe thunderstorm warning did have the tornado possible tag. So this is what we've been talking about as a potential for the last several hours tonight. Any of these tornado possible thunderstorm warnings could spin up into a tornado warning. One thing that's catching my eye, though, and I'll ask Trevor to also look at this, but whenever we're looking at thunderstorms that have a tornado potential, sometimes they can be undercut by their own outflow, and I can kind of see that if I bring down the values for the radar. Look around the Holly Springs area up to Ashland, and we'll connect it up to Walnut. I'll draw that on the screen for you. We can sort of see this light green color here, and that almost comes in front of where that area of rotation was. I'll have to switch it over manually here on the radar drop down to the velocity, and you can sort of see that area of rotation is behind that line, so it may already be undercut. That would be where we're seeing potential for some rotation. I actually drew that on the wrong side there. It would be around here with that outflow and inflow. It's not the best signature, but if we go back over the last few minutes here, we've seen that rotation sort of moving towards the north and east there, just very, very briefly, right along Highway 72, just south of 72 and coming back up. So if you look south of Canaan, that's where we've got some of that rotation up to just west of the Walnut area. So that's just crossed into northern Tippah County, some of that rotation. It, to me, looks like it might be elevated, though, of course, that can still be something that we see above the surface, whereas the radar is not quite down all the way to the surface. Radar goes up and away from the surface of the ground anytime it's going away from its site. So I'm looking at another tool I have here. We don't have it in our computer system, but I've got it here in front of me. The beam height is about 4,500 feet above the surface here between Canaan and Walnut. So that might not be down to the surface. So that might be a good sign. We'll keep up with the information from the National Weather Service just to make sure that we don't necessarily countermand what they're saying. We want to trust what they're seeing. Sometimes they have tools we don't have and can tell that a tornado may be more likely than what we are analyzing. So we'll trust them. We'll keep that tornado warning on screen for you here. Of course, that tornado warning, I'll need to swap over to our standard radar to get that information here. A tornado warning for northern Tippah, Benson, and parts of Alcorn County. That is until 12:30 a.m. For the next little while, we're going to keep you updated on this tornado warning. Trevor, do you have any more information?
I want to do a little bit more of a reset just to remind some folks, maybe you're waking up, checking in on the forecast. I want to remind you who's clear and who's not. These gray counties back here, including Memphis and Shelby County, are clear of the severe weather threat. That includes Dyersburg, Ripley, Covington, Wynne, Harrisburg, Forest City, Blytheville. All of those areas are done with the severe weather threat. There could be a little rain overnight, but you do not have to worry about any more severe weather. It's the yellow areas that we are really more concerned about for the next couple of hours, especially through North Mississippi. And this is why. I'll show you the energy that the storms need. Well, it's all down in North Mississippi. It's pretty much been eaten up everywhere else. That storm energy, though, is still lighting up down through North Mississippi, and that's an area that has not seen storms yet today. So as these storms continue to sag to the south and east, really two areas that we're watching, they're going into an area with plenty of storm fuel. So that is going to continue to be a concern for at least the next few hours. As we switch back to the radar mode and just kind of show you what lines up with that, it's this line of storms. It's kind of becoming more of a line. This had been a separate cell back in Tunica and Tate County. It's almost joining forces with this line here. There are still some showers and quick downpours in parts of western Tennessee, but for the most part, this threat is shifting into North Mississippi. Of course, the biggest concern right now is that tornado warning, but we still have some hail falling in Tate County near Arca-Butler. Now, it looks like the hail size has come down quite a bit as we check out the hail tracks. You can see where it really lit up a couple of hours ago, right over the Mississippi River east of Marianna, and you see those colors kind of dwindle down as it moves east. So there probably is still some hail in northern Tate County near Arca-Butler, just not as severe as it was. We were talking about golf ball size. This might be a little closer to pea or dime sized hail. And you see even with that last update, it kind of shrunk just a little bit more. Moving off to the north and east, there are some storms in Marshall County right now. None of them are severe. Same thing with this little cell in Shelby County. There is a little rain near the airport. That is not severe. I do not expect it to be. That's why I gave Memphis and Shelby County that all clear. This is the zone that we're most concerned about right now. This is a tornado warning. Maybe you're just waking up if your phone went off in this zone. This is for northern Benton County, a good chunk of Tippah County, and a part of Alcorn County. Does not include Corinth, but it does include the western portion of the county, and that goes until 12:30. So we are kind of watching here for any more signs of rotation. We still don't have any reports that this thing actually touched down. I'm still not seeing anything incredibly impressive here in terms of rotation. I know, again, this is a lot of colors here on your screen, but what I would be looking at is for greens and reds really close together and really bright, and I'm not seeing that at this moment. What this probably is some rotation up in the clouds, several hundred feet off the ground. I think, Kit, you said the beam's hitting this at like 4,000 feet. So what you're looking at here, of course, the radar goes up with height because the Earth is curving down. So when the radar beam gets way out here, it's several hundred feet above the ground. So where we're seeing this possible rotation is up in the clouds. It does not seem that has been able to reach the ground just yet, Kit.
Yeah, and the National Weather Service is saying that there's some ongoing cell mergers here. So anytime we have a line of thunderstorms, there's several updrafts. We call those individual cells. And we're seeing some of those beginning to merge. And where we had that rotation previously is beginning to sort of get reabsorbed into another cell. So that's interrupting the rotation. It's starting to break it down. It's no longer quite as prominent as we had seen previously. But one thing that you sort of notice on some of this, the leading edge, I'll draw it on here for you. You can sort of see it has this sort of snaking forward and backward shape to it. So this is where we're talking about a linear system. We've got a line of thunderstorms with sort of a burst of wind in several of these bumps there. So this is where it gets really complicated. It gets really quite a bit of a headache, honestly, from a meteorologist's perspective, to be a little bit candid here. But this is where we could see any of these little kinks in the line could, not will, but could turn into a tornado. So anytime we see this type of a shape starting to take shape, so to speak, we could see rotation spin up very quickly. So I'm going to keep my eye on that complex of thunderstorms for the next little bit. The fortunate thing is none of those little kinks really have any prominent winds that look to be rotating at the moment. Whenever you see of course, we've been talking about that green to red. We'll give you a quick lesson here as well. You want them to be next to one another. So as we have the radar coming around, it's shooting up beams that are nearly parallel all the way around here. So you can sort of see it's going radially and slightly turning around. Now notice that we've got those winds around the Michigan City to Brody area that are moving away from the radar. Meanwhile, towards Walnut, they're moving towards. And so they're more converging. So this is a storm that is pushing into an environment where the winds are going backwards to the storms. So they're converging. They're not quite rotating. What we would need to see would be these winds that are laterally green and red. So we don't quite see that here. So this is more of an updraft signature, a non-rotating updraft. So that's good news. That means we're not seeing a potential tornado in that particular spot, though any of these spots that we've been talking about where that line is sort of wiggling back and forth, those could quickly sort of reorient those wind speeds and bring us that chance for a rotating updraft and a potential tornado. So all of that to say, I don't see anything right now, Trevor, that looks like a tornado is imminent, though we have that kind of storm environment that could quickly turn into a tornado with very little lead time, don't you think?
Yeah, and I think that's why they've gone ahead and just pulled the trigger on this warning, even though there's not a direct indication at this moment that one is trying to touch down or is touching down. I think there's enough rotation in the clouds that we can see that it could touch down soon, and that is what we're going to watch. And Kit was doing a great job kind of explaining. You can even see it on the radar, too, those kind of waves within the storm as that line's coming down. Those are all areas where that wind can kind of come in and get some really quick rotation in there and really quick spin ups that can touch the ground in a matter of seconds. So that's probably why they've gone ahead and put this out, just to be on the safe side. But again, right now, there's no indication that there's a tornado that has actually touched down. There is indication, though, of some hail right along Highway 72, not far from Walnut, probably coming in that direction generally. And again, there is still some rotation up in the clouds here that could produce a tornado. Regardless of that, high winds definitely expected within here. I don't see anything, like I've said, that is showing me that there's a tornado for sure. But when you look at some of these wind gusts in here as the storm is rolling in, you're looking at close to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So regardless of if there's a tornado or not, you have very high winds in northern Benton County coming into Tippah County as well. And so we'll have to see what happens with this storm, if it can intensify a little bit, tap into a little more energy, and actually put a tornado on the ground. But even though that tornado warning is out, right now, no indication that one is actually on the ground. I still want you in your safe place in Tippah and Benton counties, because this is one of those storms where one can touch down very, very quickly. Some good news, though, back in Tate County, this storm continues to weaken. This is the one that was producing huge hail back in Tunica and Marianna, Arkansas. It's still probably hailing a little bit in Tate County, but it's not as big as it was. That's going to cross 55 out near the Como area, north of Senatobia, kind of between Senatobia and Hernando, near Arca Butler right now. If there is any hail, that's where it's going to be. No indication in here of any rotation, but hail for sure. Still falling at least a little bit. Those purple areas showing where there probably is still some hail coming down. Other than that, those right now are kind of the only two games in town. We've still got that line of storms that's coming through McNairy County. Hardeman County, it's pretty much clear of you. So Bolivar and Hardeman County, also Fayette County, we can now clear. So if you're in Shelby County, Fayette County, Hardeman County, you are clear of the severe weather threat. DeSoto County even, you're pretty much clear, because that storm's going to stay in Tate County and continue to move to the south. Eastern Arkansas is clear as well. So really what we're going to watch is just North Mississippi. That's where that tornado watch is in effect. And I would say, and Kit, tell me if you think otherwise, give this another hour and a half or 2 hours, and it will probably be completely out. Maybe a little bit longer than that, we'll watch it, but I think here over the next couple of hours, this line's going to continue to move to the south. That tornado watch in effect until 5 a.m., but really I think our threat will end before that, and by tomorrow morning, things will look much nicer. But if you are in North Mississippi, stay weather aware, because these storms are still trucking through, especially if you're in places like Panola County, Lafayette County, and Oxford, and then Marshall, Benton, Tippah, and Alcorn, because those storms are still headed in your direction and could still pack a punch. And Kit, we're seeing that right now with that tornado warning. Still a couple of signs of rotation in there, even though it doesn't look like one's on the ground right now.
Yeah, of course, this is something that we call them quick spin-up tornadoes. They can drop down very quickly and then go away very quickly, just as quickly as they form. And we're just really not seeing anything that is happening at the moment. Of course, radar is not live. We're always blind between when it comes around. Of course, there we have that latest swing of the radar coming through, and it has updated us with what just happened, say 2 minutes ago, but we're seeing that not quite so significant. One thing that's happening down here, of course, Trevor was saying maybe an hour and a half or so on the last bit. The only thing that gives me a little bit of worry is we're still seeing, we've mentioned a time or two before, that tail end Charlie, the very last storm along the line. And thinking about it, I don't know why it's called Charlie. We'll call it Susan now. But the very end of the line, where we can see some of that energy getting pulled into the last storm with nothing else impeding it. And we're starting to see sort of another storm without much rotation, but between Tunica and Crenshaw there, we've got at least a new cell merger that's happening across this area. Of course, Senatobia under a severe thunderstorm warning presently. This is also into very corner of DeSoto County, but not a whole lot of the population there. It's been progressively downgraded from what was baseball size hail now to only $half size hail. So that's some good news for us. We still have 60-mile-per-hour winds with that thunderstorm presently. And then, of course, we've got this complex of thunderstorms. We call it a multi-cell complex, where we've got storms from Savannah down towards the Bethel Springs area, Eastview, Selmer, Middletown, Walnut, Mississippi, and towards the Ashland area where we have that present tornado warning. So if you're in the Faulkner area, you've got that tornado warning presently for you, though we've been looking at some of the velocity signatures and they haven't been so much of an imminent threat, but we do see just some new areas here around the Walnut region of just maybe a little bit of that sort of lateral motion that we've got here just out ahead of it, where we could see some of that rotation here. I'm trying to get that better. So that could be a very, very early sign of some early rotation that could lead to a tornado. Of course, we've also got just a little bit of some of that inbound there, outbound there. It's just very, very weak. All of these winds are just right there on the cusp of moving towards or moving away from the radar. You can, of course, see, trying to put the wrong cursor there, right there near the middle of zero motion compared to what the radar is seeing. So it's very, very slow. That could, of course, be just way up top. And anytime we're talking about something that's 4,000 feet up, there's a lot of atmosphere where that can happen very, very far below. So we could see some rotation below the radar that we're just blind to, because the radar goes up at an angle of 0.2 degrees at the lowest setting. And so that can miss things that are several dozens of miles away. So we're keeping our eyes on that. We're keeping them very peeled. It's in a very difficult spot, but of course we're going to keep you right here until the warnings threats are over for us here around the Mid-South. I'm going to grab a sip of water. Trevor, how are you doing on water over there?
Oh, I am on energy drinks at this point. You know, this is a completely backwards shift from me. I got in at about 1 p.m. today, and normally about this time I'm waking up to go to work. So I'm working through it here, but we're going to stay with you until this storm threat has completely passed. Kit was kind of mentioning here while he takes a much needed rest and gets him a sip of water. Those two areas that the National Weather Service is watching and that we're watching too, it's actually a slightly better view from the Mississippi radar. What we're looking at here is from the Memphis radar. And it's kind of shooting through the rain. I was able to switch over here, and I'm about to do that, to the Columbus, Mississippi radar, and it's a little bit farther away, but I think it's going to give us a slightly better view of what is going on, and that's what this radar is here, and it definitely shows some rotation near Walnut, and then almost another area back here in northern portions of Benton County. That new scan came in, and you can almost see right there those two little areas. This is the one I might be a little more concerned about. Just to the east of Walnut, you see those reds and greens kind of coming together. That's that area of rotation. So again, you've got that rotation here. You've got maybe a little more rotation here. And so those are two zones that either one could produce a quick spin-up tornado that is both near Walnut along Highway 72. So Walnut, stay in your safe place. This will be north of Ripley, Mississippi, at least these two areas of rotation. Honestly, about to cross over into Alcorn County. That's the county line right there. And then once we continue east on 72, we start to get into Alcorn County from northern Tippah County. But in northern Tippah County, two areas of possible rotation that are indicated in there. I'm going to go back to the Memphis radar, see if it gives us a bit of a better view, and it really doesn't. I think maybe the best view right now is probably going to be from that Columbus, Mississippi radar, and it is shooting it a little farther away. So what that means is what we're looking at is higher up in the clouds. So there's a bit of a question of if that can actually reach the ground. The clouds can spin all day long, but we need something to actually touch the ground if there's going to be a tornado. So right now, no indication that this is on the ground, but definitely a couple of areas that are trying to rotate and trying to spin up here. And that's why we're concerned, and we're going to keep watching this. That's why that tornado warning is out, because there is the potential for some quick spin ups in there. So northern Benton, Tippah counties into Alcorn County, stay in your safe place. That tornado warning for at least the next 22 minutes. We'll see if it's expanded after that. Some more reports coming in from near Arkabutla. We've been talking about that storm. We had golf ball sized hail about 15 minutes ago back in Arkabutla. We were warning you about that. That storm continues to weaken maybe just a little bit. I think there's still some hail in here, but it's not nearly intense as it was. That hail probably right over Highway 51 and Interstate 55 north of Highway 4 there, probably crossing the interstate right about now. So there is the potential of hail there. That's what we're watching in Tate County. That's why that severe thunderstorm warning is out. Of course, the biggest concern for us right now is going to be that tornado warning with the potential of some quick little spin ups. And I'll put a storm track on this area, kind of wrapping up in Selma, or at least the worst of it is, all moving off to the east-southeast. Bolivar, you're done with it. But this is now kind of shifting more into northern Mississippi as well. So this is all moving about 35 to 40 miles an hour. So as we track this line of storms out, this is going to be out toward Corinth by about 12:23, and then after that, kind of quickly out of our area. Our coverage area ends with Alcorn County. Once you get to Tishomingo County, that goes over to the Tupelo TV station. So they do not get us in Tishomingo County, but it is going to be out near Iuka by about 1:14 in the morning. So once this thing gets through Alcorn County and through Corinth at about 12:30, this one will be pretty much out of our area and then moving on through the rest of North Mississippi and North Alabama. Going to be a little bit longer before we get this other one out of here and can give it the all clear. But again, at least for right now, the hail size seems to be decreasing a little bit, and I don't see any signs of rotation with this one. The only one I'm seeing possible rotation on is this one in northern Tippah County. One I am going to watch, and one that the National Weather Service is watching, is this storm right over Holly Springs. This is a new one that's popped up kind of between the two. It's almost bridging the gap from one storm to the other. There's no warning on this whatsoever, but we're seeing a little bit of those purples in there, and that's what could indicate a little bit of hail. So we could actually end up having slightly larger hail here than we do with the storm back in Tate County. Again, right now there's no warning on that, but there could be some tiny hail near Holly Springs right now, and probably some decent wind gusts as well, up to at least 30 or 40 miles an hour. Again, not enough for any kind of warning, but that's just a heads up for you in Holly Springs and Marshall County. We are watching that storm and keeping an eye on things. So that's kind of the zone we're going to watch over the next little bit. We're going to watch Tate, Panola, Lafayette, Marshall, Tippah, Benton, and Alcorn counties. That's kind of that last little zone we have to watch. And again, that's going to take another hour and a half to 2 hours before we can finally clear that out of here and continue to give those areas the all clear. Checking back in with our tornado warning, they did update it just a little bit. So most of the northern portion of Benton County is now out of it. It's really going to become quickly more of a Tippah County issue. I'd say within the next 5 minutes, the heaviest batch of that storm is going to be completely into Tippah County, and we can clear Benton County out of it. Definitely a couple of areas in here that still could be rotating. You're seeing that little blip of green with the red, so there could be some indication of rotation in there. Let me see if I can switch back over to the other radar. That'll give us a slightly better view there, and I think it does. Still a few more areas in here, maybe even 3 to be honest with you, and that's a little bit of a better view. It kind of isolated it into 2. Again, you're looking now from the Columbus, Mississippi radar, but there are definitely some areas in here that are still trying to spin. I just don't think any of them have been able to hit the ground yet. So we could even have a funnel cloud in here in either one of these little areas that are spinning, but it does not look like one has hit the ground, at least for right now. Still a potential though, and that's what we're going to continue to watch, Kit, for the next little bit, with definitely something spinning up in the clouds.
Yeah, I want to bring you to one quick update. The tornado watch has been canceled for Phillips County, Arkansas. It was right there on the tail end of the watch. So the watch is now canceled. I think I said warning. The tornado watch is canceled for Phillips County. So that's some good news there. We're starting to see just the very back edge of this trimmed off. But of course, we are still keeping an eye out on that warning with those storms. Trevor, I finally figured out how to do what you did of getting that Columbus, Mississippi radar site for the velocity. Of course, that area there that you're seeing with the Millington site, firstly, we'll start with Millington. This would actually be a backwards rotation, so this is very unlikely to be a tornado by this radar site. If we were to look at it from the Columbus radar site, though, so we swap it over, you see this one doesn't really have that same feature. So I think I'll agree with Trevor that that's a better view because you can actually see a little more of that rotation with that storm right just to the right of that. Around the Walnut area, there's some decent rotation from that storm there as well. I want to look at radar scope real quick and just see how high the radar beam is from the Columbus radar site up to this storm, but it is pretty far. It's it's 80 miles out, and it's about 7,000 feet up into the air. So pretty decently tall thunderstorm. So if that full column from around 4,000 to 7,000 feet is rotating that high, that can sometimes translate down to the surface as a funnel cloud or potential tornado as well. Excuse me. So we look at the radar site here. I want to swap it around back over to the Columbus site here. You can actually see, again, at about 7,000 feet, some decent hail also within this thunderstorm just outside of the Brody area. This is a little more elevated, so it might not be reaching the surface, but still some decently sized hail within this thunderstorm that we have the tornado warning for. So we could see 1.25 to 1.5 inch diameter hail within this thunderstorm. It looks like the maximum hail size is just 1.25 inches in diameter with that storm. So still around the Walnut area to Faulkner, you want to be aware of the hail threat, not only the tornado threat, but the hail threat could be coming through. The Brody area, basically, it's just moved past you, it looks like, on this radar scan here. County Road 323 and 338 are sort of right up next to that. Tiplersville also will see that tornado, or excuse me, the hail threat moving into your area very soon as well. That's going to keep on pushing very slowly east. As we just loop this over the last hour, you can see it's sort of blowing itself northeast as it just slowly inches south. And one thing that catches my eye over the last few scans here, about 45 minutes ago, around the Ashland area, we see sort of that cell merger, and that's probably what has what kicked off the rotation within these storms. As we're seeing, I'll draw it for you here, we're seeing winds out ahead of that storm motion that is moving sort of perpendicular to the progression of these thunderstorms. These thunderstorms are moving southeast, and that's basically with the cold front that's coming in. And then out ahead of that, we're seeing just these storms that just briefly formed, again, about 45 minutes ago, that are moving northeast very quickly. So, of course, that level of shear, of directional shear, can lead to that rotation. So that's why we're seeing along this leading edge the potential for these thunderstorms to spin up a very quick tornado. So as we go back to the velocity image here, that looks a little better representation around the Faulkner area. County Road 338, a little bit of a better signature there of some potential rotation. Again, these are things that spin up very quickly. So again, if you're in Faulkner, if you're around Tiplersville, you want to be in your shelter immediately and just lowest level of your home, the most interior room of your home. That's going to be the best place to be in the event of a tornado. And I'll also just move this area up here, so we might see a little bit of some weak rotation there just to the northeast of Tiplersville as well. So many of these areas here still potentially with that quick spin up tornado threat. Of course, we're looking several thousand feet up above the surface, so it's hard to tell if it's actually at the ground or not. But it looks like they have canceled that warning, so that's some good news there. Sometimes that can be a false return, that false signature of that. But I would say, Trevor, you can agree or disagree with this, but I would say most of this has become elevated enough that that severe weather threat, or the tornado threat, is less of a threat there from the lake all the way up past Ripley and connecting it to that storm. It's pretty far away from that little outflow boundary that's setting up. So I think that's probably why they're comfortable canceling that warning.
Yeah, I think so. I think the base of the storms are just going to be too high for any tornado to actually reach. Now, there could be some spinning in the clouds, could be a funnel cloud, but if the base of the cloud is not close enough to the ground that the tornado can actually touch, nothing is going to happen. So again, just to update you, the tornado warning has been canceled for Benton and Tippah County. That has been dropped. It's been canceled for Alcorn County as well. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect from Tate County through Marshall County, at least close to Marshall County, and then through Benton, Tippah, and Alcorn. That's the severe thunderstorm warning for damaging wind gusts and hail. And that is coming through right now south of Selmer, south of Bethel Springs, in McNairy County. Hardeman County, it's pretty much done with you. It's still shifting down to the south, mainly into North Mississippi, and that's what the area that we're going to continue to watch. There is a report now of a little bit of pea-sized hail near Walnut, some gusty wind along with that heavy rain, but for right now they have let that tornado warning go. So right now we're talking about just severe thunderstorm warnings. So East Arkansas, we can pretty much clear you like I think we've done that a couple of times now. I want to show you where the energy is because this is going to highlight the areas we still have to watch. West Tennessee is pretty much clear. Memphis and Shelby County, you're clear. We're going to watch McNairy County for the next 10 or 15 minutes. There could be some heavy rain and high wind. East Arkansas, you're done with this. It's this little corner of northern Mississippi. Even DeSoto County, Tunica, and Coahoma County is pretty much done with you. The areas that we're going to keep watching is Tate County, Panola, Lafayette, Marshall, Tippah, Benton, and Alcorn. Those are the areas where there's still enough storm energy that storms can pack a little bit more of a punch and possibly produce some high wind gusts and hail. Like we talked about, I think the tornado threat is continuing to go down as we go further into the night. This zone, though, is still going to pose a potential of high wind gusts and some hail. We are definitely still seeing some hail right now as we switch over to the hail detector. There's a few little dots where there's some hail. There's some areas there in Tate County that are seeing at least the potential of some hail. We had some big hail earlier near Arcabutla and through northern Tunica County. That, for the most part, has weakened a bit. There could be some very small hail not far from Coldwater on the east side of 55, and then maybe a little bit more hail back on 4, back to the west of Senatobia. We'll see what they do with this severe thunderstorm warning. This one is going to go for Tate County until 12:30. So this one goes away in about 10 minutes. I'm not sure if they will reissue that or not. With that hail size continuing to decrease, we'll see what they do with that warning. Again, still some storms, though, back off to the north and east of that are still strong. This is southern McNairy County coming into Alcorn County. So Corinth, the heads up for you. These storms are coming in with high wind gusts and hail. And then northern Tippah County, for sure, is dealing with some hail and some very high wind gusts. It's pretty much wrapping up now for Benton County. The worst of it has shifted into Tippah County. It's going to continue east into Alcorn County. But definitely some hail and the potential of some high wind gusts there. And like I said, we did get a report of that just a few minutes ago near Walnut, that there was some hail and still indications of that, maybe a little more coming in to the northern portion of Tippah County and eventually out toward Corinth as well. That's what that severe thunderstorm warning is out for. I'm going to keep checking the velocity mode, and this is again like what we've been looking at, the rotation in the storm. And I'm not seeing anything showing that would be on the ground. That's why they've canceled the tornado warning for those areas. Yes, there's probably some spinning up in the clouds, but a lot of storms spin up in the clouds, and a lot of them just really can't make anything to the ground. So there is still some rotation in here, especially high up, but I don't think there's anything that's going to be able to actually get to the ground at this point. I think it's mainly going to stay up in the clouds. What is going to get to the ground, though, is the hail and the very high wind gusts here. So I'll tell you what we'll do here. We'll kind of reset for at least the next little bit. We will continue on our digital platforms. We will continue our coverage on our ABC24 app on the iPhone and on Android. You can also find the app on Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV. But because a lot of these storms are behaving for right now in terms of a tornado potential, we are going to hop off of TV for at least a little bit and send you back to regular programming for right now. Again, just to recap, the Tate County storm, heavy rain, high wind gusts. Never mind, we're not doing that. There's another tornado warning coming out. So just as we were about to top off, we're going to continue to stay on. Another tornado warning coming out for Tippah and Alcorn, those same areas that we were just talking about, northern Tippah and Alcorn counties, rotation near Walnut or just west of it. So this is pretty much, we're just going to do the same thing over again, that it looks like that is maybe sparked back up just a little bit. And I mean, it is there. Don't get me wrong. There is definitely some rotation there near Walnut, Mississippi. Where those greens and reds are together, there's definitely some spinning up in the clouds. The question is, can that actually get to the ground? I think it's going to have a really hard time actually touching down, but I think there is enough rotation in there. Like we said, they're going to go ahead with a new tornado warning that's going to be for northern Tippah and for Alcorn counties. So we're going to watch this here for at least probably the next 30 minutes. We'll probably be with you for at least a little bit longer due to this area of rotation near Walnut, Mississippi and northern Tippah County that is going to prompt a tornado warning, probably for Corinth as well. So if you have friends or family in Corinth that might be sleeping, not watching TV, you might want to give them a call. Make sure they're awake and let them know that this storm is headed their way. The thunder, the lightning, the hail is probably going to wake them up in Corinth anyway, but we've got possible areas of rotation back in northern Tippah County, and that's going to be tracking off to the east. So while we wait on the Weather Service to draw up that official box, of course, it takes them a second. They have to physically draw out that red polygon that they send out. So that takes them just a moment. But while they are doing that, I want to switch over to the radar. I'm going to put a storm track on the particular area that they are concerned about, which is that little storm right there. And that is going to be moving off toward the east. Let me get the proper storm track here as we draw this out and track it off to the east over about the next hour or so. So again, it's this storm in northern Tippah County that's still showing signs of rotation. It's going to prompt a tornado warning. That's going to be near Corinth in about the next 5 or 10 minutes or so, and then eventually out of our area toward Iuka. So we're going to have to let this thing get through Alcorn County before we can give it the all clear. I guess they have change their mind on the tornado warning. So it does not look like they're going to go with a tornado warning. Again, what's happening is, I know this is confusing probably to you at home. This storm is showing signs of rotation way up in the clouds. You know, 3,000 to 4,000 feet off the ground, the storm is spinning. Kid and I have doubts that any tornado can actually reach the ground because of the way the atmosphere is setting up. I just don't think anything right now will be able to touch down. It sounded like the Weather Service might have been a little more concerned for a second and they were considering a new tornado warning. But it does not look like they're going to go with one. So for northern Tippah County, we're still going to watch this thing. We're going to at least get it through Alcorn County. That's going to take another maybe 30 to 40 minutes or so before we can completely get this storm out of here. But if you are in northern Tippah County and if you're in Alcorn County, we're going to keep a very close eye on this for the next little bit to see if they are possibly going to issue a new tornado warning. What's for sure is there's going to be some hail and there's going to be some high wind coming through northern Tippah and Alcorn counties here for the next little bit. But for right now, it does not look like they're going to issue a tornado warning at the National Weather Service. They're just going to let this stay as a severe thunderstorm warning because of the wind and the hail kit.
I think they're also going to allow that DeSoto and Tate County severe thunderstorm warning that will be allowed to expire, and that's some good news. So as we're coming up to the bottom of the hour here, I want to give just a quick reset. Give you an idea of what we're looking at for the rest of the night. Of course, we're going to drop off of on-air coverage and continue on our apps, of course, so you can continue watching the stream there. But we've got that level 3 threat. The tornado threat is still present until 5 a.m. across our northern Mississippi viewing area there. Also, the severe hail threat is beginning to go down as we're leaving that area shaded in red with the hatch marks into more of the yellow and brown, the lower probabilities of large hail. Now we're switching more towards the severe wind threat, which is 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts with most of those thunderstorms. There's also the flooding threat. Of course, all that heavy rain coming down can cause some flooding. It's not the primary threat we've been talking about tonight. We do have here in the Memphis area, there is one lonely flood advisory that's across parts of Shelby County and northern DeSoto County. I'm trying to get that loaded in here. Of course, we aren't seeing any more rain, but it sometimes takes a while for creeks and streams to drain, and in that time, they can become a little bit swollen, and that can lead to some flooding as well. Let's take a look through the forecast over the next several hours here as these storms continue to push through. They're going to push south very, very slowly As we just push that forward around 2 a.m., 3 a.m., we still have some of those showers around Tunica, Holly Springs, but the main line will be clear. Of course, that tornado watch exists until 3 a.m. Until 5 a.m. We think it will be completely done for our viewing area at the very latest by 3 a.m., probably sooner than that. And then as we go through the overnight, we'll start to clear the clouds out into our day tomorrow. This is not our only severe weather threat, though. As we go into the long range, we do have the chance for some of those thunderstorms to develop once again on Wednesday. Wednesday, we've got another severe weather threat, and that does continue into our Thursday. You can see we sort of get into Thursday PM. We reinvigorate the atmosphere. We've got sort of a stationary boundary that keeps those storms forming over and over and over again. And then even into Friday, we still have a lot of heavy rainfall across our area. And then Saturday once again. So here's the severe weather threat for Thursday across our area. We're already up to that level 3 threat. That's the enhanced risk, very likely to see some severe thunderstorms across our viewing area. And then as we go into Friday, this should be Thursday here. Of course, we are just we've passed midnight. And our system waits a little bit past midnight to update everything. So it looks like that day 5 is not updating for you. Let's just see if I can, on the fly, add that back in. There it is. So we've got that level 2 risk, technically. This will be a slight risk for Thursday, not for Friday. Ignore the banner right there. The banner is wrong because the system is pushed forward, but this graphic is for Thursday of this week. So we'll keep that in mind over the next couple of days. We're going to have more severe weather threats. I think we can call it for on air for right now. Trevor, you would agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that. And yeah, normally we're not on air past midnight, so our system is kind of set to switch everything over from the previous day to the next day, and so that's why some of our graphics are starting to act up just a little bit. So again, what we're going to watch here is this area in North Mississippi, this batch of thunderstorms. They are about to put out a new severe thunderstorm warning for Corinth and Alcorn County, and I don't want you to think we're leaving you, Corinth, but for right now, we're not seeing anything that is extremely serious in these thunderstorms. So this storm is still following up Highway 72. It's going to be in Corinth in the next little bit. High wind gusts and hail still possible for the next 30 to 45 minutes with that storm. So what we're going to do, we're going to sign off of TV. If you're watching us on television on ABC24, we are going to sign off. However, we will continue our coverage for at least the next little bit. I want to at least get Alcorn County through on our 24 Plus channel. And that is going to be on Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV. You can stream us there. And it looks like we are already off ABC24, so we will just continue our coverage there on 24 Plus. Beat us to the punch there just a little bit, those folks at the Charlotte hub. So we're going to keep watching this thunderstorm as we're continuing on our digital platforms. So we're streaming on Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV, Facebook, all over the place. I want to at least get this through Corinth because I don't want to have been on for 7 hours and then dump off as soon as we get to Corinth. I feel like that happens a lot for you guys. I don't want to do that. But really what we're still going to watch is the hail threat and a little bit of a wind threat coming into Corinth, and that's what that new severe thunderstorm warning is for. And that is going to go until technically 1:15. I would imagine that would maybe let go a little early for Corinth because it's going to pass Corinth pretty quickly. I'm trying to check out some of the winds in here and just see what things are like. There are definitely some areas of high wind gusts coming into Corinth. Those pinks that you see showing up, that's what we're seeing winds over 60 miles an hour. So even though we don't have a tornado warning and we don't have a tornado potential right now, we do have the high wind gusts that are continuing in here. These little purple blobs in Alcorn County along Highway 72, some very high wind near Corinth, over 45 as well. And the hail, kind of the same thing. We still have that hail potential. Could be some pretty decent hail, at least penny to dime size. I guess dime to penny size would be the accurate way to say that with that storm coming into Corinth. So I'll put a track on this. And again, really, we just have to get this through Alcorn County. And that's going to be in Corinth pretty much right now. Within the next 5 or 6 minutes, Corinth, you're going to start to see some pretty heavy rain, high wind gusts, maybe some hail. Allentown by about 1250, Biggersville by 102, and then it's going to be an issue for Tishomingo County in North Mississippi. So we just have to get this through Alcorn County. It looks like within the next 30 minutes, this is going to come and go. But for Corinth, again, a heads up, high wind gusts and hail are headed your way. We do not have any tornado warnings that are in effect anywhere in the Mid-South. We do still have a tornado watch for North Mississippi until at least 4 or 5 o'clock this morning. I do believe that'll be canceled early, but I would say we've got to watch these storms right here. These storms are kind of behind the front, so we're not as worried about those. Those are just some showers. These little batches of storms right here for Marshall County through northeast Mississippi, once we get those through, this thing will be out of here. So for those of you behind that batch of storms, it's pretty much over with, but we're going to watch this little area down here. Oxford, you haven't gotten anything yet. We'll see if that storm can get to you. And then Corinth for sure with the high wind gusts and hail. Kit, I know we're off TV now. There's really no reason to be because things are, I don't want to say they're quiet, but there's nothing incredibly serious happening. So for Corinth, that's really what we're going to watch is some hail and some high wind gusts, at least for the next 30 or 45 minutes.
This severe thunderstorm warning is on the lower end of the threats. Of course, there is still that tornado possible. As we were talking about, it could still shear just enough to produce a quick tornado, though most of it is undercut at this time and most of it is elevated. So it's above the surface, well above where it could connect to the ground. That tornado or severe thunderstorm warning, excuse me, is for the potential for winds to be up to 60 miles per hour and 1 1/4 inch diameter hail. Hail has been sort of the main threat through most of this event so far. Of course, the first tornado watch that we had was for up to 3-inch diameter hail, and we did have our maximum warning was up to baseball size, which is just shy of 3 inches in diameter. So very large hail has been the threat for most of the night, coupled with that tornado threat, and then in tandem, of course, with the severe winds that come with these storms. So you can sort of see over the last several scans on this loop here, we've had sort of this rippling lower edge of that convection, of that thunderstorm complex there. And anytime you see some of that waviness, some kinks in the line, that's where we can sometimes see a tornado spin up very quickly. And you can sort of see on, I'm going to swap it over, see if it's a little bit more clear. Yeah, you can see it here between Guys and Corinth. There's just that little bit of weak rotation on the northern side of the storm, just right there. So, of course, we want to keep that in mind. That could possibly drop down from the cloud to the surface as a tornado. It's unlikely, but it is still possible, and that's why we've got the tornado possible tag within that thunderstorm. As we go over to the hail product, though, this is still showing the primary threat of that large hail, 1 1/4 inches in diameter. If we get that investigation tool out, we can see it's estimating 1.6 inches in diameter. Of course, this can sometimes overestimate or underestimate, or it might be right on. So still want to be very cautious of that large hail that's coming in. So just downstream from this storm, the Kossuth area, Corinth, of course, you're downstream of this as well. So you'll eventually see some large hail moving in. That's moving right along Highway 72. And that'll eventually leave our viewing area and cross over the Tennessee there. The Tennessee River. But fortunately, we've seen most of the warnings across our area already expiring as they're really starting to become less and less significant as we're starting to see just this whole zone just sort of dying down overnight tonight. So that's some good news. We've had numerous severe thunderstorms across the area over the last several hours. We'll back this up just over the last 4 hours here so that we can see just how much of a loop this has been going for. Actually have to bring it back 5 hours to see where it started there across northeastern Arkansas, just into our viewing area. And then we saw a couple of tornado warnings that got issued, some severe thunderstorm warnings for very large hail, up to baseball size hail. And now we're seeing those final warnings on the very eastern fringe of our viewing area. The National Weather Service saying that they're still seeing that decent hail signature that we were just talking about a moment ago, and a good wind signature in northern Alcorn County there. So I want to investigate that for myself as well. Of course, they're still seeing some of that strong wind from the upper levels of the atmosphere. So this is looking about 4,000 feet above the ground here around Corinth, probably about 4,500 now that we're a little bit farther down. They're looking at some of these wind signatures here. Some of these pixels showing up probably around 40, 50, somewhere around there, miles per hour. Not quite to that extreme end. That would be severe thunderstorms of any of the pixels that I picked out. Of course, I might have missed where I clicked there in between some of those pinks still showing up there. That sort of western panhandle, we'll call it, of Alcorn County there. Strong rotation, of course, they're still saying, okay. Okay, so that's good to know. The Weather Service is saying that some of the side lobe contamination, which is a weird, funky thing, it's basically hail confusing the velocity, the wind speeds of the radar. That rotation that we're seeing here, that is actually from the winds, or from the hail that's making some noise, and it's confusing the radar to make it think that it is rotation, but they're saying it is not. So that's some good news there. Trevor, I don't know if you have anything else to add from that, but we've seen side lobe contamination a few times tonight that was making it look like a very big rotation, but it just really hasn't come to fruition for some of these.
Yeah, I think you're completely right. You'll excuse me, I'm going to sit down after 7 hours of standing up.
I've been seating over here.
I feel like I can do that now that I'm not on TV. Yeah, I don't think we are incredibly concerned about a tornado potential anymore with this thunderstorm. I think it's some hail. I think it's some high wind gusts. And that's what's coming into Corinth right now for sure. I can switch over to that hail mode one more time and just show you there are still some areas in here where there's probably some hail, and that's going to be coming into Corinth here, if not right now, then here pretty soon, and continuing here through the rest of Alcorn County. The other storms back to the south and west of it, not severe right now. Very heavy rain, high wind gusts in Holly Springs, but nothing severe, no warnings out with that. And then, of course, earlier, I do want to show you one more time, Kit, and I'll throw things back to you. I'm going to try to get some graphics together for the morning broadcast that we got to get ready for here in a couple of hours. But we did have that tornado that touched down in Poinsett County near Harrisburg. Fortunately, no reports of major damage, no reports of injuries. We did have some power lines that were down, some trees that were down, but a mean-looking storm there. You see the dust cloud down at the bottom. But even though we did have that tornado touchdown, no reports of major damage or injuries, which is some good news. We have had some pretty nasty hail today too, and I would not be surprised, Kid, if we hear about some more damage from that. At least some car windows got to be out in parts of North Mississippi tonight.
Yeah, I think with multiple of these thunderstorms, we've had multiple threats with them as well. So there's been the hail, there's been the tornadoes, there's been the straight line winds, and of course all of this has happened after dark, after sunset has already came down. So the tornado warning that prompted our coverage here on air was up here into northeastern Arkansas. If we zoom that back, all the way back right there into northern Poinsett County, just south of Wiener, there around parts of the Fisher area. The first photos that we got of that tornado were already dark. The thing is, the thunderstorm is very tall, so it filters out a lot of the light, but it was already past sunset, so we were already seeing twilight conditions around the area. So it was very, very difficult to see. And so I'm sure with light of day, that will reveal a little more, more visible damage with some of these thunderstorms. But we really just haven't, goodness, had a big swig of water right before this. But all of these thunderstorms that have brought some of the hail damage, the high wind threats, of course, the potential for tornadoes that may have been within some of these tornado possible tags or some of the tornado warnings that we never saw a debris signature necessarily, but they could be rated EF0, EF1, possibly EF2. Really just depends on the National Weather Service and what they find. Nothing really today has shown any signature of a significant tornado. So that's some good news for us here across the Mid-South. And of course, we did see the baseball destructive hail across the Tunica area, just east of Tunica. Just west of Tunica. We had some reports of some very large hail around that area as well. between Mariana and Tunica there. So some pretty decent hail likely to have been reported around some of that area. Of course, Corinth still under that severe thunderstorm warning presently, mainly for the hail threat at this point. We still see a decent hail core. And if you keep an eye where that hail core is and we swap over to the velocity, that's very close to where we were seeing some of that contamination from the Columbus radar site. So side lobe contamination is basically the radar has one main beam. Imagine it as my tie. There's one main beam of the radar, but then it's not a perfect beam. So there's just a couple little bitty lobes that go out to the side of it. I'll draw it here. So we'll have the radar beam that comes from the bottom of their screen. It's looking out straight at it, and it gets right to. But then it also has just a little bit of a lobe on the side as well. And it can sometimes shoot out just a little bit of the radar just either side of that. So of course that can lead to when the radar is looking off towards the left or off towards the right, that extra little bit of radiation that escapes the radar can confuse the radar into thinking, oh, this over here must be very fast, when it's actually getting some noise from just to the left or just to the right. So that's where side lobe contamination comes in, and that's what we were saying a little bit earlier. Some 4,000 level meteorology there of radar analysis, but all that to say, doesn't really look like there's much of a tornado threat with this storm. So that's good news. We do still have the hail threat. We do still have the high wind threat, but I think hail is really the primary threat with these storms for right now. So that's some good news. The National Weather Service is not indicating any additional need for an update on that severe thunderstorm warning. I want to get some info on the screen for you here, as that goes until 1:15, so another half hour of this thunderstorm. And keep that in mind as well around this area. Of course, just downstream, we've got a tornado warning just outside of our viewing area, north of the Lawrenceburg, Tennessee area there. Back off towards the Arkansas area, we're starting to see just a tap in of a little bit of moisture, some residual energy, we'll call it, here across eastern Arkansas. This is not going to be producing any severe thunderstorms. The thing is, we've already seen the cold front swing through this area, I believe, just based off of radar. We can look at the temperatures and see what that shows us. Yeah, so we're already down to 63 degrees. Of course, a lot of that is rain-cooled air, but if we look at the dew points, we're starting to see the drier air coming in across eastern Arkansas. 57 degrees for the dew point in Truman, 49 there in Forest City, and of course we still have the mid-60s dew points out ahead of the storm in northern Mississippi there, where the storms are still bringing in. You can really see where that cold front has pushed through on the winds. This is a very good way to show it here. You can sort of see a little bit of it up there, and then much more clearly down towards the south. It looks like that wind has pushed all the way through. So it's really just these storms out here moving through the Corinth area that are ahead of that cold front that could be producing some severe thunderstorms. So of course, if we look back at the Cape, the convective available potential energy, this is the thunderstorm fuel. When it loads in, there we go. You can sort of see, similar to where I just drew that cold front, is where we've had that front push through. We only have just a little bit more to go here across eastern parts of our viewing area in West Tennessee and northeast Mississippi here. So that's just the last little bit of energy we're dealing with. Once this cold front pushes through, that will be the over and done with for us here across the Mid-South. We'll take you back to radar here. Of course, well, that's the wrong one. I'm going to go ahead and delete that scene so you keep on advancing to it as we zip it back to the radar. We still have some thunderstorms that are here across the eastern viewing area here around the Corinth region and into parts of Tippah County, McNairy County, and Alcorn County as well. Of course, we are still streaming on Facebook. I'm going to check and see if there are some comments here. Is it over for Walnut? Trevor, of course, already answered that. But yeah, if anyone else is watching from Walnut, Walnut is pretty much behind that line now, and it is all done. Faulkner, we're still seeing the last little bit of it. You're probably still hearing the lightning with that thunderstorm as well. It's starting to get a little more distant, but we might still see some more rumbles of thunder coming from the Holly Springs area. through parts of Benton County and into that area as well. So it's still going to be noisy, but it's not going to be quite as significant for these thunderstorms. Excuse me. We've seen a ton of lightning. So this is just in the last 10 minutes. We'll just do this one thunderstorm complex here. Just in 10 minutes, we'll call this the box of influence there. We've seen over 270 strikes of lightning with that thunderstorm. So 275 or more strikes in 10 minutes. That's a ton of lightning. Of course, we've seen more lightning with some of these thunderstorms through the evening so far. Of course, it's very dependent on how big the box is and how many storms I include in it. But a lot of lightning, all of that to say that it's a very intense thunderstorm, and that's going to continue to pose a threat. Even when the severe limits are no longer met, the lightning limits are going to still be possible. Seeing a report from the National Weather Service that there was thunderstorm wind damage around the Tunica area. So I want to pull that up here on our storm reports. Let's see here, wind LSRs, here we go. So this is just north of the Tunica area here, a severe wind report here. This is a few power poles down on Old Highway 61 near Boulder. So power poles being knocked down, that's definitely upwards of 50 miles per hour. I can't recall exactly what the indicator is from the National Weather Service of how much, what the magnitude of that wind speed would be. Of course, they don't say it in the discussion here, but strong winds, of course, from much earlier this evening. That was around 11 o'clock, at just around midnight, or just around 11 o'clock, 1 hour to midnight there. If we go over to the radar, we can back it up to that time and see what that looked like on radar at the time. It's right there, 11:01. That was when the report came in from local emergency management. So that was right there where some of those strong winds were starting to come in. Of course, this was also all about to be upgraded to baseball size hail. I thought I had written it down. I did not. But I want to look at the winds with that storm. Of course, it's a bit chaotic because, again, these are going somewhat perpendicular to the radar beam. Of course, the radar is looking away from Millington and along these radial lines here, and these storms were going somewhat eastward. So it's only going to get a portion of the component of that at an angle. If you remember back to trigonometry, you can do the cosine of that angle and figure out how much of the component of wind it would have been, but we're not going to do that right here live on air tonight. As we look here, back towards the east, of course, we'll swap things back to now. Not a whole lot showing up with some significant winds at the moment. The radar is beginning to fall apart. So it's starting to present to me less and less of a potential for more significant thunderstorm activity. It's still something we want to keep in mind. Of course, that area of just weak rotation around Kendrick, I think, shows up in a couple of the spots. But again, this is 4,000 to 7,000 feet, maybe even at that distance, 5,000 to 8,000 feet above the surface. So it's unlikely to be reaching the surface there. Trying to find where, let's see here. Descending rear inflow jet, Boeing presentation. Try to read some information from the National Weather Service. This is exactly where they're looking at the National Weather Service of maybe a new warning needed for that that storm. Of course, that's starting to get just on the very fringe of our viewing area. So if they were to continue this severe thunderstorm warning or potential tornado warning, that would be outside of our viewing area. But just to get some idea of some of these storms there, the locations they'll go towards: High Point by around 1 a.m., Burton Branch around 1:06, Big Ivy around 1:15, and eventually Murphy Cross roads around 1:26. So that's just a quick estimate as that storm is leaving our area. If they do warn it, it will not be our viewing area anymore. So will likely end coverage after this threat pushes out of our viewing area. I think for the most part, Trevor, that this is pretty much done for us. We'll stay on for a little while here on the stream, but I'm going to take a brief break and grab myself some water real quick.
Yeah, go for it, Kit. And you have been talking quite a bit tonight. So, yeah, take a quick break, get a sip of water. We're going to at least stay on for the next 10, 15 minutes at least. Yes, it's storming in Corinth. We have heavy rain, high wind gusts, probably a little hail out there right now. Other than that, no signs of serious rotation in our area. No signs that they would put out another tornado warning. We'll watch that, of course. But for right now, things are pretty quiet in terms of the rotation potential. We had that tornado warning for this storm earlier. That has since cleared up. So, again, we have high wind gusts and hail through Alcorn County. So, Corinth, I mean, it's pretty much in your area right now. I would say the best chance of hail is still a little bit off to your west. So you have maybe another 10 or 15 minutes before that real hail potential starts to move in. And that's going to be, again, through Corinth for the next at least 20 minutes or so. And then it will clear out of that area. Everything else is taming down a little bit. There's still some rain, still a little thunder back behind all of this, but there's no storm energy back here. That's why that severe weather threat has come to an end for places like Memphis and the metro, most of West Tennessee and eastern Arkansas. There is that potential of some rain out there, but really the severe weather potential is very limited. I would say in our area, really, it's Tippah and Alcorn counties. Those are the two areas we're going to watch for the next 30 minutes or so. And make sure nothing crazy happens. Benton County also getting some pretty heavy rain, maybe a little hail there. But really, you see that storm, that's what has the severe thunderstorm warning on it. And that is, I believe, slated to go until either 1:15 or 1:30. Let's check that out. 1:15. So at least another 15 minutes on this warning for northern Tippah and for Alcorn counties. And again, that is in effect for the 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and potentially up to $50 sized hail. And we've had some pretty decent hail out of these storms. Definitely had some in northern Tippah County a bit ago. This is over the last 2 hours. It shows where hail might have fallen. And where it is falling now, as we switch over to the current mode, still some indication of hail west of Corinth. So I do want to give you that heads up. If you're in Corinth right now, there could be some more hail moving in, at least some small hail. Might be enough to wake you up. And then some high wind gusts as well. We could be seeing gusts in here of at least 50 to 60 miles an hour. So that hail potential definitely going to be a concern for us in there. But that's really the only zone we're watching. We're going to stick with this for at least the next little bit and see what this storm can do. Again, the biggest issue is going to be the hail and the high winds through Corinth. There is that tornado watch that is technically in effect until 5 a.m. and that's going to go for most of northern Mississippi. Actually, all of North Mississippi is in that watch until 5 a.m. That's probably going to be canceled early. I would say once that storm leaves Tippah and Alcorn counties in the next 30 minutes, the severe weather threat will be over for North Mississippi. So they will likely cancel that just a little bit early. But for right now, we still have that thunderstorm that's coming through Corinth, producing some hail and some high wind gusts also through Tippah County. I do want to go back to our storm reports and just talk about what's happened tonight. And every little dot that you see, that is a different storm report. Most of it is hail. We've had several reports of hail, anywhere from 1 inch to 2-inch sized hail that's fallen in parts of the Mid-South. There is one report of damage. Kit was just talking about that in northern Tunica County. We had reports, I believe, of some trees down, if I remember correctly. but most of it has been some hail, and most of it's been in northeastern Arkansas and western Tennessee as well. We actually did have a tornado, what appears to be a tornado earlier. This was in Poinsett County, not far from Harrisburg. You see the funnel cloud there, but it is touching the ground. You can see that it's kicking stuff up. So they're going to go check out this, I'm sure, tomorrow and survey the damage to see if this was a tornado and how intense it was. But you definitely see that indication that that tornado did touch the ground in Poinsett County. We've been checking in with folks there. We don't have any indication of major damage other than some power poles and trees that were down. It seems like this might have just gone just south of Harrisburg, just barely to the south. Thankfully it did, because in Harrisburg we don't have any reports of major damage, and thankfully, even better, we don't have any reports of injuries, which is even better news. I will try to get you, let's see if I can grab it here, the 7-day forecast, since we did not get to that in pretty much any of our shows tonight because we were in severe weather coverage mode. And it's going to take me actually just a moment to get this updated. Again, if you missed what we were talking about earlier, we've gone over to the next day. We've gone over to midnight. So our graphics kind of switch over. We're usually not on TV at this time. And so that is what we're watching. But this is kind of what the forecast looks like here for the next few days. Thankfully, the rest of Monday will be quiet. 64 degrees with a little bit of sunshine developing. It's going to be cool. 72 for Tuesday with sunshine. Enjoy those days while you can. Trust me, because things get a little worse after that. Another round of severe thunderstorms Wednesday. That batch could be more severe. I'm actually a little more concerned about Wednesday with more storm ingredients in the afternoon and the evening hours. But then it doesn't stop. Heavy rain and thunderstorms likely Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. All of those days will pose a risk of strong storms. I think Wednesday is going to be the strongest day for storms, but those storms could still be severe Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And then we're also dealing with a heavy rain threat. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we're going to rack up several inches of rain. We're talking about possibly up to 7, 8, 9 inches of rain in parts of the Mid-South. I'm kind of curious to see what the latest rain estimates look like, and this is our forecast model for the next 7 days. And of course, we're gonna have 4 straight days of thunderstorms, and I mean, that is nasty rain for the next 7 days. 4 to 6 inches in Memphis, higher to the north. 8 to 10 inches of rain for Truman and Dyersburg. Still 2 to 4 or 4 to 6 throughout much of northern Mississippi. So even though tonight is starting to wind down, you need to stay connected to the forecast. Make sure you have the ABC24 app. We're going to keep things updated there as we get closer to this next round of severe weather, this next round of heavy rain that could lead to some flooding. So keep an eye on the app, ABC24, on iPhone and Android. We're also streaming all the time, just like we are now, on the ABC24 Plus app. That's for Roku, Fire TV, and for Apple TV. If you're checking back in with us, maybe you're hearing some rain and thunder back near Memphis. There are some showers back there, but the severe weather threat has come to an end. We do not have any more severe weather potential back there. The one little area that we are still watching for some potential severe weather, it's really Benton, Tippah, and Alcorn counties. This little zone right here for at least the next 30 minutes has a potential for hail and high wind gusts. Again, we do think the tornado potential is going down with this batch, but we are still in that tornado watch, so we'll have to watch. I think for now, it's mainly Tippah and Alcorn counties have that potential for hail and high wind gusts. Probably having some hail come through Corinth right now, would not be surprised at all by that. At least, small hail, pea size, could be a little bigger than that. You saw that indication a bit ago west of Corinth. That's probably into town now. So hail, probably our biggest concern in Corinth, and some high wind gusts. This will probably be out of our hair, I would say, by 1:30 at the latest. This will clear Tippah and Alcorn counties. But until then, those two areas, we're going to watch for some hail and high wind. Other than that, everything else is quieting down. Yes, there are some showers back here, but they're behind the front and don't have that same amount of storm energy. So once this clears out, we'll watch it. But Corinth, hail and high wind gusts. That's going to be the biggest thing. Kit, I know you got a break, got a sip of water. Did you see anything in there that I missed? Has the Weather Service said anything? Any new updates from your corner of the world?
So they were looking back at that one storm there, just in parts of.
I was going to say it might be muted.
There we go. We were looking at one of the storms that was back towards Horseshoe Lake. This is, of course, moving into DeSoto County. There was a brief signature of some small hail maybe clumping up within this thunderstorm. You can sort of see it if we go back about the last 15 or so minutes, just right there around the Horseshoe Lake area, just a few little specks of some small hail, but that's really all that we're seeing on the backside of these storms. Really along the front is where we're going to see that best chance for large hail, because that's where these storms can scoop up underneath and pull up all the energy that is south of it, but there's really not much energy left behind the front. If we swap over to radar, you can see we still have some rain, so there is some energy for those storms to bubble up and convect, have that convection motion there, but there's just really not enough to create anything severe. But Memphis, you will still see some rainfall within the next little while here. Most of Memphis got spared by the severe storms, but that's some good news, but has nothing to do with the bluff. I'll tell you right now, has nothing to do with that. It's just the quirk of nature that these storms were on the routes that they were, and they did sort of have a little more of intensity. The thing is, we had the line to the north. All of these storms were on their way and on their trajectories well before they got to the bluffs. This is just one thing to sort of dispel that myth. We had that line of storms that were pushing in, but this storm on the southern side, you see there in Forest City, it was still disconnected from the cold front. So it sort of turned into the breeze, into the wind, and got into more and more of that energy until it eventually got caught up by the front and started to push back towards the east. So you sort of see the Forest City area, it sort of takes that track southeast towards Tunica, and then eventually it's pushed east from there. So if you follow it along, that storm was continuing to develop, and it's not necessarily that burst of wind didn't continue east. It's that this area here on the southern side continued to ignite more and more thunderstorms as all of this wind was getting pushed into it. It was igniting more storms and developing farther and farther south. So that's why it sort of pulled itself south away from Memphis. So these are things that are happening tens of miles away from the bluff. That's only a couple hundred feet at the highest point. So that's one thing that sometimes people will say, oh, the hill, the river, the mountain, it blocks us from severe weather. That's something that can lead to a false sense of security across many areas. Of course, a lot of people have said that to me of, oh, you know, we never get tornadoes here in Memphis. You look back in history, there have been numerous tornadoes. There was one in 94, one in 83 that crossed the bluff, and several in more recent years as well, since the 2000s. Those were just some of the numbers that came back to my head at the time. But of course, now we're just seeing a few scattered showers across the area. It's really not anything to be terrified of. We still have some thunder with these storms as well, but nothing too significant. The more significant storms still around the Alcorn area with a ton of abundant lightning as well. As we look at the velocity, most of these storms, as we've been saying, just really don't have enough punch to get the rotation down to the surface. They're still monitoring for larger hail in parts of Tippah County there, but it really is starting to weaken on the whole. Not the whole line has completely died out, but it is starting to see that. I want to pull up the hail tracks so we can see just the last several hours here where these storms have been going. If we go just on the loop of the last 4 hours, you can see across parts of Arkansas, northeast Arkansas, into the Memphis area as this loads in. It'll take it a moment. You can just see how some of those storms turned south and then turned back east a little bit as they were turning into those storms. That more intense wind, the more intense energy started to use that. and then it developed a little farther south and then pulled back east once it stopped tapping into that extra energy. So pretty interesting storm motion with some of these storms tonight. Fortunately, they are really starting to wind back down. I really think that once we get to 1:15 here, which is the expiration, the last I saw for this severe thunderstorm warning, I'll have to swap it back over to proper radar to get that info there. Yeah, 1:15 is the current end of our final severe thunderstorm warning that we have at our viewing area. We'll keep an eye out for it if that does need to be re-upped, but I'm looking for the National Weather Service any indication that they may have of continuing that, but we may just drop back to intermittent coverage. So if you are watching us, of course you're watching us on our live stream here this evening, we have dropped off of air, but if we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued after we drop off of our live stream, we will jump back in on air right here on ABC24 and CW30. So those are our two channels on air. And with our digital platforms, of course, the live stream will likely not be carried with that. But looking at pea-sized hail being reported in Hardin County, so it's just outside of our area. Most of this thunderstorm is beginning to weaken pretty significantly, so I'm not expecting to see this continued for much longer. Again, it still has that tornado possible tag on it, but with that, it's really, at this point, our judgment that this is very unlikely to develop, especially with how noisy the radar has been on the velocities, on those wind speeds. They just really aren't organized well enough to be reaching down all the way to the surface, I don't think. Looking at that last scan, maybe just a little more organized there, but it really just is that mid-level rotation. And the thing is, if you look to the south here, there's this brief moment that I'll have to switch over to the lower levels of the radar. You see there just north of Boonville, that little green line, that is likely the outflow of this thunderstorm. So you can see that line that is just pushed east and south a little bit here. I'll draw it on for you. So you can see it sort of come out here, and then this little pocket of air that's pushing to the northeast from here, that's actually pushing in more moisture and just briefly sparking off a few weak showers, just very shallow showers right there in the very lowest level of the atmosphere. And you can sort of see there into southern Alcorn County, a few of those have gotten fed into that storm. So that tells me that it is no longer surface-based, and you need a surface-based storm to get a more significant tornado. And whenever it's so disorganized as we see on velocity, it's very unlikely that this would translate down to the surface. So that's some good news for us. We've got another 5 minutes on that warning. Trevor, I know you're working on the morning show, but have you seen anything else from the National Weather Service?
No, I think like you were saying, I think we're in decent shape here. Obviously, still a decently tough storm there in Corinth and Alcorn County and through even Tippah County as well. Still some high wind gusts and hail for sure, but I think things are really wrapping up here. I say we give this maybe until 1:15 to see what they do with this severe thunderstorm warning. But even then, I mean, the meat of it is really past Corinth. So if you're watching from Corinth, the highest wind gusts and the best chance of hail is now down to the south of you. And I mean, there are some high winds in here, don't get me wrong, probably at least 40 to 50 miles an hour. And as Kit was talking about, there is some hail potential, but notice it's shifting now mainly to the south of Corinth. And that is going to continue to move out of the mid-south. So as we get a little closer, it's going to kind of ride down 45, go more into Prentiss County, Mississippi, and Ripley. You're dealing with some high winds and heavy rain as well. But in general, this storm is on the way out. So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to keep an eye on things. We are not going anywhere. I've got to get ready for the morning show in a few hours, so we will be around for at least the next little bit. But we will go ahead and wrap up our coverage here on ABC24+. Again, what we're watching right now is high wind gusts and a little bit of hail. That's coming through Corinth. It's coming just south of Corinth, really, back toward Ripley. That storm is moving out within the next 10, 15, 20 minutes, it'll be out of everybody's hair in Alcorn and Tippah County. It's going to continue to exit, though. For now, don't be surprised if you see some high wind gusts and hail. If anything serious, more serious, does pop up, we will definitely hop back on and let you know wherever you're watching. But for right now, we're going to wrap things up. For meteorologist Kit Thomas and everybody in the back, I'm meteorologist Trevor Burchett. Have a great night. I'll see you back here at 6 a.m. for ABC24 News this morning.